I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gen X, Christian Valeris, Jonah Zilla, Runamuck Rez. Good morning, everyone. How are ya? I'm pulling up the content right now, just getting a little bit ready. Sorry, my nose is itchy, and I promise not for the drug-related reasons. But all in all, pretty good weekend. The wife and oldest kid were sick on Friday, had some fevers going down, so kind of a tough day there that we had to, take a step back for a little bit. Then I would say the youngest now is not feeling good, so it just might be one of those things where it's going through the family slowly but surely, so I'm sure that I'll get sick at some point this week, but that's okay. Despite the horrors of the universe, we must endure. And then, God, I swear there's a mustache hair that keeps popping up into my nose. Not very comfortable. Anyways, the other thing that's going on, sick kid, sick wife, sick family. Oh, I had an awesome weekend though. So what I did, sorry, one second, let me close this door. What I did is I've been continuing with my Counterpoints sci-fi and Counterpoint Star Wars breakdowns. And so what I did is I broke down the movie Upgrade, which is actually a pretty sweet movie. It's more like, should have been like a short film or something. I feel like there's a lot of extra padding on there, but all in all, it's a pretty good movie. And what it is a guy who is a technophobe in the near future. He doesn't like cybernetics. He doesn't like microchips injected into the body. He doesn't like any of that kind of crap. And then he gets paralyzed and his wife gets murdered. And then he takes a cybernetic chip that gives him the ability to move again. But inside the microchip is an AI that allows him to like move his body super fast and beat the shit out of people. And so effectively, it's just like a series of AI robot MMA fights mixed with gunplay. It's pretty sweet. And so Upgrade, I broke that down for the Sci-Fi Channel. And then for Star Wars, how come nobody told me? Nobody told me Upgrade is one of the best characters in Idiocracy. That's not where I was going, but that's funny. Nobody told me that the 2D animation for Star Wars, The Clone Wars, was amazing. It's the best piece of Star Wars media I've ever seen. I love Rogue One. I haven't watched Andor because I know I'm going to break it down, but I know that I'm going to love Andor. I know that the Mandalorian is really hit or miss. When it's on, it's super good. When it's off, it's trash. But there's like really good iconic scenes from the Mandalorian. And so those would be like my top three or four Star Wars media. The 2D Star Wars, The Clone Wars from 2003 blows all that shit away. The Jedi are like demigods of war running around the battlefield using force powers to do godlike crap. That they're deadly, they're scary. The aura is insane. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi is wearing like clone armor with a poncho, and he's riding a jet bike with a power lance. And he's jousting robot droids and killing aliens that like can grow back together. He blows one of them up by being swallowed by one of the aliens and then using force powers to explode the monster from the inside. It was awesome. The clones are like dangerous and cool, and they have peak aesthetic and hand and arm signals, and they use cover and concealment and all that kind of stuff. It was honestly awesome. It was great. Like the Star Wars: The Clone Wars 2003 2D animation. Yeah, General Grievous was a menace in that series. General Grievous was amazing. The intro to General Grievous is he is hunting down and slaughtering like a dozen Jedi. Sounds like Samurai Jack. Dude, I think it was animated by the same people who did Samurai Jack. Like I'm almost guaranteeing that it's the same animator because the style is so similar. Oh, not only is General Grievous introduced by hunting down and killing a squad of like half a dozen Jedi, but then the clone commandos have to come and save the Jedi, and they get their asses kicked too. Now they survive, they save the Jedi, and they get away. But General Grievous is just like slaughtering people left, right, and center. And then and then also the Anakin Skywalker arc is crazy. The Anakin Skywalker arc is like nobody trusts him because he's a Padawan, but they know that he's good in a starfighter. And so they put him in command of Void Forces. He chases whatever Ventress, whatever that chick is, because she comes in a starfighter and blows up a bunch of clone fighter jets. And so he chases her to a different system. I think it's Yavin 4. They have one of the craziest duels in Star Wars history. And then Anakin beats her by, she has two lightsabers that are similar in style to Count Dooku. And so Anakin Skywalker loses his lightsaber. He steals one of hers, beats her, and throws her to her death. Now, she doesn't die, obviously, but throws her to her death in a canyon. And then he's like standing there with a red lightsaber, foreshadowing his future. And then he like deactivates the lightsaber and throws it into the canyon. It was awesome. It was great. It was seriously some of the best media I've ever seen. So Kaizen says, I wish Grievous hadn't been turned into a Sunday cartoon villain, but if it had to be someone, I guess Grievous was the best choice. Yeah, sure. Beck says, I'm sold. I guess I'll give Clone Wars a shot. I never really bothered with the animation Star Wars stuff. I'm not talking about the 3D. I'm not talking about 3D because I've seen 3D, and 3D is like okay, but it's obviously made for 8-year-olds. Whereas what I would say the 2D animation from 2003 is obviously made for like teenagers. It's awesome. It's so good. It's like it blows everything else out of the water. Excuse me. Are we talking about a cartoon movie? We're talking about a 2D animation. I think they call them minisodes. So they're like 10 or 15 minute episodes, but each 10 or 15 minute episode is great. And what they did on Disney Plus, is they took like an hour and they put it together in a single film, even though there's like 4 or 5 mini films inside of it. And then they took another hour and they put it into a film, and it's 4 or 5 mini films inside it. So all in all, it's about 2 hours, but there's probably about like 8 miniature stories inside of it. It's so good. Like, seriously, I'm not kidding. If you like Star Wars at all, for me, it's the best stuff that I've seen. Bud123 says they brought back Darth Maul and gave him a powerful apprentice of the same species. I think you're talking about 3D. I'm talking about 2D. But seriously, it was good. Groovy Harp says, shouldn't have been Grievous in Revenge of the Sith. Should have been Dirge or Ventress. Dirge because he's cool as fuck. Ventress because I had a crush on her. That Tarkovsky Star Wars show was the best ever, to be honest. I might be the 2D thing. I'm not sure. Christian Blair says, here's me remembering Connor talking shit about Yoda versus Count Dooku and Attack of the Clones. I'm still going to talk shit about it because it's goofy. Seeing Yoda jumping around like a tennis ball dueling Count Dooku is one of the goofiest animations, one of the goofiest moments in Star Wars history I've ever seen. Bud123 says, no, the 3D animation is awesome. Just watch the Order 66 part of the last season. It's so good. Okay. I heard the 3D one gets better as it goes on, but I can't be bothered to watch it at all. Well, bear in mind, I am doing this for money. So I am, there's a guy who is paying the editor fee for the next year for me to do Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars. So obviously the goal is to build up an episode, like a backlog, have 1 or 2 of them do really well. And then because the format is so predictable, have everybody go check out the other breakdowns. So Wowman says, I feel like most 3D animations fall flat compared to 2D animations back in the 2000s. I agree. Like, I'll go check out the new 3D, obviously, but I'm probably going to do that once I break down everything else. And the 2D animation is only 2 hours, so it's actually super easy. Wowman says, no Batman series comes close to the OG Batman, the animated series with Kevin Conroy. Yeah, so sorry that we're nerding out this morning, but we are just warming up. The funny thing is, so when I watched Batman Beyond as a kid, I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. It's a teenage Terry McGinnis talking to like an old Batman, and he's got this sweet new slick like body glove suit with like the wing that pops out of the sides, and he's got like explosive batarangs, and he's got like a hover Batmobile. Like the aesthetic for Batman Beyond was peak. But what's so funny about Batman Beyond when you watch it compared to the original series is Terry McGinnis doesn't do any detective work. Okay? Terry McGinnis just shows up and starts punching people. Like that's Terry McGinnis's arc is bad guy does something. Terry McGinnis goes to where he thinks bad guy is. Terry McGinnis punches bad guy in the face. Bad guy nearly beats Terry McGinnis punching him in the face. And then Terry McGinnis punches him in the face harder, and then Terry McGinnis wins. That's like every episode of Batman Beyond is just Terry McGinnis just punching the shit out of people, almost dying, and then just punching the bad guys harder. It's so funny, like how shallow Batman Beyond is compared to the original series. There's like zero detective work, all face punches. Groovy Harp says 2D series was great because it was easy to draw. It's just doodle clones fighting droids at school all the time. I mean, I guess, but no, I think they did some really cool. I could point out the animation tricks because I've been watching enough animations that I kind of know how they work a little bit. Sen Patty says that's a 2D show. Lol, the guy who made Samurai Jack and Primal made that 2D Star Wars show. Last name is Sarkovsky. Nice, and I love Primal too. Primal's amazing. So I don't really like watch Primal, but I've seen like 5-minute clips, 10-minute clips, and I love the Primal clips that I watch. We don't get time for detective stuff. Pow, smash. I know, seriously, dude. He just punches people in the face. Wowman says, okay, to be fair, I think Terry McGinnis was actually better at shit talking the Joker compared to Bruce Wayne. Well, yeah, but you're just remembering that one cool episode where Terry McGinnis is getting his ass kicked by the Joker. And then he realizes that the Joker doesn't like being made fun of. And so he has like a 5-minute banter session with the Joker. That's what you're remembering. Terry's cool, but he doesn't have the same depth as Bruce. True. John Kennedy says, I'm late to the party here. Are we talking about the One Punch Man season 3? No, we're talking about Batman Beyond, but that's okay. Groovy Harp says Batman needs new villains instead of Joker or Gangster Joker or Surfing Joker. Give us Clayface. I know. Batman's a little bit stale. But that's okay because like they keep revivifying some of his best stuff. But you're right that like I did like the Christian Bale take on Batman, but I feel like they focus so much on theme instead of logic in the last one that the last one was kind of a miss for me. And then I did like it when they alluded to whatever that kid is, the detective. I liked it when they kind of alluded to him being like the next Robin or the next Batman. I kind of like that, but then they obviously didn't do anything with it. And then the new Batman I've heard is really good. The Robert Pattinson one. But with Robert Pattinson, I actually wonder how much of the new one is actually good and how much of it is aura. Because all I've seen of the clips is I've seen like 2 fights that look okay, and then I've just seen Robert Pattinson harvesting aura. So I don't know how good the new one is or if it's actually just like aura farming. So Christian Lara says, what is the one where Harley Quinn bends over? Dude, I can't watch that. That looks like softcore pornography. The one where she's talking about where she like rapes the Nightwing, but Nightwing's into it. Yeah, I can't watch that one. That feels like softcore porn drawn for teenagers. Bud123 says the 3D animation has Boba Fett as a kid who tries to get revenge on Mace Windu for killing his father. Nice. Based. That sounds good. That sounds fun. Yeah. Nice. Based. Base. Wowman542 says, try the Arkham games. I think they're the best portrayals of Batman's villains. Going from Deathstroke, Deadshot, Clayface to Hugo Strange and the Joker. Based. New Batman movie is fine as long as, well, as good as the Penguin TV show. I've heard that. I've heard that. Well, in my defense, okay, in my defense, Harley Quinn, I think, is an adult, okay? So it doesn't bug me. It doesn't bug me that Harley Quinn is an attractive cartoon. That's not what bugs me about it. What bugs me about it is I think there's implied, like if I remember the scene correctly, effectively Harley Quinn has Nightwing tied up to a bed because he's actually hostage. Then she bends over to change clothes. Then she notices that Nightwing has an erection, and then I think there's implied rape. So like for me, it's not, allegedly they're both adults, okay? So like I'm not calling anybody who likes that TV series anything. I'm not describing any kind of malice to you. However, notices bulge. Yes, in the cartoon show. And so I think the reason why I'm kind of like a little bit skeeved out is because like it's a 2D animation cartoon. It's obviously for teenagers, right? So they're trying to horn up a bunch of teenagers, which feels awkward. 14th reporting in 07 conservative liberalism. You just you just came in right in time for Batman's sexuality discourse. So, perfect timing on your part. Groovy Harp says new Batman is great. Team Edward versus 4chan terrorist in a nutshell. Yeah, I know. The memes were great. Which was like, you weren't supposed to figure it out. No. Like I enjoyed that one. That was applied to various political memes over the past year or two. Caffeine. All right. Anyways, well, what we're going to do, we're going to kick off with the Destiny anti-Trump tour because apparently Steven debates Admiral Gibbs. So that's the way that we're going to kick it off. And then apparently Adam Mockler just went hard as hell, where he went to a bar with Michael Knowles for a debate and debated Michael Knowles, but also debated a bunch of the audience members. And then what ended up happening was they got the audience members got like drunk and belligerent. And instead of backing down, Adam Mockler got even more belligerent, which is based. So we're going to watch some of that. Rob says, you merely adopted the grill. I was born with it, molded by it. I didn't know a microwave until I was already a man. And by then I was only blinding. Jonas says, I don't remember what that movie was called, but yeah, that scene was weird. Yeah, like it's not a problem. It's just a smidge awkward. I would not want to be 16 years old and have my mom walk in on me watching that TV scene. That would have been crazy. Conservative liberalism says, back in my day, Batman was a gentleman and a scholar. Michael Keaton Batman is best Batman. Trishan Clark says, I'm hearing the teen sexualization on cartoons, but I'm not seeing it in the comic books. Totally innocent. Based. Adam N is a DGG sleeper cell. It looked like he was carrying a little bit of Steven energy. It wasn't Alaska Steve, but it was like LA Steve level energy. So Rob says, Mockler feels like the synthesis of Destiny and viable politics. True. I'm trying not to section too much of DGG to Adam Mockler, but like the truth is, like Adam has enough spice in order to stand his ground, but he's wholesome enough in order to get big shows, which I think is cool. Groovy Harp says, impressive Adam managed to turn arguing with drunks into Kino content. I know. It's interesting. Gen X says, lol, probably because you would have been indecent. No, come on, let's not get crazy with it. Fashion 40 says, damn, then nobody would have watched the anime. Ha ha ha. Yep, they try to turn the boys onto the close. Listen, I might have thought that, but you're the one that said it. And I thought it and I read it, but you're the one that said it. Okay? I didn't say it. You said it. Sapien Green says, Destiny's at his best when he pretends he's in-game chat, even when he's there in person. Hey, you know what? Props to Destiny in reference to that crazy MAGA person like turning into a trans person in the audience. And I was like, I don't even know what this is. And Steven was like, why the fuck are you bullying somebody in the audience? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm the guy right here bullying me. Like, I thought that was noble. Zerenthia says, I know I saw Adam N wearing a DGG hoodie in a Pondering Politics video. Interesting. Yeah. Fashion 40 says he's his own man, but to be honest, he was wearing a DGG hoodie when he with the yelled pondering. Interesting. Tristan Clark says Mockler is being primed for some kind of controversial downfall. Everyone protect his innocence. I know. Everybody find him a stable girlfriend. No clown girlfriends. No clown girlfriends. Find him a sane woman. A sane woman for Adam Mockler as quickly as possible. Wildman says, have you felt a significant drop in kickback with the Halo Magnum 3D print casing? No. I mean, but for me, like a Glock 21 is a 45 caliber pistol. A lot of people talk smack about how much recoil there is in a Glock 21. I've never noticed, to be honest. Dude, I hate to say it, but I'm 6'4", I'm 230 pounds. It's not a lot for me. There's a bunch of anime Batman shorts that are really dope. They released in a 4-part series in 2005. Well, if I get Counterpoint Sci-Fi done, Counterpoint Star Wars done, Counterpoints 40K is pretty much done, let's be real. I basically tread water while I wait for new episodes. But let's say that I get to a point with Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoints Sci-Fi where I'm just treading water waiting for new content, which is going to take a while. It could take several years. I did think about doing Counterpoints Crime and Counterpoints Crime and Counterpoints Heroes. And then basically Counterpoints Heroes would be breakdowns of like superhero stuff. So Avengers, Marvel, DC, Batman, The Boys. I'm trying to think of what other stuff. But basically I would break down like superhero stuff. And then Counterpoints Crime would obviously be like really popular police TV shows and real world crime stuff. So Paul says, chat, what media references are those? Did a new movie come out? New show? We were talking about Star Wars, the 2D animation from 2003. Then we got into Batman Beyond. Then we got into Batman. Then we got into Nightwing being a horn dog with Harvey Quinn. Gen X says, Destiny can be a good person as long as sex isn't involved. True. But I think that's where you need to... If sex keeps blowing up your personal and professional life, then you need to fix that, right? Fashion 40 says, I hate typos. I mean, in Pondering Politics vid from a couple of days ago. Ooh, a couple of days ago. That's recent. Bob Smith says, good morning, all. I had a great weekend after almost getting run over and yelled at for doing my job on Friday. Finally got Linux working on a computer I built to replace my dying laptop. Well, I'm sorry that you're building up a Linux computer, although I guess you should be happy that you're getting it working. I've heard nightmares. So, if you're doing it and you enjoy it, God bless you. I'm sorry you almost got run over. And I hope that your bosses recognize that you're actually doing your job and everybody's an asshole. Randy says you shouldn't tee up sane woman jokes like that. Oh, I didn't know I was teeing up jokes. I was actually being serious. Dice 5, is Mockler the new Kirk? No, but he's, he could be. Groovy Harp says everyone glazes the Halo CE Magnum when the ODST pistol is clearly superior. The ODST pistol has better aesthetics, but the OG Magnum actually hits like a brick wall. Like, dude, there's nothing like the Halo CE Magnum is like 2 to 3 headshot insta kill on almost anything. Like, I think it's like a 3-shot or a 4-shot to an elite will break the shields and kill an elite. And then I think that Grunts, it's a 1-shot headshot. With Hunters, it's a couple of magazines. Dude, the original Halo CE Magnum was just insane. Sapien Green says, find him a sane woman. Are we hopping back on the hot crazy graph? Pretty much. Isn't Mockler gay? No, I just think he's a Twinkie Democrat. He could be. Connor, villains are cooler. True. Harry Sisson is the one I think was gay, but definitely isn't. Yep. J Afro J, so who guam big dog? Nothing much. You? Andre Sadalescu says Counterpoints Heroes should just be you streaming Heroes of Night and Magic. No, although classic. Wildman542 says if you get into comics, definitely go to the Preacher series by Garth Ennis. A jaded preacher inherits the voice of God while the Pope and angels hunt him down. That's cool. Conservatism says I just had to Google what Nightwing was. Robin is self-IDing as a straight person under a different identity these days. Groovy Harp says interesting pistol opinion, Connor. Clearly wrong. Wrong. I'll respect and continue to watch. Okay, no problem. The Yeah, like being the ODST aesthetic is peak. I love the original Halo CE Magnum, but bear in mind, I was like 13 or 14, I think, when Halo original came out. And then what was the other thing too? In real life, the thing that I created, which was a Halo CE Magnum using 3D printed parts, the 3D print is not heavy enough to really affect anything. Now, if I sent it off to a metal workshop and redid everything in metal, then I think we would be cooking. But I don't think we're cooking. We're not. It's not heavy enough to affect the recoil right now. Gen X says, did anyone watch Erudite's stream yesterday where 20 different content creators fans came on to give her hell, including Destiny? No. Why is everybody bullying Erudite? Do I need to watch that and defend Erudite's honor? What the fuck? Why is everybody bullying Erudite? What the fuck? What'd she do? Yeah. I get it that, like, Erudite, okay. With Kyla, she can speak from a position of confidence, which if you think that she's wrong, then that can be quite annoying to hear somebody, talk from a position of confidence. But that's true of every creator on the planet. So she's not like unique in the fact that when she speaks from a position of confidence and you disagree with her, it's annoying. I'm sure that I annoy you guys when I speak from a position of confidence and we disagree. So, like, what's the problem? What's the problem? She apparently rides horses, which is a borderline insane choice. No, horses are cool. Horses are cool. Just watch the Hobbit follower and Destiny segments if you do watch the stream. Damn. I hope that's not like a bridge burn thing. I want to see what's going on. But anyways, we'll introduce the content. We'll get cracking. That way we actually do our jobs today. I'm gonna fast forward to Gibbs, and then depending on how long the Gibbs segments take, I'll rewind to a different segment. Oh, he shook his hand. Did he shake Steven's hand? Great. All right. Let's do it. President Sunday sends his regards. I love how it feels like a red wedding threat. It does. Whenever you hear Sunday, because he's such like an autistic cruise missile, President Sunday sends his regards. It feels like the Lannisters send their regards. That's what it feels like. Bob Smith says, Windows is spyware and I'm not going to buy Apple. Well, the government is welcome to spy on what I'm doing. So Jonah Zill says, I think Erudite's been trying to split blame between MAGA and progressives, and people aren't trying to hear that right now. Sure. Admiral Gibbs is a loser. Well, you're not going to hear any counter arguments from me. Fashion 40 says, NSC attacks the liberals too much. He doesn't attack the right as strong, goes soft on Tectone and other right-wing creators. All right. I mean, I could see how people might be frustrated with that, particularly if her base is liberals. Yeah. All right. Well, let's do the intro. Let's get cracking. So, quick show before we start. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. And then, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican or a classical Republican, somebody who actually held the values of the Republican Party before they went insane. Today, I got a special little treat for you. I got Destiny debating Admiral Gibbs and other MAGA people. Destiny is, of course, one of the largest and most controversial liberal / center left-wing streamers. And then Admiral Gibbs is a MAGA conservative that I have had a lot of frustrating conversations with. And so I'm excited to check and see how this goes. Let's take a look.
You know, when Biden is increasing Secret Service and security for Trump after Iranian assassination threats and everything, right? It's like, okay, cool. This is a guy who seems like he doesn't want political violence. When I see all the conservatives are spamming like civil war, like all this crazy stuff, you know, on Twitter and everything, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, are you guys like looking forward to this? Like, there should be a healthy amount of apprehension or fear of like us actually descending to that point.
Promoting civil war is promoting violence directly, is it not?
Yeah, but like worse than that, it's like promoting it in like this really childlike, naive, like invincible kind of way. Like none of us should want that world.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah.
So I think this is them wrapping it up before Admiral Gibbs walks up. And by the way, something that I saw on Twitter, which I absolutely love, is whenever somebody says something infuriating and stupid, just imagine if they were 12 years old. And if they were 12 years old and their tweet now makes sense, then you can just be like, hey, you're 12 years old, please shut up. And for me, that's been psychologically cathartic, because so much of what people say on social media is like, oh, you have the maturity of an adolescent.
I agree. Okay, well, time for round 2. Let's get Mr. Justin Gibbs to the stage. Let's put it together for Mr. Gibbs.
All right. All right. Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right. So I kind of wanted to talk about a topic that's close to me, because I feel like most voters vote local.
Okay.
All right. And so it's kind of going to include some of the immigration, some of the tariffs. So I'm a rancher, and Trump is the best president that we've had in the last 70 years for ranchers. What do you have something to say?
This is gonna hurt. Okay. Sorry. I need to pace myself so I don't actually stroke out. The reason why this sentence is crazy is because Gibbs is like, oh, I'm from Texas. I'm a rancher. And his lore, according to him, is that when he was 18, he graduated high school. I think he went to college. I think he got a bachelor's. And then he started some businesses, and he kept building and selling businesses, building and selling businesses until eventually he's in whatever business he is now. And then he is a cattleman, which is borderline like, I find it weird that this guy has the capacity to like wake up and walk outside and do anything, because he's such a R-slur on debates that I kind of find it amazing. But hey, maybe he's like super talented outside of debate. I don't know. But then with ranching, you need to understand that there's like industry specific language. I think that Stephen very easily could hit back with Trump just screwed over farmers in the United States through tariffs, destroying like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crops. And he's going to have to do a multi-billion-dollar bailout. But the interesting thing about that is farming and ranching are two parallel industries. Ranching is livestock. So cows, pigs, sheep, llama, emu, ostrich, those are ranchers because they're raising and slaughtering livestock. Farmers are people who grow crops. And so what's interesting about ranching right now is that because of the reduced labor in the agricultural field, it's actually increased livestock prices substantively. So people in ranching are able to sell their meat for premium pricing. So weirdly enough, Gibbs is the beneficiary of Trump's R-slurdation. So I'm super curious with how this goes.
Say to people like us who are excited about what Trump's doing with the tariffs.
Ranchers that doesn't include like ordinary agriculture. Is that just animal ag or?
Yeah, specifically the cattle. I mean, I'm not.
Dang, I did not expect Stephen to know that. That's impressive. That is impressive.
Not a farmer, so I can't speak to that, but I can speak to ranchers.
Sure, because I know he's been horrible for farmers in his first term and right now in this term. The soybean thing that just happened with Venezuela, I think, was
well,
really
I mean,
bad.
part of that's also the overregulation with what they've done with alfalfa and they've done with grain. I mean,
No, it was
foreign
due to
subsidies.
Trump's tariffs and horrible negotiation
Nah.
skills and getting outplayed completely by China. Yeah.
I mean, well, we can look with ranching due to gestation periods. We can see specifically that over the next 2 years, we're going to have a turn. We're going to go from being the lowest herds that we've ever had to actually starting to be able to grow again and be competitive in the market. And, all these policies that Trump's put forth have been very beneficial to us. The trade deal with the UK.
Us. To specifically livestock.
Specifically being one, some of these other trade deals.
So I'm happy that the rest of the economy is imploding, but Admiral Gibbs is doing good. That's awesome.
Cutting out other countries like Paraguay, which was opened up with Biden. I mean, why do y'all hate ranchers?
Why do I hate what?
Why does the left seem to hate ranchers?
Well, I don't know if the left hates ranchers. Trump hasn't made any trade deals with any countries yet, so I don't know what trade deals you're referring to when you talk about the UK or anybody. All Trump has done is increase the tariffs to basically every country on the planet right now, so I don't know how that's helping.
Well, that's not true. The UK just agreed to get rid of restrictions and match USDA requirements regarding beef, and so they agreed to get rid of the restrictions on how much beef they've included. That's
They
something I know
might
for
have
a fact
agreed in
that's
a
happened.
speech, but there hasn't been any like deal formalized yet. Like these are all like skeletons of plans. We're still waiting for something.
Well, I mean, that's better than nothing. You just talked about how, with the border, right? You just talked about how, they just slapped the thing on there and then, we haven't finished the job. Well, at least we got something started. Before it was just continuous bleeding. Would you agree that getting some kind of start is better than no start at all?
No, because we're starting 1,000 feet behind the starting line because Trump started by tariffing the entire planet for no reason.
Yeah, because they've been taking advantage of the great United States.
They haven't been taking advantage of us.
Yeah,
Our economy
absolutely.
is destroying the rest of the world. We're the biggest economy on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. So they should be paying for access to that.
Part of the
exclusivity.
reason why we're the biggest economy on the planet is because they don't have to pay for access. We have open and free trade.
Yeah, but listen, everybody wants to be a Walmart. That's great and all, but eventually Walmart has to up its cost if there's no kind of benefits to them making money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Part of the
capitalism.
reason why everybody wants to go to Walmart, though, is because everybody can go to Walmart. As soon as you start making it restrictive and you start putting tariffs and other people start counter-tariffing you, nobody wants to go to your place.
Yeah, but whenever you have to pay all these different things with Walmart specifically, right? Like there's a reason why Walmart's closed down in certain neighborhoods due to crime.
You guys are so mean. Wiki Ditron says fat ranchers are office workers. Conservative liberalism says Gibbs likely just rents out land. Let's be honest. The other thing he does, according to him, is set up point of sale operations that circumvent traditional ones where he can skim some money off. Probably not as sexy as saying you're a rancher, though. Listen, man, this is the thing. He has this like weird suit. He has like a shitload of collectibles behind him. Somebody was saying that his Instagram, I haven't stalked his Instagram, but somebody said that they stalked his Instagram and that he actually did seem to have quite a bit of wealth. So I'm not going to go out on a limb and be like, oh, he doesn't, he's done nothing. Like he's probably done something. There's got to be some rationale to the madness of Admiral Gibbs dressed like a fucking plantation owner, like a mix between Hugh Hefner and he seriously looks like he looks like, what is it, that country singer named Jelly Roll. All you need to do is add like face tattoos. Then he looks like he's dressed like Hugh Hefner mixed with a plantation owner. So there's got to be some reason that he can dress like this. And then also there's got to be some way that he can afford the amount of calories that he does to be as big as he is. He must be doing something right.
And theft because it becomes not profitable. Right now, we're running with the biggest deficit we've ever run, and it's time to make some changes.
Because of tax cuts, See, this is why I can't have a conversation with Gibbs. I actually felt like the blood pressure shoot up behind my eye, and I felt like the blood vessel inside my eyeball on the verge of collapsing. You know how Joe Biden talks sometimes and then like his eye vessel would like explode and his eyeball would fill with blood? That almost happened to me just now. So we're running one of the worst deficits of all time. Tax cuts do not help deficits. Okay. And Donald Trump cut $10 billion from the federal budget, which, well, I guess Congress technically did it. Through the rescissions package, they cut 0.16% of the federal budget. If you actually cared about the deficit, you wouldn't support Trump. You have to be like wholly ignorant of federal economics to make the statement that Admiral Gibbs just made. I will try not to have a stroke live on stream. I will try not to fill up my eyeball with blood live on stream.
And specifically with ag and ranching, we're actually seeing benefits and changes that are benefiting ranchers, especially with the border control. It's helping to stop the screwworm infestation in Mexico from coming here. If that comes to Mexico, the beef industry collapses completely because of the small herds. I mean, why would we not want this kind of security? Why wouldn't we want these trade deals to benefit Americans?
We don't have any trade deals yet, so I can't really speak.
What do you mean we don't have trade deals? They're announcing trade deals all the time. Stuff is finalized.
Yeah, we're always 2 weeks away from them.
No, that's convenient. I mean, it's not always 2 weeks away.
It is always 2 weeks away. That's why there's not a single trade deal. The UK trade deal is not done yet.
I'm specifically citing the UK. They've already come back and said we're relaxing restrictions on beef.
Yeah, Chort says, my family owns a cattle ranch and our feed, mainly cottonseed and corn and fertilizer for hay fields. Prices have skyrocketed since Trump was elected, which I'm assuming, Chort, so correct me if I'm wrong. So if your feed increases in price, people still want meat, right? So your inputs have increasing cost, which means that your outputs have to increase in cost, which means that you can charge more for cattle. Now, if you charge more for cattle once they're slaughtered, then I assume that you're going to have to build in like an additional premium, expecting increase in cost. Because you don't just want to charge exactly what the market rate is right now. Because if you charge what exactly what the market rate is right now, you're just going to have to increase next week, increase next week, increase next week. So it's almost better to hike the price by, let's say that you experience like a 8% or 10% increase in inputs. Then you would charge a 20% increase in profits, expecting that slowly but surely the market is going to chip away at your profit margin. So it might be temporarily beneficial in the short term, but in the long term, it's probably screwing with the market. Now, that's just my instinct. That's just a read on the business as it is. That's the only way that I could see that Gibbs is saying like, oh, I'm actually making money hand over fist right now. That's the only way that I could see what he's saying being true. But also Admiral Gibbs could be a fucking liar. So if there's other variables that I'm not considering, please tell me.
American beef, we're going to match American. That's a change. That's like, maybe it's not a formalized trade deal, but whenever it's accomplished a goal, that's basically essentially a trade deal in all but name.
Yeah, the name is important. That's why it's called a deal.
Yeah, but
like if I were to tell you that like I have a mortgage on my house, like I'm good to go, like I've got everything done except the bank just hasn't like signed it yet. Well, that doesn't mean anything then, right?
Sure, but if I go buy a car cash, if I go in there and I'm like, hey, I want this jalopy, and they're like, hey, okay, cool, and I give them $2,000 or whatever, and they give me the car, and I don't have to sign anything except for the title. I mean, that's the same thing.
Yeah, but if they didn't give you the title, you wouldn't feel like you own the car, right?
I mean, maybe, depends.
You would give them all the cash, you drive out.
And this is what I'm trying to say, whereas argumentation sucks so much ass. It's borderline. He's 12. He's 12.
With the car, you'd leave the title at the car dealership?
Yeah, but maybe if I get the car dealership, I mean, I would say if they're really getting rid of the restrictions and I have the title, that's the same as the title. It's basically essentially the same.
Yeah, the reality of the situation is that Trump has just been horrible for trade in every respect. I don't know how anybody who likes free trade or thinks that trade is beneficial to the United States.
It's
Vorpal says, nothing quite like listening to Connor while getting ready for work. Thanks for being entertaining. I try, man. I try. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocially love you. Thanks for hanging out.
great to sit here and try to say, oh, we're pro-free trade, we're pro-capitalist, and that's like, you have this envision, this idea that all the people on the right are just these anarcho-capitalists, which isn't true. We want trade that's going to benefit us, and right now we've been taking advantage of it.
Sorry. Phylactery says, Phylactery says, Hugh Hefner, you mean huge heifer? I see the play on words. I would not have thought of that in a million years.
Especially in the beef
Why do we
industry.
think we've been taken advantage of?
Well, because I know for a fact that the reason we're losing beef, we've had beef cattle herds go further down, is because other countries have taken over our market. Under the Biden administration, we've had not been able to compete fairly at the international level. We have all sorts of border problems because we have all these different diseases come up into the cattle farm.
You think that beef failed under the Biden
and the corn
admin?
subsidies have been
Why
a problem.
how did Biden make beef fail in a way that Trump didn't protect
Well,
in the
that's
first 4
easy.
years?
Well, one, Trump has already got rid of some of the subsidies, like the corn subsidies. He's cracked down on illegal immigration. So, you know, if
Wait. Corn subsidies make corn cheaper. Why would that be good? If corn is cattle feed, and if corn is used in ethanol, why would I don't know what to say about this. $30 billion was the total amount of farm subsidies and aid provided to farmers on an annual basis within the United States. It's barely any part of the budget. I think it's like 1% of the budget, maybe. And why would eliminating subsidies that increase costs be a good thing? Again, this is where, like, I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do because you don't understand what words mean. I would draw a drawing, but I feel like it would be mental abuse to my audience to draw a drawing about how subsidies work. I think I have to draw a Gibbs drawing. I'll make it really, really, really fast. I'll make this fast. This is in case like any conservative or conservatarian thinks that anything that Admiral Gibbs is saying makes sense. Okay, because it doesn't. It's actually really, really, really stupid. So hold on. Let's say this is the price price, let's say that this is the price without subsidy. Let's say that this is subsidization. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I have to draw this. This is just in case like because a lot of Admiral Gibbs people, there's like 3 of them. But like 3 Admiral Gibbs people will say price at market rate, federal subsidy, and then price with subsidy. This should be like the most obvious thing in the world, but somehow it's not. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? And so the whole point that I'm trying to make here, which is very, very, very simple, is effectively that subsidies reduce prices. Now you can argue like, oh, well, I don't want my taxes going to subsidies. Like we should only compete within the market. But again, I think you're an idiot, because the truth is that it's almost nothing. It's 1% per year in order to guarantee that we have a strong agricultural market. Why do you give a fuck about 1% of the federal budget going to secure food for people in the United States? Why is that a problem? And the answer is they're going to have this really, really stupid, because I've had this argument before. They're going to have this really, really stupid thing where they're like, well, my industry doesn't get a subsidy. And it's like, well, your industry probably doesn't need a subsidy. So I'm sorry that I have to draw this. How subsidies work. A subsidy just means like the federal government pays some money in order to reduce the price of something within the market to make it more accessible. That's all that means. Why would corn going up in price be good? What the fuck? What the fuck is this guy on about?
If you know anything about ranching, then 97% of the United States ranches are family owned. That's something that's very important to this. And when I look, there's a small percentage, maybe the top 5%, that have most of the base for this production. And those people are all feeding unfairly by using illegal immigration labor. And then whenever they get busted, they just use, pay the fine and don't care. And with this bust, it's supposed to help the mom and pop, which is 97% of the ranches, about the 80%. That's not these select 10%.
I don't understand. Wouldn't a legal immigrant later help family farmers keep their costs more competitive so they'd make more money? Is that the whole reason they hire illegal immigrants?
No, because as a regular farmer, I can't go and afford, a regular rancher, I can't go and afford to pay the fine that a massive corporate owned or family corporate owned basically ranch can. They can just pay the fine, hire new immigrants. I can't do that. I have to go through the legal process. I have to hire legal people because they come and check us and come and get us if we do that.
Okay, but then all I'm saying is at the end of the day, this is going to end up raising your costs. So it feels like you're going to be less competitive in the global market anyway, no?
It's going to make it competitive costs. Like if one person has an advantage the other has, that's not good at all. Isn't that what they all want to do with DEI? You want to get rid of a competitive advantage that a certain group has?
Dude, DEI. We're really just word salading this one, aren't we? We're just word salading. That's okay. That's okay. Just Admiral Gibbs is 12. He's 12 years old. He thinks that cocaine and Hugh Hefner's suit and all that stuff is cool. He's 12. Don't burst a blood vessel. It's okay. He's 12. He's 12. Okay? Do not take psychic damage from this. He's just 12 years old.
Okay, hold on. Just as a baseline, you acknowledge that like a tariff is a tax paid by an importer, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, you know that a trade deficit doesn't mean that we're being taken advantage of by another country, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's partially part of that, though.
Not how.
Because if you're sitting here having to compete in that unfair advantage, you're going to have to offset it in some way in the trade deficit and all sorts of other deficits.
Wait, why is it an unfair? Maybe we just have more money to spend.
What, do you have just more money to spend? I mean, let's go back to what I was just talking about, though, real quick. You just asked.
The corn subsidies were making corn more expensive. How?
Why it would be fair to the regular guy versus the other. Okay, cool. You can look at the tariff argument and say, okay, maybe these people pay more taxes, but if it eliminates the bigger net negative, which is like the illegal immigrants working for these ranches have a certain special advantage that most ranches don't have. Other countries taking advantages when it comes to production. Like these are all benefits.
Okay. Let's take a look. Are farmers being paid not to not grow crops? Yes, farmers are being paid to not grow crops through conservation programs like Conservation Reserve Program, which incentivizes leaving land fallow for environmental benefits such as reducing erosion and protecting wildlife. Historically, programs also existed to pay farmers to reduce overall supply. Okay, so this sounds like keeping land so you don't recreate the Dust Bowl. So I'm okay with that. That seems like something that we should avoid. We should probably avoid another 1910 style Dust Bowl. Do corn subsidies pay people not to grow corn? Because that would actually have. Yes, government programs can pay farmers, including corn farmers, not to grow corn by paying them to take environmentally sensitive land out of production, such as through the Conservation Reserve Program. Okay, that's what we're talking about. But let's see, how do corn subsidies work? Corn subsidies in the U.S. primarily function through agricultural risk coverage and price loss coverage, which trigger payments when crop revenues or price falls below a certain benchmark. Farmers choose between these risk management programs, which are authorized under the Farm Bill to receive financial support based on historical production and county level of national average market conditions. These subsidies, along with subsidized crop insurance, aim to ensure stable farm income to reduce the risk of associated with farming. This program provides payments when a county or farmer's average revenue per acre fall below guaranteed level. This guarantee is based on an Olympic average of the previous 5 years' revenues, including the highest and lowest years. Price loss coverage. This program provides payments when the national average market price of a crop falls below a reference price set by Congress. The payment is based on the difference between the market price and this target price multiplied by the farmer's historical base acres of yield. So, aka Batasui, I will acknowledge, because I'm not a arsler, that there is a. Let's go ahead and open up my subsidy. So I explained something relatively simple, which was how subsidies work. And it looks like there's 2 subsidies that are available. So in general, this is how a subsidy works, where it reduces the price through subsidization. And it looks like there is 2 programs. I'm actually happy we learned this together. Learning new things every day. So let's go ahead and draw a line here down to 1 program. And let's draw a line here to basically 2 programs, but I think they operate similarly. So I'll go ahead and do it. So this one, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a look at how big that is. Paying farmers not to farm. Conservation Reserve Program. What is the Conservation Reserve Program budget? 2.2 billion. Okay. And then what is the corn subsidy budget? 3 billion. Okay. So this one is do not farm sensitive land so we don't recreate the Dust Bowl and create land that is permanently no longer farmable without fertilizer. This is part of crop rotation. And then this is if you don't make as much money, if you don't make as much money as predicted by 5 years of previous sales, the government will bail you out so you don't go bankrupt. And it looks like this one is 2 billion. And this one is 3 billion. But you understand how ending either one of these programs is effing R-slurred? Like, I hope you understand that ending either one of these is incredibly stupid. Because with this one, if you let farmers just farm however they want to farm, but then they destroy the land to the point that you can no longer grow shit on that, you'll have a temporary benefit of growing more crops, but you'll have a permanent loss once that ground goes fallow. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the definition of fallow. Fallow definition. Plowed or harrowed but left unsown for a period in order to restore its fertility as part of a crop rotation or to avoid surplus production. Unproductive land. Okay, so I think the way that they're using this now is that it's intentional unproductive land so you don't over farm it to the point that you lose the minerals inside the land. Okay? So that's the point of this, so you don't create a new dust bowl. Then this is to make sure that farmers don't go bankrupt. Ending this program would temporarily reduce prices through increase in farming. Ending this one would just make farmers go bankrupt. And this one is environmentally R-slurred. So either way, I find this to be incredibly effing stupid. It's the nicest way that I can put that.
Benefits that we've gained since Trump has taken office that was on a steady decline under the last 3 or 4 presidents.
When you say other countries are taking advantage of us because they can sell us things for cheap, I think that's like a truism that's just given, but it doesn't really logically follow. Inflation is increasing again at a faster rate than it was before. Our trade deficit is exploding. Trump did absolutely nothing to bring it down. Now we're paying a whole new category of tax that we barely paid before, which is the tariffs. We're having to bail out our soybean farmers now because we just got cracked over the head with China and Venezuela. The idea that there's all this help coming through because he closed the border, although apparently 25 million illegals are already in here. I don't see where the help is.
I could give you an example though, right? So this is kind of the bait and switch that the leftist seems to like to do, right? First of all, I go, oh, tariffs are all bad. And then I want to bring up other things like the trade deals and you'll say, oh, they don't happen. But when I say it, go, oh, hey, look, the UK is now matching American standards. It's a little bit of a bait and switch because you go, oh, they haven't taken advantage of. Then I go and look at Europe and I go look at Australia and I go look at, the UK and they have all these extra standards on beef that restricts us and doesn't allow us to sell over there in their markets. They're able to import over here and we're not able to export there. That's an unfair advantage. You can say they're not reciprocal, but well, we don't even have an option to go in there and sell because they're sitting here excluding us. And they're like, oh, maybe it's technically not a tariff, but the tariff is forcing them to react and change their policies at the local level, which benefits us here. So it's kind of like, it's not a direct one-to-one comparison. I'm sure.
I think if I heard more conversation about these particular standards, maybe I'd be more amenable to it. But the problem is Trump speaks so broadly, and then conservatives never actually detail any of these things. It's okay for different markets to have different standards for different things. That's fine, right?
Sure.
What was the FDA? There was some drug that they didn't approve a long time ago that was approved in Europe. I wish I could remember the name of it. Women would take it when they were pregnant, and their babies were coming out 7 arms or something. It was a bad drug that didn't get approved over here. It was approved in Europe, but there are different standards in different countries for different things sometimes. The idea that somebody might have a different standard for beef, and then so we can't export to that market as much, at least not all of our beef. I don't know if that's necessarily inherently exploitative. It can. There are some standards that are set up to be exploitative. But also, if Trump wanted to negotiate these, he said it himself, we have the largest, hottest economy in the world. Why would we have to start with a global tariff and then work from there?
It's because it's sending a message, and then these people come back and they make more fair deals. They get rid of the tariffs.
It's just Avi with a super chat. Thank you for the $2, bud. Appreciate you.
Any deals yet, though?
They've made all sorts of deals.
We have zero
deals with
deals.
Panama. We got deals with the UK.
We have zero deals.
What are you saying? We don't have zero deals when they've been announced. We've had their prime minister.
Yes, we've had announcements. He's talked. That's all Trump can do is talk. The deal we did have was the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade deal from Trump.
Sure.
He blew that up. So we have no deals.
Yeah,
negative deals.
So wait, so that's interesting you bring that up. Do you disagree that okay, things change within a period of time? So I've heard people on the left like yourself sit here and advocate that this is just a massive failure that Trump came out here to. You just advocated earlier that, oh, hey, this guy, he's a politician. He's going to adjust to what the people want. Trump's a politician. He's saying, oh, this deal failed. Let's adjust. Let's get something new in there. Let's do something else. Now he's trying the stick instead of the carrot, and it seems to be working.
It's not working, though. Inflation is increasing. Our exports and import markets are hurt right now. The treasury yields are...
Yep. Zena says, how Connor feels about democracy is how I feel about capitalism. It's the worst economic system in the world except for all the others. Right. Which is why I'm an advocate for mixed economy capitalism. So effectively, take the energy of capitalism, which is abundant creative destruction, tax it at a reasonable rate, especially at the upper echelons, use those taxes in order to ameliorate, which is a large word, but in order to reduce the suffering that capitalism causes. I mean, that for me, until we figure out through technology, through automation, through robot slaves, endless robot slaves, until we figure out how to effectively like mine the asteroid belt for so much metal and so much rare earth minerals and metals that we can build an endless army of robots. Until we figure that out, then mixed economy capitalism is going to be the model. We can move to decommodification and of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production when we effectively eliminate the need for human labor. And then we can move to like a luxury economy where everybody has food, water, and shelter. And then if you want a job, it's because you want to be productive with your time. And so you choose to be some kind of entrepreneur who's providing a good or service in the economy. And we keep some level of money or a money equivalent. That way you can be rewarded for your additional labor. But again, until we like replace human labor with automation, I think we're stuck with mixed economy capitalism.
Increasing, the world economy is losing faith in the United States. Like basically every conceivable metric, we're worse off than we were before. The budget is out of control. The one big beautiful bill massively. Our government is being shut down again. Like everything is failing. I don't know where all the success is coming from.
Like I said, I can point specifically to the beef industry as one of the industries that is growing. And this is kind of the misnomer I think y'all are talking about.
Somebody pointed out in chat as well that because of drought, there was a massive culling about 2 years ago. And so what's happening is the beef industry is recovering from that cull. And so the growth in the beef supply that Admiral Gibbs is talking about is not necessarily some like heaven sent Trump policy that has increased, beef production. It's actually just the natural recovery from the drought from a few years ago. I remember reading about the drought too, because there were like entire herds that had to be put down.
The service industry, a service industry nation for a while now, and it looks like we're trying to move back to more of a manufacturing and production nation. And I think this is one of the major ones. If the beef industry fails, that's a national security crisis. Like first thing that happens if you lose your food supply, and that's going to be a bad thing.
Cheeseburgers are the only food supply in the United States.
You act like that's funny. That's a good one though. But here's the thing: like I used to be able to go get a thing of fajitas, some skirt steak, a couple pounds of it, 99 cents a pound. Now it's $14 a pound, right? And that's crazy and it's bad, and that's due to exactly because the Biden era policies under soy, the Biden era policies under alfalfa, the Biden era policies under corn. All these subsidies made people switch, and all of a sudden now we didn't have feed, herds shrunk. We had these unfair deals with these other countries, and now, hey, if we have this screwworm infestation and have a porous border, which we know a porous border causes infestations of these screwworms and other kind of diseases into our beef market. If we don't have this secured, it's going to be bad. And under Biden, we didn't have any of that, and under Trump, we've secured it, just like the gentleman that just went before me said, and you agreed. So, like, how can you say this is a net bad for some of these industries when we're in a transitionary period?
Well, if we're transitioning backwards, I guess it's a net good if we're trying to regress economically and security wise. But like, if you care about national security, Trump has been worse on national security in like almost every conceivable metric.
Wait, do you think going backwards into production and manufacturing is actually you think that's going backwards, I guess is what you're saying?
When people speak derogatorily about like service type economies and then they want to step back into manufacturing, that's a regression.
See, I disagree. I hear a lot of people, I guess they want to go backwards to a time where they had more money in their pocket.
No, they say they want to, but what's interesting, there was this there's an interesting poll that came out about like manufacturing, and it was like, should the United States bring back manufacturing jobs? And it had like 80%, approval. And then they were like, would you prefer to work in a manufacturing job? And it had 1% approval. like, listen, we all imagine, in my opinion, we all imagine that there's some unemployed Midwestern, hams for fists guy out there, sitting in a crappy Midwestern Rust Belt house, just waiting for, an industrial job to come back. And so as a result, we want the Rust Belt to be revivified to its previous point of glory, when it was like the car manufacturing hub of the world, when Detroit was the car manufacturing hub of the world. But then, You actually statistically look at the amount of people who actually want to do that, and it's like 10 to 15% of the population. Like, it's not, plenty of people enjoy air conditioning jobs. Plenty of people enjoy their email jobs. And if they want manufacturing to come back, they want somebody else to do the manufacturing.
Like, I hear all these people that were big union guys going, hey, I miss working at the factory, making $30 an hour. Why can't we get back to factories? I hear ranchers talking about, I remember in the 50s, which is crazy that they're talking about the 50s when they had larger herds, beef prices were way down.
And by the way, I remember the 50s is no longer true, okay? Anybody who says I remember the 50s is like 80 or 90 years old. Nobody remembers the 50s at this point.
Even in the 90s, beef prices weren't as egregious as now, but they're still flying up, and it's because of all the bad lefty policies where they're overregulated.
But like in the 1500s, if you knew the Pythagorean theorem, you were the smartest guy in your math class. Times change.
Hey, first wave negativity. I'm assuming you're a geohound just because of the way that you said my name.
That's
like you can't just say
what
that
does that have to do with anything?
Because going backwards to a manufacturing economy, that might have been good 50 to 100 years ago when the entire world was doing like manufacturing and was working that way. But you can't no economy. You can't give me a single example of an economy anywhere on the planet that regressed ludicrous. Economically.
That's ludicrous to argue that you were the smartest person in the room just because you knew the Pythagorean theorem has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, which is
what is an economy that's going backwards from service to manufacturing? Like, who are you jealous of economically? Who do you think does better than the United States?
We could be doing better. China's exploding at one of the quickest rates. They're doing a lot of manufacturing.
Because they're like 100 years behind. This is another thing that pisses me off is like people are like, China's economy is exploding. Yeah, you know why China's economy is exploding? Because they were like not industrialized. They weren't industrialized in the 40s and 50s. So they've been playing catch up for a century. So you're jealous of the explosive growth of industrialization, but industrialization in the Western world occurred largely in the 19th century through the middle of the 20th century. So that's when we were building cities. That's when we were building cars. That's when we had massive factories. That's when we were building bombers. That's when we were building, engineering marvels like the Golden Gate Bridge and the Hoover Dam and this, that, the other. That's when we were doing that stuff. And should we be doing more of that stuff? Yeah, probably. That's what the abundance movement is about. The abundance movement is about building the next generation of American infrastructure in order to make sure that not only do we stay competitive in the world, but also we build what's necessary for the future. And what's so funny is I almost guarantee you that if we brought up massive infrastructure projects that cost billions of dollars, the second that we brought that up to characters like Mr. Gibbs, he would be like, that's cool, but not with my taxes.
Actually, we're seeing all
what is China trying to expand the most into, though? What does Trump complain? They steal our intellectual property. They have things like TikTok. They're expanding in green energy. They're expanding their relations with every other country on the planet. They're expanding like all of their tech industry. They're not trying to do more manufacturing. They're trying to do more service.
Do you think tech is only service, producing tech? Right now we can't even make missiles. We can't even make phones. We're running out of the supplies to sit here and get the rare earth minerals.
We can't.
Darth Panzer, I'm not taking the bait. Nice bait, though.
Can't make missiles.
Yeah, we don't have the tech.
We literally bombed Iranian nuclear plants, and they didn't even know about it until Trump went on the media and made an announcement about it.
We already had those.
Okay, so we can bomb.
Cameron Mosley says, what are some of your problems of capitalism then? Like, I like capitalism because of how productive it is, and then allowance of private property and trade. So what I would say my main beef with capitalism is the dignity of labor. Okay. I think that it's fair that if you have, I think I have a drawing for this. I think it's fair. Where's my economics? Give me a second. Let me pull it up. This is you and me. Okay. We are, by sheer virtue of what's going on, this is like 90% of the population are these little tiny cups. And if you don't understand what's on your screen right now, this is like the economy symbolized through water. And what's happening in water flow in our current economy, especially in a capitalist economy, is what's called trickle-down economics, right? So these are consumers, and they are forced to consume, and they are also forced to pay taxes, right? So we're forced to pay taxes, and it goes down into this higher bucket. Now, you could make an argument that, 90% of taxes are paid by this group. but that's also because of how much water is trapped in this bucket. I should probably do an additional drawing that explains taxation. But my problem with the current market is that so little water makes it down into the working class through trickle-down economics that we need an additional system in order to provide the wealth that's necessary for these people to thrive. So that's taxation, and taxation redistributes more water to the bottom through social services like healthcare, education, food subsidies, law enforcement, all that kind of stuff, right? That's how the bottom rung gets the social services that are necessary to survive. What my problem with capitalism, unfettered capitalism, is that the people up here who are drowning in wealth, and the people up here, this would be like the upper class. This would be the bourgeois in socialist explanation. And then this would be like the professional working class, what we would call the middle class or upper middle class. They are drowning in wealth. So they can have a house, they can have a second house, they can have gold-plated jet skis, they can get machine guns, they can get sports cars, they can get, ultra cars, they can have a second family, they can have a mistress, they can have this, they can have that. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Meanwhile, these people, the working class folks, are effectively working 40 to 60 hours a week, and then they're barely able to pay their bills. And so my problem is that oftentimes when you get into these upper echelons of society, they say, well, if these people can barely survive, if these people are working 60 hours a week and don't have time to take care of their families, if these people have shitty schools and shitty healthcare, well, that's their fucking problem. Because realistically, all they need to do is they need to become a member of the professional working class, or they need to become a member of the bourgeois, and then they can have whatever they want. But the truth is, a shitload of people down here don't have the intelligence, don't have the skill, don't have the luck, don't have the investment in order to make it into the professional working class or the upper middle class. And so that's where I think government regulation and government taxation is necessary in order to make sure that these people have dignified lives and they're able to take care of their families. That's my main beef with capitalism. Speaking of capitalism, so far we have had It's Just Avi support the chat, but this chat does not run on unicorn farts. You guys were incredibly generous last month, and so I would appreciate some generosity from you today. Christian Vlaris was also incredibly generous last stream, so Christian Vlaris, do not feel compelled to donate anything. You, during my debate in which I almost died from a brain aneurysm, you were incredibly generous, so I do not need money from Christian Vlaris. However, like the stream, it is free. It lets other people know that we're live and they can come hang out with us and have a good time. Engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, smart people in here. And if you write something funny that I laugh at, I'll probably read it out on stream. Super chats if you got them. If you got money in your checking account, you're hanging out, you're thinking, dang, I'm going to go buy some Wendy's. Well, throw $2, $5, $10 towards your streamer. Okay. Then memberships if you got them. Memberships incentivize other people to join the community, maintain and maintain their membership. So it helps out. So since I love mixed economy capitalism, redistribute some of that wealth, okay?
Things. I think we're doing okay there.
You disagree with the Biden administration, the reason why they put forth the CHIPS Act in the first place then? So
no, I think the CHIPS Act is fine. I think there are certain things that we can incentivize here.
Oh, so then you are pro-manufacturing then?
I never said I was anti-manufacturing. What I took issue with was you attacking service.
Okay. Listen, we saw COVID. It became the gig economy, became just service economy. That's bad. I don't know anybody that can sit here and just make a living wage off of just working Uber or Uber Eats or, DoorDash or anything. Nobody can live like that. They have to do this. They have to work the regular job and they have to work one of these in the side jobs to sit here and get by. If we could return to manufacturing, people can work their 9 to 5s, 40 hours a week and get back to only having to work 40 hours a week.
You acknowledge that those jobs are never coming back like that, right? Like every time you say that, you're selling a lie to people. That will never, ever ever be
They're
the
never-
case that you can put a door on a car and make a living wage doing that. That will never be the case again in any part of the world.
I mean, how are you intending that we're going to automate, say something like ranching? There's no way you can automate ranching. What are they going to have?
Farming uses more like automation and advanced machinery. Like, do you think that people that do agriculture like go out with their scythes and chop the crops?
No, I think as somebody that's done agriculture my entire life, I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good idea. I don't think there's any robot that can go out there and kill snakes currently to keep my cattle from being poisoned. I don't think there's a robot right now that can go kill a mountain lion or a coyote that's eating a calf. No.
I mean, the dog robots with guns on the back of them, I think, could kill coyotes. I don't know if they're precise enough in order to kill snakes, but that technology's on the way.
I don't think there's going to be a robot that can build my fence for me currently. No, I'm sorry. There's just no way you can sit here and automate that. Maybe at a feedlot, but that's the second tier part of the production when it comes to ranching.
So I can understand it. You're saying that the process of building a fence today is the same as it was 50 years ago?
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, a lot of people are just going to get post hole diggers and dig posts and posts, and that's how they're going to repair their fence. You've probably had that technology since 50 years ago. However, when you're talking about installing a fence, that's just not true. There's mechanical post hole diggers. There's mechanical fence layers. Matter of fact, fuck it. I'm just going to show that Gibbs is a fucking arsler, okay? Okay, so 70 years ago, we didn't have half the mechanical equipment or half the complex mechanical equipment that we do now, all right? So let's go ahead and take a look. This was the technology 50 fucking years ago, all right? Or 70 years ago was this, okay? It's basically 2 miniature shovels with a fulcrum in the middle that allows you to dig out the stuff, and you would have a young guy go out there, dig a hole. That way you could put posts in, and then you could do that. Nowadays, you have this post hole digger, which probably shortened the work. And I'm sure they existed in the 50s through the 70s, but I doubt that they were like broadly available. Okay. Then let's do mechanical post hole digger and fence layer. So we have the post hole digger, that's mechanical. But that's not the one I'm looking for. Tractor with fence attachment. I've seen this thing before. I promise it exists. Right here. Right now, this probably did not exist 70 years ago. You had a guy go lay the fence with a handheld post hole digger. If you were rich, you probably had this little like drill bit thing. But if you're farming right now, you can 100% use this vertical fence layer along with a mechanical post hole digger in order to do what somebody did 2 generations ago in 90% less time with the same level of efficiency and accuracy. So this is one of the things, like Admiral Gibbs is 12. Okay. Admiral Gibbs is 12. Because what he said is just incorrect, but he said it confidently. So a bunch of people on his side are going to be like, damn, Admiral Gibbs is owning Destiny right now. But what he said is just not true. And he should know it's not true. But he's going to pretend that it's true for the sake of trying to win the argument. Very frustrating.
Okay, that's not my experience on any of this, but okay.
I mean, the only difference is maybe we have a post hole digger so we can do it faster. I mean, even then, that's still something that's been around 30 years.
Okay, when it comes to manufacturing things, there's never going to be a world where we have like the old like the Detroits, like the car manufacturing plants, where like an ordinary person can do.
So what you're saying is we need to spend 50% of GDP on old people, smiley face. I'll address that when I get back. Hold that thought. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back. Sorry that you have to take psychic damage without me.
kind of like.
What about aerospace? What about, just like we were talking about chips manufacturing,
even aerospace? I mean, look, these are all like robot automated jobs.
Shipbuilding, that's another one we need. China's outbeating us in shipbuilding. There's all these different industries that are definitely going to be having to be built here if we build the tariffs, and it is transitory.
You think that we're going to go back to a world where you've got people that are manually putting these things together and making a living wage doing it? We're going to be competitive with the rest of the world on this?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think we're going to be able to be more competitive because lately with the service economy, what do we make? We make nothing. And, when you make nothing, you're worth nothing.
What do you mean by you make nothing?
I mean, if you're just the service industry, if you're only able to sit here, say you're a waiter at a restaurant, right? That's service industry. You would agree with that?
Yeah, but
okay.
like people also consider like programmers like service. I mean,
there's gonna be a lot. Let's say you're a waiter at a restaurant, for example, right? The only way you have to sit here and serve that burger, that $8 burger you were talking about, is if someone's able to make the beef, to get the beef there, and then they produce it, they like manufacture it, they feed it, all this good stuff, butcher it. You have to have all these different lines in the line of production in order for the service industry to work. But what you're proposing is, let's just kill the beef industry. We don't need that going forward. We're going to sit here and just import this beef, and then if we ever have any kind of trade problems with these people and they cut it off, suddenly now the service workers out of job because they can't get beef for their.
So do you think like Microsoft is like a nothing company?
I mean, you think Microsoft is a service company, or do you think they're a production company? Because they're both.
What do you mean by what do you consider production?
I mean, they're building computers. Do you think they're building computers? They build software.
Microsoft build computers?
I mean, they used to. I mean, I'm not sure if they do. I'm thinking
they have Azure. They're like servers and stuff that you can rent space out of, but this is all like service electronic stuff, and they do like software or like Amazon, AWS,
I mean,
like software. Like, do you think it's like fake stuff?
I mean, I guess software would be service, but I mean, just because you have that doesn't mean you don't need HP building it, or like Texas Instruments building TI-83s, or Texas Instruments building computers, or all sorts of companies.
Like, is there an example of any other country on the planet that has gone back to, or whose economy that you think we should emulate, who's doing better than us, who does less service and more manufacturing?
Why would we want to emulate another country when we're the world leaders? I feel like we should lead the way and go back to manufacturing.
Do you see what you just said? We should lead the way and go back?
Yeah,
like,
exactly, because what's going on right now is not working.
What was going on was we were dominating the entire world economy. We came out of COVID stronger and better than every other economy on the planet. Since what do you mean? Since when? I mean,
it's arguably the whole reason why I think Mr. Pangburn over here brought up Hassan earlier as a joke. I mean, Hassan's always talked about multipolarity. I mean, if anything, the multipolarity people are getting stronger because we're sitting here not doing manufacturing. We're the weakest we've been in 200 years almost.
Our manufacturing has increased. The output of manufacturing in the U.S. has increased like pretty solidly.
In what industries? Like a few like specific ones? Well, major industries like.
I mean, we probably don't manufacture the same things anymore, but we do like end stage manufacturing better than most other countries on the planet. But we'd rather be making like the widget monster than making the widgets.
Well, you yourself just brought up at the beginning of this conversation the soy industry, right? The soy, how it got devastated by some of Trump's policies, okay? And then how there's having all these problems. Well, that's manufacturing that's gone backwards. You didn't seem to have a problem when something like soy was doing well, but now that ranching's doing well, now it's a problem.
Why would it be a problem if they're doing well? My issue is that conservatives, for some reason, you guys view everything on the planet as like some zero-sum game where the only way to make gains is to destroy some other part of the economy or to destroy some other part of the world in order to have some piece of the pie for themselves. But like you can talk about these things like manufacturing is being destroyed. Why did Elon Musk start Tesla and start SpaceX? Why did he start that in the United States if our manufacturing is so horrible? Well, and when he did start that in the US, it's not like he put together a whole bunch of blue-collar workers in the Uber factories to build the rockets and the cars?
I can't speak to Elon Musk and why he wants to be a patriot and build jobs here in America or return us to space. I don't know all that, but I'll tell you this. When I'm sitting here seeing people sit here and complain about, the soy industry collapsing, or I'm seeing other industries popped up, like the corn industry popped up by subsidies, while, the beef industry languishes and rots on the vine, I sit here and go back to what I said in the beginning. I think it's not that Republicans think it's a zero-sum game. I think it's that we sit here and look and we go, we vote local, right? Whenever I'm having my fences damaged by coyotes coming across, bringing people illegally, or I'm having people sit here getting unfair advantages because they can pay to have illegal workers to pay the fine, hire new people, and then I'm having things like the other countries sit here have unfair regulations that we can't compete with while we have tariffs on our beef or numbers. I think it's pretty clear that the left, for the last 20 years at least, hasn't cared about people like me. And so when I go and vote, I don't know, it's kind of like a big FU all of a sudden when we're doing good and everybody else is like, oh no, it's so bad. And it's like, I mean,
you can say that, but like the reality is on every single issue you listed, Trump has failed, will continue to fail, and by the end of his term will have failed on every single one of those issues. Costs are.
Okay, so I don't know what psychic damage that you took over the past several minutes, but I'm happy that I wasn't here for it because otherwise I would be hurting just as bad as you guys are. So what you're saying is we need to spend 50% of GDP on old people. So what's so interesting about what first wave negativity, also known as world-renowned GeoHound, I know who you are. I'm just kidding. I actually have no idea if you're the same person. Federal budget 2025 by category. So if you look at federal spending, a disproportionate amount goes into social services. So Medicare is fiscal year 25, more spent on interest payments than defense so far. Interesting. That is interesting. But other spending, Social Security, Medicare, other health, and net interest. Okay, so if you look at Medicare and Medicaid, then we are at 32% of the budget. So roughly a third of it is healthcare services. Then 30% of it is Social Security. And then I want to say 10% of it, because it's like 1 trillion or 800 billion or whatever. Actually, it's probably more than 1%. It's or more than 10%. It's probably like 12% or 13%. 13% is defense. And so that's like a majority of this other stuff. And then the interest is actually kind of killing us a little bit. 22% interest is insane. But we also have like we have close to $40 trillion in debt. Our debt to GDP ratio is around 125%. And so the whole point of this is that for this, Social Security is kind of like retirement, but it's not really retirement because not a lot of people can actually live just off of their Social Security check unless they're living in a trailer park, basically. But Social Security is making sure that old people don't eat cat food. That's what it really is. It's like after the age of 62, you can collect a check. It'll basically pay your grocery budget and maybe a little bit more. And that's Social Security. So the interesting thing about this, though, is that because of the baby boomer generation, I think that Gen X is going to be so small that Social Security is actually probably going to collapse as far as how much we're paying on an annual basis for Social Security. But then what's going to happen is the millennial generation is so big, and I think Gen Alpha is so small that Social Security will no longer be a viable federal expense. Like we will have to reduce payments by 30 or 40%, or we're going to have to, axe the program. So that's where the question kind of becomes like, how are we going to manage this economic model? And we haven't really answered that question because the solution from the baby boomers so far has been, let's kick the can down the road until we're dead and we'll let the millennials figure it out. So I have lots of ideas, but I don't want to bore you to death. So let's go back to taking psychic damage. I also see a lot of people have donated. I promise I will get to your super chats, and I parasocially love you for donating.
Increasing for everything. Tariffs are hurting every single consumer, disproportionately middle class and worse. The
Stock
budget is
market's at
getting
all-time
spiraling.
high.
What?
Stock market's at all-time highs, hitting record highs.
I'm sorry.
Oh, from AI investment, stock market do good, therefore economy do good. Thanks. Number go up, dumbass. God, I hate this guy.
Stock market? What happened to voting local? Do you think the stock market
Sure, but
represents
I
the
can go back
average
to voting
person?
local. Beef prices, like I said, are
stock
up
markets were at
at
all-time high
high.
under Biden. Would you say that Biden had a great economy?
Yeah, the highest under Biden is like the highest under Biden is the lowest it's been under Trump. So I guess you're
Yes.
giving
Welcome
credit
to the
that
stock
Trump
market.
did
It goes up.
Yeah, I mean, no, it doesn't. What do you mean? We have crashed.
Bud 123 says Christian super chat on Friday was legendary and offended the host so badly. Yeah, bro. For how mean? Listen, Sarah and I have a good relationship, so I'm not talking shit about Sarah. But what was so funny is her chat is so mean to every single one of her guests. And then Christian Vlaris was like, $200. Fuck this debate. Fuck this moderator. Fuck the other person. Everyone's R-slurred. And Sarah, you can kind of tell. And Christian Vlaris, props to you for throwing a big D energy super chat out like that. But basically what happened was I think Sarah was mildly offended that she was getting, called a bad moderator. And then I think it was super funny because that guy was like acting super confident. Cooley or Koozie or whatever his name was acting super confident. And I think it kind of was like an indication of like, fuck you. $200, go fuck yourself. That was kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. So Christian Vlaris, thank you for that. Thank you for that support. Gen X says strong arm us G's for $10. I will, and thank you for the donation. Sapien Green for 100 DKK. Is a fat rancher like a skinny cook? Well, that's what a lot of people have said is that if you're fat as a rancher, it means you're not doing the menial labor anymore. It's kind of funny.
All the time.
Yeah, and then it goes up. You know, the last like 3 or 4 years
Sure,
of
I mean,
Obama's
that's
presidency was all-time highs before Trump came in.
What the F over became a member? Thank you, King.
And then Trump was all-time highs, and then COVID happened, and then Biden was all-time highs. And guess what? By the end of Trump's term, it'll be all-time highs. And guess what? After the next president, it'll also be all-time highs. That's how the stock market works.
Yeah, but whenever we talk about inflation, we can go and look at like average costs going in there, right? Like right
What the F over gifted 5 memberships? Thank you, King.
now with beef, like I said, it's going to take 2 years for things to like level out and the cost to be passed on to consumers and it go down. But if we continue under the same policies, when the beef prices are just going to keep flying up, as soon as it's going to be $30 for your $8 burger at the rate it's going. You know, we're at an all-time high for beef prices. Yeah, it's great for a seller's market, but it's really bad for everybody else. And so when I'm sitting here looking at what you're saying, you know, yeah, gas right now where I'm at, you know, it's like $2.30, right? You know, I'm sure it's higher in some places like California. Why don't we look at where it's higher and where it's lower? And it's clear that the places with more regulation are way, way higher. So
at the end of Trump's term, when inflation is higher than it should be, when costs are higher than they should be, are we still going to blame Biden for that? Because inflation is higher now. It's coming higher and higher and hotter than it should have been. The Fed is going to have to, unfortunately, they're going to have to lower rates now because inflation is not only is inflation increasing, unemployment is increasing too. Like on every economic indicator we have, every market indicator we have is looking worse and worse.
Hold on, you're sitting there saying unemployment is up. Yeah, well, cool. That's great and all, maybe. But it's more also at the same, when I look.
Dave Dogbutt says, I got super omega triggered by Gibbs. He's clearly never driven a fence post in his life and doesn't know shit about working on a ranch. Bro, that's where I have to assume what a lot of people are saying is that he has to be an owner. That's what I'm getting from, because there's a few ag people in my chat and they're like, there's no way that if you were a rancher and you were clearing out stalls and moving cattle around and doing the vet care and driving the vehicles and repairing the fences and all that kind of shit, there's just no way that this dude would be this fat and this soft. And so they're saying that he's an owner. Now, I don't know. Maybe Admiral Gibbs could show us a video of him out there, you know, digging post holes, repairing fences, you know, doing all that kind of crap. But Shave Dogbutt is saying that I got super omega triggered because he's clearly never driven a fence post in his life and doesn't know smack about working on a ranch. I would love this. Okay. Listen, I have every reason in the world to not believe Gibbs. I think Gibbs has shown himself to be dishonest. I think he's shown himself to be kind of stupid. I think he's shown himself to kind of be so dumb. It's amazing that he has any wealth whatsoever. However, I don't know enough about his personal life or how he accumulated his wealth to really challenge him on all this stuff. And so as a result, I would frankly love to see Admiral Gibbs be challenged in, you know, via debate on what he actually does on the ranch by a real rancher. Because, you know, basically, like for me, like a military guy, let's say a military guy came out and he said like, oh yeah, I was a ranger and I did this and I was a part of this special operation and I was a part of this special operation. Well, I know enough about like military history and units that I could be like, oh, okay, you were a ranger. Were you like a bat boy, meaning that like you were actually part of 75th Ranger Regiment? Or do you mean that you got a ranger tab from Ranger School? Because a lot of people like to say that they're rangers, but they were never a part of the 75th Ranger Regiment. They just went to like a hardcore survival school. And then a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, I just got tabbed. I didn't serve with 75th. Okay, well, we already know that you're kind of taking advantage of people's ignorance in order to pretend that you're cooler than you were. Okay, now this operation was done by Marines, where 90% of the forces were Marines, like Marja or Fallujah. So what part of, like, what unit were you a part of and what did you actually do during the operation? Okay, now this operation was in 2003. This operation was in 2007. How long were you in the service? And then if they say they were a part of 2 special operations, but they were only in the service for like 4 years, then that wouldn't be possible. And if they're like, oh, I only did 2 years, well, then you know that you're just dealing with a liar. So that's the kind of stuff where, like, with military stuff or law enforcement stuff, I feel comfortable prodding somebody's personal history in order to show that they're a liar. Whereas with Gibbs, you know, him saying like, oh, I owned a bunch of businesses and I sold them, I'm not going to get into the details, and now I'm a rancher. It's like I don't really have enough there in order to challenge him. I just don't.
Okay. Unemployment's great for all these people, and then you find out, oh, well, they included all these people that work like 18 hours a week as employed and whatnot. Like, that's ridiculous. That's not employment.
Well, that's not how unemployment is calculated.
Yeah, it was under one of the things.
No, it wasn't.
That's why under the Biden, they keep having to revise the job reports. We figured out they're lying. And there's
Revising the job reports have nothing to do with-
no trust from the left right now. Y'all lied about his health. Y'all lied about jobs reports repeatedly. We know for a fact
Well, there's
he's
no
a
trust
liar.
from the left because Trump himself will openly lie about everything.
But this is something I can look like. I'm not even a super huge pro-MAGA guy. I'm like a Texas Republican. We don't trust big government. And then when I
AF Racing asks an important question. Horse people, is there a speed faster than Gallop?
sit here and I look and I sit here and you go, oh yeah, Trump's lied about everything. Then I see the stuff he's done, and then I go, oh, it's
Yeah, Henry Wilkins. I'm 70 and I remember a little of my youth in the 50s. The milkman and baker made decent livings in the 60s. I became a carpenter, then contractor, and finished as a park ranger. Lucky. Yeah, so Henry Wilkins is the one guy who remembers the 1950s, okay? None of you other D-bags remembers the 1950s. Henry Wilkins is grandfathered in, literally.
the highest jobs they've ever been. And then I go, oh, okay, well, look, let's see. Why did they just sit here and cut out, 100,000 jobs from the last Biden report? Or why'd they cut 300,000? And every time the Biden jobs report came out, it was cut under Trump. We haven't seen those things. We've seen very small corrections, if at all. And so it looks like, yeah, maybe it's slower, but it's also not inflated fake.
Boondoxian Citizen 1990 for $5 says, saw the specific event IRL and it was great chatting to some Republicans who were persuaded by Destiny's arguments. Now we just need to get you on the road. Brother, I'm down. I'm down for Pang Burn. I'm down for, what's the other one? UnF America. UnF America tentatively invited me to their Las Vegas event and tentatively invited me to their FSU event. I probably need to follow back up and see what's going on logistically because I'm not sure when those are. But dude, I would love to go to Vegas. My editor, Travis Tays, he's out in Vegas. And then also FSU is like a 2-hour car ride. So I could absolutely go to FSU, or if they went to Tampa, I could go to any of those events super easy. So yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm down. I'm down. I'm not going to let one political assassination ruin my taste for IRL events, What's a little political assassination amongst friends? Shaved Dog Butt says, I also got triggered about his comments on Heb. I work for them. Heb doesn't own production. It owns packaging. It's also not a grocery company. It's real estate. And then Shaved Dog Butt also said that he bets that Admiral Gibbs is riding around in a Polaris yelling at Hispanic workers. So yeah, that's my vibe too. But I want to get you. I want to get you and Admiral Gibbs into a room so you guys can talk about ranch stuff and you can just expose how ignorant he is about ranch stuff. I went to the Houston event. Did you take a pic with Destiny? I think you're asking the other chatter that. Shaved Dog Butt says, Heb buys all the land around their stores and leases the land to other firms. That's where their money comes from. I gotcha. Well, that's another thing that somebody was saying was that Gibbs is probably a property owner where he took the capital, bought the land, leased it to other ranchers, and then now he says he's a rancher. So, AKA Badasui for 5 says, if this works, thank the snowman gift card that's been in my drawer for 3 years. Never mind, I can change which card it charges. Yay. Well, it did work, AKA Badasui, so thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, King.
Numbers the way that you're sitting here pertaining, putting out there.
So you believe the numbers under Trump, but you don't believe the numbers under Biden?
I'm just saying if they're from the same agencies,
You believe the numbers under Trump, but you don't believe the numbers under Biden?
No, what I'm saying, well, hold on. The Biden numbers under Biden that I'm quoting are the same numbers that came out. First, he put one out for the jobs report, and then several times, each time under Biden, those jobs reports got revised. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, job report revisions are pretty common. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and when they're substantial, and you go all the whole time, hey, buddy, this is the high.
Henry Wilkins says, who is this Gibbs guy? Does his mom dress him? Does not look like any rancher around here in New Mexico. Listen, man, he likes to be a pimp. That's what he says. He says that he's rich enough that he can get Instagram e-girls. He likes to do cocaine. He likes to go out on his boat. He likes to do this. He likes to do that. And his story, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but his story is, I made my first business when I was 18. I was successful. I rolled that into another business, another business, another business. I consecutively sold off my businesses, and then I became a rancher, and now I'm a rancher. That's his origin story. And then I ask him like, details on it. He's like, oh, well, I don't want to share more details. And it's like, okay. See, and here's the thing. This is the reason why it kind of smells like bullshit to me. And I'm not saying it's totally bullshit. I'm just saying why I think it's bullshit is because you could ask me what I did in the military and I would say, okay, I did supply and logistics. And you're like, how did you actually do your job? And I could outline my entire job for you. I could be like, well, in my first unit, I was a clerk, so I ordered stuff in order to get it in for a radio battalion, actually technically a radio repair company. And so as a result, we just got in various electronic stuff in order to repair radios, and that's what we did all the time. We actually just repaired radios and ordered stuff in order to repair radios. That was my first job. My second job was property accounting in Iraq, where I was doing there's something called a CMR and a MAL. There's 2 reports that are property accounting reports, and one of them was never updated. And so I spent 7 months updating one report with the transactions from the other report. And it actually took me 7 months to get clean books. And then we turned over clean books to the new unit. And then the new unit fucked up the books within 48 hours. So it was like a waste of my life because I spent 7 months fixing the books and the next person who came in fucked them up within a day. That was a little bit stressful. Then I went to California, and California, I'm not going to lie, I was basically like a supervisor who clicked between like 3 different reports for, 8 hours a day. And then I walked around trying to do the property accounting reports that I did in Iraq, but that unit was so jacked up that just by doing an inventory, I couldn't even figure out what was going on because the property reports were so bad. Nobody knew the equipment we had because they had gotten so much equipment in and put so much equipment out that nobody knew what we had. And then I did project management for the last year. So I can describe like another dozen jobs on top of that over the course of decades. Whereas if I ask for details, he gets like squeamish. So that kind of points to me like, are you not telling me details because you don't want to talk about your personal life, or are you not telling me details because if you told me the details, I would not be impressed? Right.
Jobs we've ever had, and then 3 months later the provision comes out and it's 1 million people lower or 300,000 lower, and it's not the highest. Well, that's a lie. Would you agree? You just said it's exaggerating. It's a lie.
So I don't think the revisions were as drastic under Biden. I think one of the reasons for a lot of the revisions under Trump is because Trump has done a lot of self-inflicted harm on the economy that nobody was expecting and the markets have had to adjust for. For instance, the global tariffs that were completely brainless that have done nothing but damage to the United States economy and reputation abroad.
So wait, just to be clear, you're saying that exaggerating the numbers under Biden is different than Trump exaggerating, saying
I don't think they're exaggerating. When they do the prospective job numbers, they collect it from like the census, and then they get the later report. Yeah, I know, learning about how the data works is frustrating. That's why Trump wants to fire guys.
No, it's not. I mean, it is.
Even just raising the Social Security cap by 25 to 50K will pay for it for 200 years. Okay. Well, let's take a look at what you guys are saying. Social Security cap. The Social Security taxable maximum for 2025 is 176,000. This is the highest amount of earnings that are subject to the security tax payroll. Employers and employees each pay a 6.2% tax on wages up to this limit. What I would do, what is the maximum effective tax rate for the highest tax bracket? The term effective tax rates refer to the percent. No, that's not what I want. Tax rates and brackets. What I would do, I'm not going to lie, guys. I hate our tax system. I like progressive taxes because I do think that it makes sense that if you make $1 bajillion a year, then you should be taxed at a certain percentage. But at the same time, with these percentages, 37, 35, 32, 24, 22, 12, 10, what ends up happening is this 37% can become 20% through tax write-offs. And so what I would do is I would reduce the tax rate, but I would increase the effective tax rate. And what I mean by that is, let's say that we did 33% and the Social Security tax rate was 6, right? I would reduce the taxable rate for this tax bracket making more than $600K a year but then I would make it 33%, which includes Social Security at 7%, but that's just the effective tax rate. So boom, you make over 600K, congratulations, you won capitalism. You're paying 33% taxes. And then same thing with like 250, I would make that 25% or 20%. And then basically I would eliminate all this bullshit. I would put 100K and under at 10%, but that's your effective tax rate unless you literally make no money to the point that the government is giving you money. Then at that point, you don't pay 10%. But then I would just make the effective tax rate for everybody under 100K 10%. For under 250K, I would make it 20. For 30 or for 600K and up, or I would do 500K and up, I would just make it 33%. And then that's the effective tax rate. There's no tax write-offs. That's just what you pay. That way we don't have to do this thing where we have to go to the IRS, and then we have these reductions, and then we have this thing that we wrote off, then we have that thing that we wrote off. And if people wanted to keep the write-offs, then I would still say, let's say 33% was the effective tax rate for 600K and up. Then I would just make it like, you can write off down to 25%. But that's the max write-off you have. Otherwise, you're paying 25. And I think that what that would do is, I think that a lot of really rich people are reliant on the opacity, the opaque nature, the inability to see through the tax game. They rely on the difficult nature of the tax game in order to hide behind basically being able to reduce their tax liability to less than that of working class people. So that's how I would solve it. I'm not saying that's a solution that makes anybody happy, but that's how I would solve it.
It's frustrating. Whenever you're the average American, I run up several businesses. It's not very hard for me to sit here and go, oh, I did this. If I go to my investors and I tell them, hey, guess what? All our numbers are actually, 300% lower than what I actually told you in, 3 months ago. Like, yeah, that's going to be outrageous. Or at least, we made $300,000 less this month than we actually told you we made. But now that we've done revisions, they're going to go, that's a lie. And they're going to want to pull funds. Like, so whenever you're sitting here going, oh, it's not the same. It's frustrating how numbers work. Yeah, it is frustrating to the average Americans who are like wise to this game now. Like, I just don't understand how you can sit here and say it's not an exaggeration or whatever.
Sapien Green says, we just need to invent a Matrix-style VR world, put the elderly in pods, and feed them bugs. Good God.
That's
Because
exactly
they do revisions, because the first numbers they get are different than after they verify them on the second batch. They're pulled from different. I think one comes from some census related thing, the other comes from some final jobs reports related thing from companies. I don't know exactly how they calculate it, but there are always adjustments. There have always been revisions.
Yeah, sure, but that's a lie, especially when you sit here and you run on, oh, we have the best jobs ever, and then you're going to sit here running the Trump presidency.
Because under Biden, the job economy was very hot. Yes.
No, fake news. And when we sit here, and I want to talk about what you.
No, fake news.
Just said, you sat here and said, hey, we're going to sit here and get, the inflation rate, if it's the highest it's ever been. Well, I can't remember a government in recent memory that didn't have inflation rates go up. But if he slows the inflation rate, and it looks like it is drastically slowing.
It's not slowing. It's beating now. I think 2.9 was what it came in under, and it was supposed to be like 2.4. So it's increasing, which we would expect as the tariffs are increasing.
I don't know. I'm seeing 2.4 from multiple sources.
Oh, yeah. The Christian Valeris' super chat. So what Raging Tomato does, which I appreciate, is she has an embed for StreamYard where you can, if you have StreamYard as well, you can multi-stream to your channel. So I'm multi-streaming with you guys, but any super chats that come in, the money comes to me, but the super chat goes to her so she can read it as the host. So yeah, that was classic comedy.
This is regularly right now. That's what they're estimating they're going to be at the end of the year. So, I don't know. I guess we have different sources on that one. But if they are 2.4 and it did slow the growth, then hell yeah.
Yeah, new user says Social Security and military could be balanced by a wealth fund that invests in the American companies that service those industries, so it subsidizes itself. So yeah, that's one of the things that brought up, like sovereign wealth funds. So I think the problem with Social Security right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now the money comes in and it goes out immediately to payments. So effectively, like tax revenue comes in, goes immediately out. Whereas what would happen with a sovereign wealth fund, as far as I understand it, is that it could be an index fund or it could make specific investments. But by investing in the American economy, they provide like a level of liquidity for stocks in order to grow the American economy. So the United States actually could play favorites with sectors of the economy that it wanted to grow. And then not just that, but you would be able to tap into the revenue or the profit from the sovereign wealth fund in order to pay things off. So let's say that we started with like $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund, but then the economy was humming. And so it got like a 10% return or an 8% return or a 6% return. Well, what you could do is you could take 3% of your revenue or profit, whatever you want to call it. You could put those into paying down the debt, or you could put it into social services, but then you could keep 3% of the sovereign wealth fund in order to reinvest into the economy the following year. And then that way, boom, you're constantly growing the American economy through using like $1 trillion of debt, but then you're using that $1 trillion in order to create the sovereign wealth fund that perpetually grows. And so I kind of wonder if that's going to be a solution in the next decade or two as we get closer to, the social security crisis. I wonder if that's a solution that we could propose, is creating a sovereign wealth fund that then reinvests back into America. I think that would be dope. I think that would be dope. Now, we already have a dozen people who have donated, so I parasocially love you, and I promise I will get to your super chats. But quick shill reminder, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Liking the stream is free. Talking in chat is free, and it's cool. There's lots of smart, interesting, cool people in the Counterpoints chat. I think we have disproportionately one of the smartest chats in Twitch and YouTube politics. Then, if you got extra cash, super chats are always appreciated. If you got extra cash and you want to grow the community, memberships are always appreciated, because what that does, for those of you who don't know, is it pays for somebody else's membership, but then they get asked the question at the end of the month, hey, do you want to let this membership ride? And then as a result, they're paying $5 a month in order to hang out in the Counterpoints chat, not because they're compelled to, but because they want to, which I think is based.
That's exactly what we want, isn't it?
I mean, if the inflation is coming in hotter than we would expect it to, and it's coming in hotter for literally no reason besides the fact that Trump is adding costs to everything by tariffing the entire world for no reason, I think, no, that's not what we want. We had an economic contraction for quarter one for absolutely no reason.
2.9% is bad. Whenever Biden came in, we had a 25% to 50% increase almost inflation.
Where was the Biden inflation from?
What was the Biden inflation from?
Yeah.
It's terrible mismanagement in all these different industries.
What was the Biden?
Sorry, this is unironically why I fucking hate Gibbs. The terrible mismanagement of all these things. Okay. I'm going to do a drawing because fuck Gibbs. If we're going to sit here and we're going to take psychic damage from listening to Gibbs, then we're actually going to learn shit together, okay? So somebody can correct me if they think that I'm wrong, but I think this is 100% correct. So there are different kinds of inflation, but one of the key drivers of inflation is going to be decrease in economic productivity and increase in money supply. So, and people, honestly, like if you're an econ guy and there's different kinds of inflation and you want to leave the descriptions, I will update this drawing with the other kinds of inflation, increase in money supply. And so what we did is we did both of these during COVID. It was the worst economic disaster since the Great Depression. And the only reason why it wasn't worse was because we used stimulus so people wouldn't have to eat their fucking pets. That's the only reason why you're like, damn, that the worst economic incident since the Great Depression, I didn't have to eat my dogs. I survived just fine. The only reason why you survive just fine is because of stimulus. Okay. So this is one of the main causers of inflation, is these two variables. And then, so sorry, real quick, because what ends up happening is with the reduction in economic activity, and then sorry, maybe I should put in equals. I think it's going to be an increase in demand for goods. Increase in demand for goods while having less real economic activity. And I think this is why inflation was so bad, especially especially during the COVID recovery period, was because the economy always operates on a lag. Okay. So whatever we do now is going to operate on a lag. And that's part of the reason why I'm scared about construction prices increasing. Construction and agriculture. The reason why I'm so worried about it is because I just don't know how much of our labor force we actually deported. I just don't know. And so saying like, oh, Biden is the one who caused inflation is crazy. Biden probably didn't help with the American Rescue Plan and all that kind of stuff, but that might have been necessary to make sure that people didn't starve to death. But I will remind you that not only did people like predict horrible inflation as a result of the COVID stimulus, but Donald Trump insisted that his name go on the checks. So that's where, for me, like any Trumper who doesn't acknowledge this, they're an economic illiterate moron. They're a dipshit. They should not be talking about politics. They should not be talking about economics. They should not be talking about any of this crap, because effectively they're not actually engaging with what happened during COVID. All that they're really doing is they're playing partisan hackery in order to make their side feel good. So fuck Gibbs and fuck anybody who doesn't understand this. And I'll leave this drawing up in case other people tell us about different kinds of inflation that I should add to the drawing that are relevant to the conversation.
Biden inflation from?
Are you going to blame COVID? Is that what you're about to try to blame?
Don't we blame COVID for Trump's disastrous fourth year? Does it only work for Trump?
I mean,
see, and he's just proving that he's a partisan hack.
I'm not sitting here. I'm making claims based off what I'm seeing.
Wait, where do you think the majority of the inflation happened due to under Biden's administration?
Yeah, I would argue that, all the extra checks got sent out. I didn't even like it when Trump sent out checks. But whenever they're sending out all these checks, yeah, that's going to drastically inflate things. Whenever you have people send out, all these different checks going out and no one has to work and you can just go spend money like play money, of course the prices of inflation is going to go up. Do you disagree?
Okay. So Gibbs admits that a substantive decrease in economic productivity and an increase in money supply is going to lead to inflation. We're like 70% of the way there. Excellent. I didn't even expect to get this far. Now, does he realize that not everybody was doing cocaine, banging Instagram e-whores on their boat during COVID? Or does he just think that that's what happened during COVID? Was everybody got to go hang out on their boats? What does he think happened to regular working class people during the COVID lockdowns? Shave Dog Butt says, I spent several Texas summers driving fence posts by hand. Gibbs has never done that in his life. Well, I want to see you challenge him on that.
So we had COVID was a huge thing, right? Mm-hmm. We had to do some kind of stimulus for the economy. And then we also had the Ukraine war breakout, which did a lot for shipping and prices of stuff globally.
And grain, yep. We also had the Red Sea crisis, absolutely.
As well, for a bit, right? So he had to deal with those two things. For the most part, by the end of his term, inflation was, I think it was sub 3 points. When Trump came in, everything was running fine. We had an economic contraction in Q1 for no reason. And now we've had inflation starting to tick upwards again for no reason.
If we look historically throughout,
I would argue that inflation is ticking up because we removed 40% of or intimidated 40% of our construction force and 40% of our agricultural force. Some people estimate it's between 25 and 40% of the labor in construction and agriculture are illegal labor, like illegal immigrants. So I would argue that by doing the mass deportations, we've increased prices in both ag and construction. That's where I'm presuming a lot of the inflation would be coming from right now. And a matter of fact, let me go ahead and draw that, because that's a different inflationary pressure. So this would be the first one. Let me go ahead and draw a second one. This would be like labor-related inflation, although I guess I'm not going to have room if you guys have a different kind. So we have a decrease in labor, which is going to increase output cost. So decrease in labor force, increase in labor cost, which is going to equal inflation. And this one is going to be Increased cost in agriculture / construction goods due to the mass deportation of 25 to 40% of the labor force. So once again, this is like, I don't know. This seems borderline instinctive to me that this would happen. And so to have people have like Trumpanzees, to have Trumpanzees complaining about inflation, but then not realizing that Donald Trump is engaged in one of the most inflationary economic acts in recent memory, I don't know what to do for these people. I genuinely think they might be 12. That's the nicest way that I can say it. The nicest way that I can say effectively ableist slurs without being mean is that these people are 12 years old. Because bear in mind, some people like Gibbs were like, oh yeah, I didn't like it when Trump sent checks out. But at the same time, they still worship Trump. They still make excuses for Trump. They still say that Biden doing the same, when Trump does it, it's good, but when Biden does it, it's bad. They're still absolute idiots when it comes to their cult. And then also, when we have this thing going on, decrease in labor force and increase in labor cost, they say, oh yeah, that's good. We shouldn't have immigrant workforce anyways. So increasing labor costs, which in turn increases outputs, which in turn increases costs associated with construction and agriculture. They're like, yeah, suck it up, Buttercup. Actually, this inflation is good. Insane.
History at all the different countries, every time we've had like a giant inflation increase, look at like 1920s Germany, right? Or even Venezuela now, what do? They do stimulus packages and they kept sending out tons of extra cash, all these stimulus bonuses, all this money, and they flood the market. All of a sudden, about a year later, 6 months later, suddenly that money's not worth anything because inflation's through the roof. That's exactly what happened under Biden. And
really, under Biden, the USD wasn't worth anything?
Yeah, it's gone way down. Are you disagreeing that the US dollar?
Oh my God. I'm pretty sure that the US dollar has taken one of the biggest hits that it's ever taken in the past year. US dollar value 2024 through 2025. Dude, we've taken a 10% hit in the past year. Hold on. Dollar value, US dollar value by year. Look at this. Look at this. The dollar was at its strongest in 1895. And then it probably hit a little bit of a peak in the late 19th century and the early 20th century. And then it's been going down ever since. Now, there's, of course, like, you shouldn't use the value of the dollar as an exclusive understanding of, like, how economics works. Because, of course, like, purchasing power just means that you would have more money, right? So if wages go up, while the purchasing power of the dollar goes down, as long as wages match purchasing power, the working class is still okay. But if you're looking at this, change in the US dollar index in the first half of 1980, every year since 1986, 2025 is the worst performing year since 1986. So once again, Gibbs saying shit wrong confidently is very annoying.
The only thing that was damaging faith in the U.S. dollar was Trump's crazy tariff plan.
No, that's not true. The U.S. dollar has been on the decline for like 15, 20
absolutely.
years.
Christian Valeris for 100 insane donation. I hope that promotion is treating you well, King. Here is to adding cholesterol to Gibbs's heart. Yeah, now I have to not die before Gibbs. Thanks for the pressure.
not. You can see USD to euro comparison. Like Trump has been destroying the USD with his insane.
That's not true at all. I just don't know where you're
You
getting your
can look at
information.
the treasury yields increasing because other people, Japan and Canada, were possibly looking at offloading U.S. treasuries. You can look at the fact that you want to talk about a deficit or increasing U.S. dollars again. Trump's first term, all he did were tax cuts. He didn't pair it with any spending cuts. Massive deficits. Look at the one big beautiful bill. Massive deficits. All Trump does is
AKA Badasui, thank you for the membership.
print money like crazy.
You know,
for no reason too. He did it for no reason. There's no crisis right now for these 4 years.
No,
Why
I
is he
disagree.
printing?
I think the economy is in a great better, especially when I look at things like luxury goods.
So do you support deficit spending?
Do I support
Do you
what?
support massive deficit spending to increase the economy?
It depends, not generally.
It
no.
depends on what. If it's a Republican or a Democrat in office?
I mean, sure, I guess, but
Bro, hold on. He said, I guess, but he actually just admitted that he only cares about deficit spending when a Democrat is in office because he's not paying attention to words. All right, I'm going to take like 2 more brain damages and then we're going to wrap this segment because, oh my God, it's bad, bro. It's bad. You have to understand, like this, guys, I'm going to stare into your eyeballs for a second, okay? We're going to build a parasocial connection. All right? Gen X, look away from the screen. Guys, his vote counts the same as yours. His lack of knowledge counts the same as yours. His historical illiteracy counts the same as yours. Him not understanding subsidies counts the same as yours. He is every bit as much an American citizen as you. Doesn't that suck? Like I get it. Democracy, the worst form of government except for all the other ones. I say that all the time, which somebody said is another way of saying that democracy is the best form of government. Okay. But republicanism, ideally, republicanism is representative democracy with rule of law. Rule of law means we establish the Constitution of the United States, and then therefore we abide by these rules, and these rules are difficult to change because we think they're good rules. That's a core tenet of republicanism. Another part of republicanism is representative democracy, where Gibbs, because he's a moron, only gets to vote for a representative who is supposed to be smarter than Gibbs, who then puts in decent policy at the congressional level. Unfortunately, though, we're in a state in our nation where our representatives are almost as stupid as our people. So, actually, in a lot of regards, I think Trump is probably dumber and more senile than the average person. It's a tough spot, guys. We're in a tough spot. All right? We're in a tough spot. As a matter of fact, fuck Gibbs. Let's move into the next segment. Let's watch Adam Mockler
not really,
dunk on
no.
people. I love Adam. Adam Mockler. Michael Knowles. Apparently, Adam Mockler went and did a debate and just like mogs Michael Knowles, mogs an audience.
Trump is Putin's bitch.
You are anti. So, we're going to go ahead and move on. Mockler is going to be like Destiny needs to stop being such a fucking gooner, and then he needs to rejoin the Democrats in normal conversation. And Mockler needs to be the sanitized, nice version of Destiny. Mockler needs to be the white knight. Mockler needs to be the white knight to Destiny's black knight. That's what needs to happen. All right. So I think I already, concluded that past piece of content with Gibbs effectively calling him a moron and saying that his vote counted as much as yours. But if I was going to add a little bit more to that, then I would say that Gibbs is an idiot. His vote counts the same as yours. Half of the shit he said was wrong. Half of the shit he said he didn't even understand. When we take a look at it and think about it for more than 30 seconds, he's an ignoramus dipstick. The fact that he succeeds in this country financially kind of points to the fact that capitalism is an amazing machine. However, mixed economy, capitalism, and taxation, if Gibbs is going to be that big of a dipshit, then I think it's only right that if he's making more than $500,000 a year, that he's taxed at an effective tax rate between 20 and 37%, so he can pay for more competent, more smart, more intelligent, more gifted people to survive. That way, they too might get a slice of the American dream. Because Gibbs has won the American dream, but he thinks he's done it by being special, but he's not special. He's actually quite terrible. Anyways, let's intro this segment. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a classical Republican, meaning that I actually have Republican values from about a decade to 2 decades ago. Adam Mockler is a liberal. He's a straight-up liberal. However, he's an intelligent young kid who knows how to throw elbows. We're going to watch him fight a bar, not physically, rhetorically fight a bar that includes Michael Knowles, a dipstick conservatarian commentator. I don't even think conservatarian, just a conservative Trump de-esser. And we're going to watch Adam Mockler basically stomp on people. So without further ado, Adam, take it away.
Trump is Putin's bitch.
You are anti-American.
No. Let me talk.
Most of the illegals are asylum seekers or are they economic
Wait, no.
migrants?
Wait.
Which
Listen
are
to
they?
what
Come
you
on.
just said.
I want to help you get laid. Not me, lady.
Are you pro-incel?
No.
Well,
I'm going to reduce the video quality because I think it's actually chugging at 2160 480p. Let's do some 1080.
welcome to Bar Fight. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined tonight by 2 guests.
Wow, real sophisticated answer.
I know.
You would know him from CNN if anyone ever watched. Adam Mockler.
Well, dude, you got to answer my questions a little better.
Just because you're wrong about something doesn't mean it's not
That's convenient.
You know what? You should get out of my country.
They want more deportation.
I'm also joined one of the most reasonable people ever to appear on Jubilee. That would be Cecilia Ray. This is how it works. We have each brought 3 topics to the table. The audience chooses the topics. We will duke it out. Then our highly sober audience, I can already tell how sober you are, you can go up to the microphones, pick a fight with any of us. If you want to fight me, you go to the blue microphone. If you want to fight my guests, you go to the red microphone. Let's get into it. Sassy ladies first.
Okay, if the big beautiful bill is the ugliest piece of legislation written for the American people.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah, dude, this is going to be tough. Shaved Dog Butt says, just to be clear, I'm not a rancher. My dad grew up picking cotton from 0.16 cents a pound, and my cousin is a full-time farmer rancher. I spent many summers working on the farm. Bro, that's, yeah, like I don't think you need to. I've technically done ag work. My parents bought a 10-acre property out in East Orlando. They had like 2 or 3 cows, raised them. They couldn't get the taxes that they wanted, so they just turned it into a property and they leased the property to the neighbors who had horses. But dude, I lived there during college, at least part of my college, and I had to spend weekends. Like I had to mow 10 acres. Dude, mowing 10 acres takes like 5 hours. Dude, imagine popping on a podcast, jumping on a Dixie chopper. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. A Dixie chopper was actually sick. It was actually super fun to ride around on. But dude, after like the hour 3, you're like, okay, Dixie chopper lawn mower. And this thing could go like 20 miles an hour. It was actually pretty awesome. So this thing, and so you're basically just riding this thing on 10 acres of property, mowing grass for like 5 hours a weekend, because in Florida, this thing grows. Like Florida has the longest growing season of any agricultural state in the country. And so I had like the souped up version of this that was even bigger. It basically looked like a car. It was massive. It was probably something like this, but I want to say that the bed was even, the mowing bed was even larger. But I basically rode this thing for like 5 hours. It was crazy. Absolutely insane. So every weekend for like 2 or 3 summers, I spent 7 hours or 5 to 7 hours of my weekend mowing 10 acres of property. So yeah, I can only imagine the amount of maintenance that actually goes into taking care of a working ranch, let alone a vanity property.
Trump is putting Russia first before America first when it comes to the Ukraine war. He's putting Russia first. Yep.
Okay.
Nope. You guys can boo all you want. It's true.
Okay.
Yep.
My topic is the only problem with Trump's deportations is we need more of them. This feels a little bit skewed. It seems a little bit all done. I thought Nashville was a blue city. I don't know. The whole country's turned red, though. Mr. Davies, who won?
Looks like the people want more deportations.
They want more
They want
deportations.
more deportations.
Let's hear it, Michael.
All right.
Dude, see, okay, hold on. what's the problem with this is that it's a drunk conservative audience in Austin fucking Texas or wherever the fuck they are. I don't even know where they are. Somebody tell me in chat. But it's some red state, drunk downtown metro people. And so, dude, you have to understand, like, these people are going to want to get the Hispanics out of their country because they don't like going to Home Depot and hearing people speak Spanish. They don't like going to their local public park and hearing people speak Spanish. They don't like it that, like, little immigrant kids are going to their public schools and they have to go to school with little Johnny and little Jose and little Juanita. That's what they don't like. But you know what they're also not going to like? They're also not going to like a substantive increase in the price of produce in the next 6 months. They're also not going to like not being able to get any construction done for years because of construction was already bad 5 to 10 years ago as far as getting work done. When they see some of the price shocks that should be coming through if we actually carried through with Trump's mass deportation plan, these people are not going to be happy. So I'm actually kind of worried about what the country's going to look like in the next 6 months.
The deportations have been great thus far. We've gotten rid of lots of criminals. We've gotten rid of lots of face-tattooed, Satan-worshipping gangsters. I think it's all really good. We have cut crossings over the border.
We've also violated due process and deported people to a gulag in El Salvador in which they were sodomized and tortured. We've also drone-striked boats in the Caribbean.
Down to basically nothing. In May, it was literally nothing, not one man apprehended. Historic lows since then. So that's all been great. Self-deportations have been even better. 2.1 million immigrants have deported foreign-born in just the last 7.
Ooh, Barabbas Dontiok, the renowned loyalist Iron Warrior for $5. It's an honor to have you in chat, sir. You think the hardest Gibbs has worked was him driving around the ranch on a Kubota RTV yelling at his undocumented workforce? I mean, prove me wrong. I'd be happy to watch him work.
Months, 1.6 million of them illegal. That's 10% probably of the illegal alien average. The only problem is if we want to improve our crime statistics, if we want to improve safety, and if we want to improve drains on our public welfare systems, we need to deport more.
Nope.
No, you say no. Why?
Am I kind of start?
I'll go.
I say ladies first.
Yeah, Cameron Mosley says, so you did inventory management? Yeah, pretty much. Property accounting.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
go. Okay, so here's the thing with the deportations is that you look at it through 3 different lenses. The first lens you could look at it through is the money lens, right? The billionaire lens, where they pay $89 billion in taxes while Tesla and Amazon pay toss out 89 billion. But we don't know what, and then the second lens you could look at it through is, oh, they're all criminals. But in reality, a study done by the Justice Department in 2021 showed us that American-born citizens are 10 times more likely to be incarcerated for a weapons charge, 5 times more likely for violent crime, 2 times more likely for drug offenses, and 2 times more likely for property crime over documented and undocumented immigrants. And
So listen, this is where you have to get past the tribal political analysis. Okay. You just have to. Okay. So for me, okay, I hear this where immigrants, by the way, and like I used to be a cop, so I used to have to police undocumented communities sometimes. There is violence that happens in the undocumented community that is kept within the community. And by that, I mean domestic violence. They keep to themselves on. They don't report themselves for domestic violence. So that stat would probably go up if we actually had normal reports for domestic violence. That would probably go up. And then also, because the undocumented community is undocumented and they travel all the time, there are probably people who are getting like murdered, chopped up, and thrown into the woods. And we just have no idea because these people don't have driver's licenses and they travel across the country doing construction work, and they travel across the country doing, drug work or sex trafficking work or any of that kind of stuff. There's probably plenty of people who get murdered, killed, whatever, in the illegal immigrant community who we just don't know about. However, what that does tell me, though, is that statistically, substantively, these people do not want problems because they do not want to be deported because they want to make money, which is good. And if you discover those sex trafficking networks, and if you discover those murder networks, and if you discover those human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking networks, you incarcerate the individuals involved. That's what you do. So statistically, I think law enforcement can handle the vast majority of issues related to legal and illegal immigrants. Ved Sunil says, when should one quit their day job to go all into content creation? Ved Sunil, you have to build it up first. And what I mean by that is I've been doing this for 5 years. 2 years, it took me just to figure out what my niche was. Okay. So I was doing political content. I was doing rants into the camera. I was doing movie breakdowns. I was doing Warhammer breakdowns. And it took me 2 years to figure out the breakdown formula. I think I started in 2020, and I think April of 22 was when I figured out the breakdown formula for Warhammer 40K. And then I continued to break down Warhammer 40K, and that gave me enough income that I basically replaced my wife's income. And so if I was a single individual living in an apartment, I probably could have gone full-time, I don't know, a year or two into it. But I had a family to support. And by the way, you probably want a family. So you need to have a side hustle for content creation that's bringing in a few $1,000 that replaces your monthly income, or you need 6 months of savings, or both. I do not recommend jumping into this blind, because if you jump in here blind and you don't already have your niche, like you don't know if you're a live streamer, you don't know if you're a video essayist, you don't know if you're a political streamer, you don't know if you're a video game streamer. If you don't know any of that shit, you need to figure out what actually works for you before you even think about going full time. Conservative liberalism says 176K. I thought 200K was a cutoff for Social Security taxable income. Did it come down? No idea.
It's because when they come here, they have more to lose than we do. I'd rather have people here that are willing to cross thousands of miles with just the clothes on their back because they really want to be here. And we've seen our GDP has crashed into the negative. All these
Yeah, which is crazy. That's not even true. We have a 3.8% increase in GDP, but we have negative 32,000 jobs. That's scary. That I don't know what those numbers mean. How do you increase the economy by almost 4% while having no correlated increase in jobs? That is not good.
farm jobs that you guys all say, oh, I'm going to go, they took our job. They're empty. Why is no one taking them? What's going on?
Okay, Adam, do you agree?
I have my own framing that I want to approach this with. Do you want to respond?
I want to use the restroom again. Be right back.
Or can I go?
Sure. So you mentioned that the non-illegals, the citizens commit far higher crime. That's a little strange because when you look at the federal docket for just 2024, almost 1/3 of cases on the federal docket are non-citizens. That's much, much higher than their share of the population, which is in the single digits, probably about 5% for illegal aliens alone. Then if you look at the prison population, BOP, 15% of inmates are non-citizens, much, much higher than their share of the population, which is 4%. Then if you look at just the costs to the cities, I can go to New York, my old hometown. The New York comptroller showed that they were spending $1.5 billion in 2023 on the illegal aliens who were there. That number doubled the following year, 2024, to $3 billion. It's over $3 billion this year. So when you say this is a net positive for the economy, they're contributing so much more than the billionaires. When you say they're no good for crime, I don't know. I look at the numbers out of New York. I look at the numbers out of the CBO. I look at the numbers out of the National Academies of Science, and I say they're all contradicting you.
No, your study, I don't ever trust your statistics.
Can I hop in real quick?
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach when it comes to this. I want to start off with the fundamental idea. Everybody in here agrees that if somebody is here illegally and they commit crimes, get them the out of here, right?
Yes.
Get them the hell out of here.
Yeah.
If somebody is here, listen.
Yeah, did you just hear?
No, not all of them.
Here
No, not all of them.
You said if they're here illegally.
Not all of them.
Michael, is there a difference between a civil and a criminal violation?
Well,
wait, is crossing the border illegally a civil or a criminal violation?
It depends on the case, but it can be a civil violation.
It can be a civil violation,
if
so
it's
it's
a
not
repeat
inherently
violation,
illegal. So can I just?
It can be.
Okay, so let's all start off with the fundamental idea.
Listen, guys, I get that they're talking over each other or whatever, but you have to bear in mind, how old is Michael Knowles, bro? Because Adam is 23. Michael Knowles. Age. And by the way, I think he's like a failed actor. 35. Oh my God. Ow. 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 This hurts. Michael Knowles and I are practically the same age. Okay. I just thought he was in his 40s because he's such a boomer dickhead and his takes suck so bad. Okay. All right. I'm going to go have a stroke.
Yeah,
But it's still illegal. It's still illegal,
illegally.
right?
No, it's not. It is a civil violation.
Well,
it is not a criminal.
What
they
does
just called
illegal
them
mean?
Criminals.
What does illegal
No, they
refer
just
to? It
called
refers to
them
the law.
criminals. Okay, so let me just get into this. I can start with the fundamental idea that if somebody is here illegally and they commit crimes, they should be sent to another country's prison. And I'm a libtard. By all standards, I'm a libtard, and I believe that. But that is not what the Trump administration is prioritizing. They have reallocated funds meant for the deportation of criminals towards the deportation.
Friedrich Hayek says, I don't think Connors has thought about his tax opinions very deeply at all. I think I have.
Of farm workers, the deportation of people going to the courthouse. Trump made a True Social post. Listen, Trump made a True Social post where he said, all the great farmers of Iowa just called me and said, I'm deporting too many of their... Did that happen? Did he make that True Social post?
Yeah, unfortunately, he stopped deporting them, but he should have continued deporting them.
Your issue right here is that you always say liberals are taking these 80-20 positions, and you're not quite there, but you're getting closer to the 80-20 position than we are. Yeah. 70% of Americans want a legal pathway for people who are here contributing to the country. And what Donald Trump is doing, one more point, what Donald Trump is doing is criminalizing asylum en masse and prioritizing the deportation of farm workers and other people.
Adam, most of the illegals are asylum seekers, or are they economic migrants?
Wait,
Come on.
Hold on. So this is something that I think liberals do need to deal with in reference to argumentation, is that 96% of asylum applicants do not get approved. Only 4% get approved. And therefore, it stands to reason that 96% of the people who are coming here are doing so for economic benefit. The question is, to what end are we benefiting? Now, I still want a secure border. I want a secured border. Everybody checks in. But then what I want is the work visa program to be drastically expanded to the point that if there is an economic advantage to having a non-criminal person come here and work here, then I effectively want it to be relatively straightforward then for them to be able to come here and work here. Like, oh, do you have a place that you're going to work? Yes, I'm going to work here. Okay, call up the owner. Hey, I got Juan Hernandez, date of birth XYZ ABC, who's saying that he's coming to work for you. Is that true? And if the guy says, yep, that's true, then it's like, okay, here's your work visa. Don't commit any crimes. Like, run a background check in whatever their country of origin is. A lot of these people come from failed states, so I don't expect that to be 100%, viable. And then, of course, if you get a guy who's got like tattoos on his hands of like skulls and dragons and marijuana leaves and MS-13 and fuck the United States and I murder people on his other forearm, then that guy doesn't get in, right? Pretty straightforward.
Said, yeah. Most of the illegals are asylum seekers. Asylum seeking is not illegal, Michael.
No, it's not.
Is asylum seeking illegal?
I'm asking.
That's a pathway.
Oh, sorry then.
The people that we would call illegal aliens, non-citizens in the United States who aren't on a green card, who are not here on a visa, are most of them asylum seekers, or are they economic migrants?
What percent of the people deported?
You're not going to answer that question because you know the answer.
Wait, no. What percent of the people deported have had criminal violations? It's only 30 to 40%.
Yeah.
So 60% of the people deported have no criminal violations. Guys,
they're not rounding up.
Can I test the audience?
And the criminal violations, by the way, sorry, I actually wouldn't have said that because I think 30 to 40% is still a substantive amount. But I would still say like it's driving without a license. That's the criminal violation because 30 to 40% does sound high.
Can I test you guys? If somebody comes over here and seeks asylum and what they try to do is build a better life, build a family, and they're working on a farm, do you guys think there should be a path to citizenship to become an American? That is the antithesis of what America stands for. You guys are anti-American then.
Yeah, you are.
You are anti-American.
Can you imagine going to a Nashville bar, talking to great patriots, and saying you're anti-American? That's the craziest thing
America
I ever
was
heard.
built off of immigrant.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I don't.
Adam, you can finish your point. Then we got some questions.
Right here.
Okay.
Okay, to the panel. Americans will work every single job. They just want to be paid a wage that's worth it and treated well. The only reason, let me talk. The only reason that we have illegal immigration and so much legal immigration is because the corporate lobby wants cheap labor and they can treat their workers like shit.
Hey, hold on. I want to make a correction.
Sorry, real quick. Oh, Fenix says Boomer should incorporate the Old Norse traditions testupa since CK is now in Valhalla. Let's take a look at a testupa. Is that where you walk out into the snow once you hit a certain age? Testupa, Nordic tradition. Oh, ritual cenocide. A testupa refers to a legend of ritual cenocide, or the practices of elderly people throwing themselves or being thrown from a cliff to their death in ancient Germanic and Norse societies, particularly in Sweden. While a popular tale, the practice's reality as a common tradition is debatable, with some scholars viewing it as more of a myth or a reflection of later cultural anxieties rather than a widespread historical practice. Gotcha. That's actually something from Game of Thrones, where in Game of Thrones, one of the things in the opening book, because I did read the books up until I think A Feast for Crows, but one of the things was during winter when they were out of food, when people in the north were out of food, the old folks would just walk out into the storm. That way they no longer had to be a mouth to feed for the rations. So that's kind of interesting. Excuse me. And then somebody said something about like the economics. Like, dude, I think I've thought about the economics just fine. So if you have a beef with my progressive tax structure, or you have a better proposed alternative tax structure, feel free to say it. But effectively what I think is going on in the American tax system, as an example, a lot of right-wingers say, well, 90% of the income tax is paid by the top 10%, or like 40% of income tax is paid by the top 10%. But do you understand that that means that the bottom 50% of the country makes so little money that when you tax them between 10 and 20%, that it makes up almost nothing of our national revenue. So yeah, if somebody is making 30 grand a year and they get taxed at 10% and they give $3 grand to the economy, and then somebody is making $1 billion a year and they get taxed at 20%, then yeah, they make a shitload more cash than the bottom half. Obviously.
Correction. I want to make a correction. The other reason is the Democrats want a permanent electoral majority.
Correct.
That's the other reason.
They want an electorate where they do not have to campaign. They don't need good ideas. They will just win every single election because of the people they imported.
That's funny because
Latinos
went red.
No,
Latinos went closer to being red this election, so it's kind of funny.
Do you think that once we deport everyone?
That's one of the funniest things that I said, like probably 5 years ago, by the way, is that once Republicans find out that they can cater to Hispanics, like the Republican Party wins forever.
One that suddenly Congress is going to raise minimum wage.
It's not about the minimum wage. It's about labor economics.
Wages
go up when there are less people to do the job. Wages will go up when there's less people to do the job.
That guy is seriously vying for a VIP table spot.
Wait. I want to say something. No, I want to say one more thing. Am I going to go? Okay, I want to say one more thing right now. Okay. So this whole mass deportation thing, first off, they're not going to raise minimum wage for you because everyone's
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not asking you to do that.
I think what he's saying is because
it's not about the minimum wage.
Right, because they're...
Sorry, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. They're yelling a little bit. Seraph says, we can eat our pets. My wife's dog is a prick. He's first. He's a Chihuahua, so it's fitting we should have him for tacos. Well, if another giant economic calamity happens and there's no bailouts, then yeah, I endorse you eating your, wife's crappy dog.
Pressures on the labor market when you flood it with a low.
I'm a contractor.
You should blame the men at the top who are hiring and exploiting them. That's
because
why.
they're available. That's
Also,
the market.
this
That's
whole
the
mass
market.
deportation thing, just so everyone knows, it is all to fuel the racism in this country.
No, it's
when
not.
in reality,
No, it's not.
when in
No, it's
reality, stop. In reality, the only color.
Damn, he just told Adam to stop. What did Adam do?
No, it's not.
When in
No, it's
reality, stop. In reality, the
I don't know what that was, guys. What is this? Is he trying to pass her a note and she's like, no, I'm busy arguing. Now, on one hand, not cool. You know, I'm just trying to help you out, lady. On the other hand, I find it's better that when you're in the middle of a fight, just focus on the fight. You know, trying to like read and think and all that kind of stuff. No. The only thinking you should be doing is thinking about how to respond to the argumentation of your opponent. I don't think you should be like reading new data sets or researching live debate, like live on debate. I think that distracts you from the energy. Paul for 10 pounds. Thank you for your super chat, King. Here's my offering. That fake rancher debate was horrific. Giving a platform to people like that is such a huge wrongdoing. Well, you know, guess what? They're our countrymen and they technically get to vote. So kind of stinks, but it is what it is. Henry Wilkins became a member. Thank you kindly, King. I parasocially love you for your support. And quick shill, just as we're moving through the content, we already had a dozen people donate today. Christian Valeris is becoming another oiler for the stream. So I parasocially love you. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Liking is free. Engaging in chat is free. Super chats only if you got a little bit of extra cash, and then memberships are the same thing. The cool thing about memberships, though, is it incentivizes other people to renew their membership once it expires after 30 days. Thank you for hanging out with us. I parasocially love you. Let's continue.
No, it's
when
not.
in reality,
No, it's not.
when in reality, stop. In reality, the only color that matters in this country is green. Are you green enough? And 99% of us are not. So you're not going to get a pass unless you could pay for it.
Yep. But yeah, but
money.
But to our earlier point, if that were true, though, Ceci, the illegal aliens are a drain on resources at the state.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Mad Money Max says, Connor, inflation is non-existent. What, is it at 3% right now? Google, current inflation rate. September 2025. 2.9. I think we try to hit a target between 2 and 4%. So I'm fine with that. Food is at 3. Food at home is at 3. CPI is at 3. That's okay. Mad Money Max, my concern, and I hope I'm wrong. Okay, I hope I'm wrong. What I'm worried about, construction inflation 2025. Construction analytics, building cost index, construction inflation. So non-building infrastructure, residential and non-residential, it looks like they're still climbing. So 2021 was still climbing, but it looks like it's still climbing through 2025. So what I'm worried about is, like, look at this, like lumber, plywood, asphalt, roofing, siding, flat glass, gypsum. What is this? Quarter 3, 21, quarter 2, 25. Okay, so it looks like we have a spike in roofing material cost, but I'm curious how tariffs and increase in construction labor costs are. Well, actually, let's take a look at that. Construction labor cost 2025. Listen, if we can eliminate 25 million people from the economy and that doesn't affect anything, then I'll be happy to eat crow. Okay. I'll be happy to just go, oh, well, you know, I'll be happy to eat crow. I would be surprised if deporting between 11 and 25 million people didn't affect labor cost.
local
They're
level.
not.
So
They're not.
They're not.
They're
Oh,
not.
sorry. Somebody said something about sonic inflation. I want to take a look.
Can I
Yes,
hop
they
in?
are.
according
Yes,
to
they
the
are. They
CBO,
take more than they
they're
put
the
in.
National
They're
Budget
not.
Office.
Oh, the CBO that you guys don't trust when it's
And-
convenient for you?
But also according
Wait,
to the
do you
National
trust the
Academies
CBO
of
on the
Science.
big beautiful bill?
Well, I certainly trust it more than Adam Mockler.
Oh, no. You almost
do you
got me.
believe the CBO or no?
Listen,
You almost got me, bro. You almost got me. We're over here arguing about like economics, inflation, mass immigration, mass deportation. We're watching some libs take it to MAGA. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not going to Google it. Sonic inflation is there's a category of like fetish art that is inflation where somebody like they either get obese or they get like fat and pudgy or they look like they're inflated like a balloon. And I'm pretty sure Sonic inflation is taking Sonic characters and then inflating them like a balloon for fetishistic purposes. Bro. Bro, you almost got me. I was like, Sonic? I've never heard that used as an economic term before. And then I was like, hold on, I'm about to jump onto a rake.
if we enacted the mass deportation that Donald Trump wants, over the next decade, $900 billion would increase the deficit, 3.3% of
Who
our
pays for
GDP
their
would be hopped
insurance?
off. Okay, wait.
Who pays for their health care?
Wait, can I ask you a question?
I don't have insurance.
Can I ask you a question? Would you be okay with people being here, immigrating here?
Probably not. No.
Listen,
Probably not.
Can I ask you
Probably
what?
not.
so you're just un-American.
Wait, I just want to
So
ask
you're
you
just
this. Can
un-American.
Wait, but
I
can
wasn't born
I just
here.
want to
I wasn't
ask
even
the
born here.
audience.
No,
You
I
weren't
don't
born
want-
here?
No.
And you don't want people to immigrate
Because
here.
we have more than enough.
Yeah, we
That
got
is
more than
pulling
Oh,
More than
dude,
enough.
you know what? You
Are you
should get out
gay
of
and
my
you hate gay
country.
people too?
It's my country
You weren't
too.
born here,
That doesn't matter.
right? That's the
Wait,
mindset.
guys.
No, it's not. I want to do what's
I don't
best
see
for
any
That's
Americans
the
contradiction
here
with
mindset,
today
and
now.
you're not from here.
That's okay.
You're a hypocrite. You're a
Okay.
hypocrite.
I don't think it's hypocritical to come to a
It's
country
100%
and then say
hypocritical.
we
I don't know.
shouldn't
That no
flood it
one
with
else is
foreigners.
allowed after.
I don't really
me.
want this guy in my country. I don't know.
I do. I want to elect that
Nah,
guy
I
to,
think
I
you
don't know,
gotta go.
Senate or something. I definitely
Oh
want
my
that
You're
guy.
also a little brown.
Jesus.
You say he looks brown?
That's what they're doing. If you look the wrong skin color, if you have the wrong tattoos, they're just picking you up.
All right. Do we have
That's
another
it.
question back there?
Wait, I have a question. Are you guys okay with ICE racially profiling?
Oh, so we got a bunch of racists in the audience.
Well, hold on. If
Are
you're
you
go-
okay with ICE racially profiling?
I think if ICE is confronted with a little Norwegian grandma and a guy named Jose who doesn't speak a lick of English and either trying to pick up illegals, probably go for Jose, right?
That's not what the racial
is that
profiling
racial
that they're
profile?
doing.
Technically, that's probably
That's
racial
not what I'm
profiling.
talking about. You can go to
What
an
are you
extreme
talking
example.
about? I
but
said you got a Norwegian and a Hispanic. You're picking up illegal
So
aliens.
you're
Who are
picking
you
the
gonna look
white
at?
person is what you're doing.
I would not pick the white person because
You
she
just
didn't.
said no.
She
you're
didn't come
hopping
here
to the
illegally.
most extreme example.
So sorry, I have to pause because this actually does have like raucous bar energy. I hope it's an okay listen. Like I'm having it's an okay listen for me, but I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like these two libs, are trying to argue about, they're trying to argue like sincere points. It seems like Michael Knowles is not really arguing sincerely or earnestly. And then it seems like the bar is cheering on Michael Knowles. And so as a result, you just kind of have this like 20 versus 1 energy, which is totally fine. That's interesting content. Being in a corner and fighting your way out of a corner is interesting. So I'm okay with this. The only problem that I have so far is that it feels haphazard where they're jumping from topic to topic to topic. But it doesn't seem like anything is getting solidified, which is kind of like how bar arguments go down. So Gen X says without the Fed, inflation would be way worse. The dollar would be worth way less than it is now, which is already bad for purchasing power. So I don't know if this is necessarily true, only because I think you even had the Fed on the gold standard. So I don't think even like the hardcore, although I guess they do talk about banning the Fed. Well, the interesting thing about 19th century history when it comes to economics is that every state was allowed to create its own currency. But what ended up happening was different states had different fiscal policy. And so as a result, some currencies, because they had like a conservative printing strategy, they were worth more than other currencies. But then what ended up happening was, because it was the 19th century and nobody could track like currency valuations, it created like a bunch of pump and dump schemes similar to the way that crypto coin goes on right now. So yeah. So basically, like, I'm not interested in abolishing the Fed. I think that's quite stupid. Mad Money Max says, if purchasing power of dollar goes down, then American exports are more competitive. Sure, but that just means that the dollar is weaker. That doesn't really mean anything.
But do you think you should be able to go somewhere, and if there's a group of people speaking Spanish, you should be able to directly target them due to the Spanish that they're speaking, due to the race,
speaking Spanish is not a race.
I'm just talking about the profiling.
Plenty of white people speak Spanish. Even black people do too.
They are profiling people based on their language, their skin color, and things. That's what I'm saying. And
hold on, that's different, Adam. That's a very important point. You're saying should we profile people based on strictly one criterion? And I would say probably not. That's probably a broad brush.
But they think we should.
Hold on,
but the audience thinks we should. So you disagree with your own audience?
No. You just said.
Wait, should we racial profile?
Hold on. But what you just said was race, speaking a foreign language in an enclave that's segregated from the mainstream community, speaking in their own way. Well, now you got like 5 different touch points. Yes, I would say Tom Homan, round him up.
Here's the problem. The Trump administration has admitted they have done illegal deportations. When they brought back Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia.
Kilmar Abrego, give me a break.
Wait.
This gangster from Maryland, the Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Could have gone with Andre Hernandez Romero. Fashion 40 says, what's worth? People who spew this dumb rhetoric about Trump's economy being good, or the people who fervently believe it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Fashion 40, you've inspired another drawing. Painter points. I didn't really see anybody arguing my inflation stuff, so I'm just going to save this and exit out, okay? This is something that I don't know the answer to, and so I think I need some help. I need some help thinking about this, okay? So let's open up a new paint. So this is the problem. I think morally the figureheads are worse, okay? So let's do figurehead, 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 figurehead. Then let's do, actually, hold on. That's not very well done. That's not very evenly distributed. Okay, figureheads. And I'm doing it across like center left, center right, which I also think, by the way, like the center is typically more moderate, more libertarian or liberal. Then we got the political divide. Then we got the party. And we got the party. And then we got the people. So what's interesting to me about this dynamic, because you're talking about like moral culpability, and I think this is part of the problem that we have in our country when it comes to political division, is that let's say that this is the actual political party with the politicians. Political party left. And let's say political party right. Because this is kind of like the dynamic that we're dealing with. People, I guess citizens would be better, right? Citizens. And I would say maybe politicians. And I would say pundits. And so what you kind of just asked me is, who's more responsible for what happens in this country? The politicians and pundits or the citizens? And I would argue that the politicians, because they understand the game. The game is promising your base, your citizens, enough crap that they want in order to get them to go where you want them to go politically, right? That's like the political game. So they can vote you into power so you can execute the will of both the people and of the political party, which are not always the same thing, right? Sometimes the party wants one thing, sometimes the citizens want another thing. So it's your job to propagandize them so you can get into office, so you can execute, hopefully to some degree, your will, but also the will of the party and the will of the people. That's the ideal. Now, my frustration with the pundit class, though, is that what I think pundits should be doing is they should be holding politicians accountable. They should be holding the party accountable, and they should be holding citizens accountable by calling out their bullshit. I think that's like the job of a pundit, is to speak truth to power, but also to speak truth to each one of these constituent members so you make the world a better place. But the problem is that a lot of people in politics, within the punditry class, within the commentariat class, what they realize is, well, if I just tell the people what they want to hear, and if I just simp for the political establishment, and if I just praise the politicians who are executing the will of the political establishment, then realistically, my audience is already built in. And I think this is one of the struggles of people like myself, who I'm not trying to say necessarily what's popular. I'm trying to say what I believe to be genuinely true. And so when I see the Tim Pools of the world, despite being, in my opinion, quite disingenuous when it comes to a lot of topics, when I see his wild success, when I see Michael Knowles be wildly successful, when I see Ben Shapiro simping for the Trump regime, I think what's going on is they understand that if they criticize the political party too aggressively, if they criticize the politicians too aggressively, if they criticize the voting public too aggressively, then that's infinitely harder than just telling everybody what they want to hear. So, yeah, like, we just don't view this responsibility the same way. I think that it's political commentary's job to point out the bullshit from all three of these factions. What the role of a pundit should be is speaking truth to power to these three factions. Unfortunately, that role seems to have died over the past several years.
The love of his life.
Wait a minute. If he's a gangster, why did the Trump administration bring him back?
He's being prosecuted right now in the United States.
Why did they bring him back?
Because
Quick show. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here.
some two-bit federal judge made him do it, so now he's being prosecuted here.
Why would they agree if it was just Trump always disagrees with judges? Why would he bring him back? It's
because Trump's not a tyrant like you people always say that he is. He follows the law, he listens to the courts, and he works within the system of laws. Okay, now, who was the VIP in that round? Do we even have to ask? Is that our future senator, Mr. Not Born Here American? Where's he? Where's he at? Sir, you get to go to the VIP table. Great to see you. Paolo, that's a good name. Is that Italian? All right, now that's...
Get him out of our country. Get him out of our country.
Yeah.
Anti-Italian discrimination. Okay, now, folks, Ceci, would you like to go first?
Okay, so my top topic is Trump is using national emergencies to distract from the Epstein files because he's in them.
Oh my God, please annihilate the audience with this one.
Okay, does that do it for you? That's okay. All right, Adam.
How about this one? Trump's tariffs have been an unmitigated disaster. They have been, they have been a disaster. Boo the tariffs,
Boo.
I kind of like that topic because it's so wrong. Okay, my topic is it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Gay marriage is really bad for kids. Is that what? All right? Wow. All right.
Michael, you won. We're gonna do Adam and Steve first.
Wow, man.
Wow, the conservative audience keeps picking the conservative topics. Weird.
2003 slogans still crushing in 2025. Love it. Okay, let's get into it. It seems to me there's no such thing as gay marriage. There's nothing against guys who are a little light in the loafers. I lived in New York, in LA. I went to the gayest university in the world, but it's just... It was Yale. He guessed it. But men and women are different. And so the union of two men is different from the union of two women, and that's different from a marriage, which is a man and a woman. And I think that men and women both have something to contribute. I think that children benefit from a mother and a father. I don't think men and women can be replaced and
Henry Wilkins, thank you for the membership, King.
Substituted for each other. And the science shows that kids who are raised in gay households do a lot of work on basically every measure.
That's not true.
Yeah, so
what'd I get wrong?
A few things.
Let's take a look at that. Let's do a little fact checkaroonie. Kids in gay households do worse statistics. The scholarly consensus is that children in gay or lesbian households do not do worse than those in heterosexual households, though some studies have found negative outcomes linked to the stigma and discrimination faced by same-sex parents. Okay. CBS News, kids of gay parents fare worse, study finds, but research derives fire from experts. A new study finds that children of gay and lesbian parents may be more likely to have social and emotional problems that spark controversy on both sides of the same-sex marriage debate. The study from Mark Regnerus, an associate professor of sociology at the University of Texas at Austin, surveyed more than 15,000 Americans between the ages of 18 and 39, asking them questions about their upbringings. Its findings are published in the July issue of Social Science Research. One survey question asked whether a parent had been in the same-sex relationship during a child's upbringing. Regnerus wanted to see whether or not there were differences between kids raised in a household by a parent in the same-sex relationship compared with those who were raised by biological parents who were married and heterosexual. The survey results were measured by a set of 40 outcomes on social, emotional, and relationship factors. Outcomes include whether a child had grown up to need public assistance like welfare, were more likely to have anxiety or depression, were more likely to be abused, or were more apt to engage in unhealthier habits, such as having more sexual partners, smoking, or using drugs. Regnerus' analysis identified 175 now adult children who said they were raised by a lesbian mother, along with 73 who said their father was in a same-sex relationship. Focusing on the larger sample, the study found respondents whose mother had a same-sex relationship fared worse on 24 of the 40 tested outcomes compared with children of an intact heterosexual couple. 69% of children of lesbian mothers reported that their family received public assistance, such as welfare, compared with 17% of intact biological families. About half of children of an intact biological family said they were employed full-time, compared with 26% of those born to a lesbian mother. 14% of kids of a lesbian mom spent time in foster care at some point, compared to 2% of the rest of the children studied. Overall, less than 2% of all respondents who said their mother had a same-sex relationship reported living with their mom and her partner for all 18 years of their childhood. Okay. With children of dads in a same-sex relationship, there were 19 outcomes they performed worse on. Regnerus told Health Pop, so they didn't have as many negative outcomes as kids born to a mom without the mother, but more than those grew up in a home with married heterosexual parents. Most conclusions about same-sex parenting have been drawn from small, convenient samples. Oh, okay. So my question, though, is, because we're talking about like legality, and we're also talking about like social optimization, what is it compared to divorced households? That's my question. So we could, I don't even know. You guys could accept or reject it. I don't really care. But if we accepted the fact that there were between 19 and 26 different correlated outcomes that we could say were socially positive, and lesbian and gay dads disproportionately had those things, where are the intact families scoring and where are the divorced families scoring? I think that's the one that we would need to actually figure out to see what this study actually says. In a commentary in Slate, William Sailton says, what the study shows is that kids from broken homes headed by gay people develop the same problems as kids from broken homes headed by straight people, but that finding isn't meaningless. It tells us something important. We need fewer broken homes among gays, just as we do among straights. We need to study Regnerus' sample and fix the mistakes we made 20 to 40 years ago. Okay. Interesting.
Things. First of all, I just want to start with the fundamental fact that I think marriage is important. I think that marriage is something that should be incentivized. And in America, there is gay marriage. You can say gay marriage does not exist, but there is gay marriage since 2015.
It's like saying there's up down, though. You could say it, but it doesn't make it real.
Legally, can gay people get married? Have gay people gotten married in the United States?
No. Well, some have when they're hiding their true desires, I guess.
Legally, have gay people gotten married in the United States? Have a man and a man legally gotten married? Yes or no?
That's not possible. That'd be like swimming in outer space.
Legally,
it doesn't mean anything.
No, legally they are married.
Wait, guys in the crowd. 2 men have never gotten married ever in America?
They've married women.
What do you mean semantics? Can you explain what you mean by semantics? No, I'm straight. I'm just trying to defend
I just need to know if your husband is gay. And then Adam's like, no, I'm straight. Thanks.
If you have a point to make, go up to the microphone.
Yeah. So I feel like you're the one that's playing semantics. When you say
Well,
that,
semantics means meaning, and I'm trying to get to the
and
meaning
by the
of
way,
the debate.
semantics
Yeah.
are very, very important. So when
Nice. Focus Lady says Orlando represents. I'm in slow Cala farming actively cattle and horses. Based.
we look at the laws in the United States, you cannot look me in the eyes and say 2 women have never gotten married. You can play semantics. Yeah.
I'm looking you right in the eyes. 2 women have never married
You're
each other
lying.
in the
That's
history of the
not
world.
true.
You guys can
See, and this is where just like confidently saying shit is a total replacement for actual reason, which is part of the reason why I guess this entire sphere of politics is so fucking frustrating. If Michael Knowles was a good faith debater, then what he would say is, I defer to the scripture of the Bible. I think God's law is the supreme law, even more supreme than the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the United States. Therefore, while the federal government, through a activist Supreme Court justice, has recognized homosexual marriage, I myself do not recognize these things as valid. And then, boom, Adam can actually contend with the point because he got like a actual conservative perspective rather than hiding the ball, where he can say, okay, well, legally these people are married, so go fuck yourself.
cheer, but I'm sure you guys
That's not
know
true.
gay people. It's
Right.
just
We
not
know that
true.
people
You can
have
sit here and
gotten
play
married
semantics, but let's go
legally.
downstream to your next argument that children don't do better in gay marriages.
Which
I
isn't
think that
true.
there's a lot of statistics showing the exact opposite.
Such as?
There's studies. There's one that I was reading earlier. I can't remember the exact name, but it was the main one that is supposed to prove that that children in same-sex couple or same-sex marriages don't perform as well. But there were a lot of other factors they weren't controlling for, such as unstableness in the family household, which was not directly related to gay couples. But can I ask you a question?
Hold
real
on.
quickly?
So you were touching on points that do bear on that, but this is a very important part of the debate.
Yeah.
Because the study that everyone cites in defense of gay marriage,
Yeah.
is the Rosenfeld study from
Yeah,
Stanford
that's the one,
2010.
yeah.
And it found that the kids raised in gay households did just as well as the kids raised in normal households. The problem was that the study eliminated households where the parents had moved and the kids had moved within 5 years. That disproportionately removed the same-sex households. So that was re-examined later on, and when you can...
By Regnerus. Okay, so that's interesting. So what he's saying is that if you control for familial instability, then effectively gay kids or the kids of gay parents do just as well as straight kids. However, disproportionately familial instability and economic instability correlate with homosexuality. But I think what a lot of homosexuals will argue, I myself being a heterosexual, homosexuals will argue is that, well, if you get kicked out of your house for being homosexual, or if you get married because you're in the closet and you're in self-denial about how gay you are, and then eventually you come out as gay, well, of course, there's going to be like divorce and separation of households that correlated with that. So necessarily, the homosexuality is not necessarily the variable that's causing the issue. It's the social instability related to social expectations around homosexuality. But I suppose that's probably too nuanced for Michael Knowles. I get it. I get both sides. I get both sides of the argument. I truly understand that the liberals and progressives are saying that if you have a stable family and household with homosexual parents, that the outcomes for the kids are the same. And I also understand the conservatives saying, well, correlatively, homosexual households are disproportionately unstable. I understand both sides of the argument.
Controlled for that fact, it wiped it away. More importantly, in 2012, there was a study that came out of UT Austin. This was much more thorough. It measured the kids of married parents, heterosexual living together parents, 2 fellas, 2 chicks, measured them on 80 different measures of social outcome. The children of the same-sex couples did worse on 77 out of 80. The exceptions were voting habits and alcoholism among kids raised by lesbians.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I want to ask a question really quick. Would you rather, so the gays, when they adopt, are taking kids who don't have homes. Would you rather kids grow up in a foster care system?
Sometimes intentionally purchasing kids through
No,
the
they're not
idea
purchasing
with the
kids.
intention of
They go
depriving
through
them
the
of their
same-
natural
no, they-
mothers.
They go through the same checks as straight couples to adopt.
Can I say a few things
Well,
really
we're-
quickly? Can I ask a question?
Sure, Adam,
So
yeah.
each state has
No, you gotta, guys. This is where the 2v1 they're stepping on each other's toes. That's okay. Like, dude, I want to get in there and throw elbows too. So I'm not actually hating on this chick or Adam, but like the problem with the debate so far is they can only get 30 seconds down the line of logic before Michael Knowles just like memes away and jumps away from it.
Different laws that are, you have to meet certain requirements to adopt people. So you cannot just adopt somebody if you're an absolute piece of shit all the time. But
Plus, how many straight people have kids that shouldn't?
you can. But overall, there are house checks. There are things that go through. Can I ask you a simple question, though?
Yes.
Say a kid was abandoned by their family at a young age, and they're growing up in the foster care system. Would you rather them spend most of their formative years in the foster care system or with two parents that are the same sex?
So I think it's very telling that you're focusing on older children in the foster care system
It can
and
be
not
younger as
defending
well.
Younger
and
too.
not defending kids who are either adopted as newborns
Mhm.
or kids who are, which is an increasingly frequent occurrence, kids who are purchased through the IVF and surrogacy industry with the intention of depriving them of their natural mothers. And I think you're doing it because it's the most sort of
Well, no,
heartstring-
you're not answering my question.
Yeah.
Wait, did he just answer my question?
Yeah. Do you
No,
want them in
he
the
did not.
foster care?
No, I guess
system?
my answer is
No, you pivoted
because,
around.
because
No,
the overwhelming scientific evidence backs up the overwhelming common sense evidence that
I'm
kids
gonna ask the
do.
question one more
I'm
time.
answering it for you. That kids do worse on virtually every measure raised by
So you-
same-sex
It's
children.
yes or
So
no.
I
you'd
would
rather
not
have them in the
subject them
foster
to
care
that.
system?
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't.
yes.
I don't
Dude,
think, for
answer the question.
example,
Foster
I
care
am
system or
answering.
same
Yes
sex?
or no?
You've kind of just slithered around it. Wait,
Yeah.
what's his answer been, guys?
Yeah, I don't.
Does he want
No
them
one
in the
knows your
foster
answer,
care
bro.
system?
Clarify
I
your
don't-
answer for me.
I am answering it for you.
What is his answer been?
I don't think that children do well raised by same-sex
That's not the
parents.
question. The question is, do
Foster
you want
care
them in the
system
foster care system
two
more than in a
same-sex marriage?
two-house?
I don't think that two men or two women should be able to.
So foster
adopt
care
So
system.
yes,
children.
foster's better for
So
them.
you're
I don't-
slipping through the guys.
Yeah, this
Are we going
foster care
crazy, or is he
system's
not
better.
answering the question right now?
I guess my answer for the foster care system
Yeah.
would be that kids are being raised often in same-sex situations in the foster care system. So you
Oh, Jesus Christ. So the reason why they're in the foster care system in the first place is because their parents were gay. Awesome, Michael. Thank you.
can't make a comparison between those two because you're already dealing with one man or five
Why
men
did it
or
take you
10
like
men.
5 minutes to make that point at the end? Why did
Because you're evading the actual point, which is whether children raised in same-sex households do better or worse. And the scientific
I
evidence,
have not
which you
seen
could not
widespread
cite,
studies.
There's
scientific
no-
evidence which you could not cite, uniformly says that they
Not
do worse.
uniformly, no.
Yes.
You just cited a study from 2010 that said
Which
the
was
opposite.
corrected, from 2010.
There
It
are
was corrected
multiple
3 years
studies.
later out of Simon Fraser University.
There are multiple organizations. When I was doing my research, I can't remember, but there are multiple
Then
organizations.
you got to do better research if you can't remember.
Dude, you got to answer my questions a little better.
I don't know. I think I just answered your question.
Not
yes, the
really.
foster care
So a
system
foster
is
care
better.
system is what you
Yeah,
prefer.
That's so ridiculous. You know, you're making.
That's ridiculous. Why don't you just answer the question directly? They've asked you like a yes/no question like multiple times, bro. Just answer the question.
Making a totally inapt comparison to avoid the
Wait a
actual
minute.
point.
But there
Guys,
aren't enough,
one
like
second.
gay couples adopt and so do straight couples. I don't
There are
understand why
30
you would rather have them in the foster care
It's
system.
a very common situation that happens, Michael. A lot of times people are abandoned and gay couples obviously can't have kids, so what they do is adopt. Now, my question is
No,
simple.
that's not true. What they
My
do
question is
generally is
simple.
purchase children through the IVF industry.
So do you think
Generally,
straight,
no.
do you think
Commoditizing
Adoption
straight
rates are
women-
way higher.
Do you think
Adoption
straight
rates are way
couples are also buying kids when they do
Well,
IVF?
they shouldn't do that either.
Wait,
Now, do we
guys.
have any questions over here at the mic?
Adam, I think you're
Oh yeah, you just ended the segment without actually addressing the question. Awesome.
completely wrong.
About what?
How did we get on a topic from kids to marriage? First
no.
off,
That was
no,
Michael's prompts.
Let me talk.
Oh, that was his
No,
problem.
no. Let me talk. All right.
Wait, you just asked the question though, you drunk dumbass. You just said, how did we get from marriage to kids? And I think the point that he's trying to get at is the fact that marriage is correlated with kids. But then he's like, no, it's my turn to talk. But it's like, bro, you just asked a question.
There is two genders in this world. You are born with either a,
You just went from kids, marriage to gender.
Okay, but it doesn't make a difference.
Well, you just said he segued. so
Men
now you
belong
just
with
did.
women and women belong with men. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Wow, real
That was
sophisticated
well said.
answer.
I know.
I thought that was
Real
well said.
Your prompt did include the kid part, though, right?
Say it again.
Your prompt did include the kid part, though, right?
Also, you're here with a giant group of men, right?
Well done. Excellent question. All right. We have to move on topics. Okay.
Okay. Fatsimo. Okay. We're going to draw a drawing. Painter points time. Where's my wig? All right. Control plus, 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 plus. Okay. So let's say that you have Elon Musk, and let's go ahead and take a look at Elon Musk's annual revenue or annual income, because I think one of the things about it is like it's difficult to track. Elon Musk doesn't have a standard annual income, but receives massive performance-based stock options pay packages from Tesla, such as the recent $29 billion interim package with a potential future for $1 trillion in compensation plan under discussion. His earnings are primarily realized when he exercises stock options. So this guy is worth $500 billion, right? That's like his net worth if he were to sell all of his companies. So okay, so it's kind of hard to calculate. I could just go with the $29 billion amount, but I don't know if that's fair to say that that's like an annual, such as the recent $29 billion interim package. I don't know if that's multi-year or single year, but let's just say that that's like 10. Okay, let's just say that was over 10 years, so it's $3 billion per year. Okay, let's say that was his income out of 500 billion. I think that's fine. This is just an example. All right. So let's assume that he takes no tax breaks. Okay. Just for the sake of simplicity. So let's do $3 billion. And then let's tax $3 billion at 37%, which he's also not doing. He's not taking it as income, but for the sake of the simplicity of the argument, let's go ahead and do that. So calculator, 3, 000, that's 1,000 million billion multiplied by 0.37. Okay. That is 1,110 million. So roughly a third of it is taken up in taxes. Okay. This is if he was to do his taxes in the dumbest way possible. Taxes, dumbest way possible. Okay. Now let's say you have me, or yeah, let's just do me. Okay. I've made between like 60 and 100K. That's kind of been like my highest, but you know, when I was less of a professional, I made like, 30 to 40,000 when I was in college. So let's go ahead and say that I have an especially good year and I make 100 grand. Okay. And by the way, I'm not even going to use a really good year as an example because that would be silly because I'm not the average working person. Let's go ahead and take a look at average wage of Americans. Average wage in US. This is average, by the way. This isn't even like the lower part. $66,622. Okay, let's do that. I think that's fine. That we can use that as an average. 6,600 or 66,000. Okay, so we got 66K taxed at 10%. Which is also like the worst way that you could do it. But let's just go ahead and say, for the sake of simplicity, that we're doing that. 6K. All right. Now, this should be like the size of an ant. What I drew over here should be actually the size of this square so you could understand how small this is. But let's go ahead and divide 1,110,000,000 by $6,000. 185,000 people. So you would have to take, let's go ahead and put an X right here. In order to make the same amount of money, and this isn't even representative of Elon Musk, by the way, 185,000. It takes 185,000 average normies to pay the same amount of taxes as a billionaire. So you're saying the rich are paying more than their fair share? A rich person has so much fucking cash that they are worth, from a tax standpoint, 185,000 normies. All right. Billionaire and millionaire. Billionaire versus normie taxes.
Okay, so please, I want to buy you a drink at the VIP table. We got Mayflower cigars over there.
Don't light him inside, please.
Can you tell me, what is your name? Joey. That's a good name. Josephina.
Josephina works too. I mean, it's only for a day, you know.
Wait, so you guys are okay with a group of guys breaking gender norms to have a little
They're
bit of
not
fun
adopting any kids. Don't worry.
Wait,
There
no.
are going to be no kids tonight.
Wait, no, but you guys
Yeah,
are okay
but-
with that? I feel like that usually wouldn't be okay. You guys would call people like that like weird, but they're just like having fun, right?
Well, the reality is, if you're just playing around and pretending, and we all know it's like a big
Steve Musiamo says, what do I think about Adam Mockler's tweet yesterday? If you're talking about the APAC thing, I think it's a little bit of progressive-y virtue signaling, lefty virtue signaling, but I don't care. That's how people genuinely feel. If you see a bunch of TikToks of Palestinian civilians getting the shit blown out of them, then yeah, eventually you're not going to be pro-Israel. So, is what it is.
joke. That's one thing. But the crazy thing that happened
That's
in
a
our
weird
society
arbitrary
is
line.
Yeah.
No, the crazy thing that happened in our society is we all started to pretend that like the farce was reality, and that's when you take it a little bit too far. You know, I don't know.
Do you think gender dysphoria is not real according to DSM-5, or are you going to all of a sudden not believe
I think
stats?
some fellas think they're ladies or they watch too much porn or whatever, but they shouldn't. It's bad for them, and they should be tethered to reality. That would be the charitable, and it's the charitable right thing to do because charity is clarity, would be my view. Okay, ladies first.
Okay.
What's your top topic?
Okay, my next topic is the incel male loneliness epidemic is self-imposed.
That was the incel crowd. Okay, that's good. Adam?
My last one is Trump has personally profited more off of this presidency than any other president in history. He has doubled his net worth.
They're applauding the profit, I think. They're not applauding the...
Yeah, because you guys are hypocrites who have no spine.
I don't mind profit. Profits are great.
He's doubled
That's
his net
not
worth, my
hypocritical.
dude. He was that dude at the mic was just saying that Americans should be paid living wages, yet the president is doubling his net worth, and you're like, yeah.
You know, during the presidency? No, I was in the internecine period. Now, okay, my last topic. 28% of Zoom.
Oh, and it wasn't, by the way. He just lied to the camera. He just said that it was during the internecine period, which I guess I assume is that's a fancy word. So I would assume that's in the middle. Why? Well, why would that be? Number one, that wouldn't be good anyways. Number two, I'm pretty sure that he's doubled his net worth since assuming office in 2025 through the crypto rug pulls and the crypto scams and crypto corruption. So Michael Knowles just lied to the audience. Awesome. Thank you, baby. What is it? Oh, thank you.
Consumers should be alive today, but their mothers killed them. Kind of a doer topic. Yeah, okay. All right, no one wants to talk about that, but it's true. Isn't that crazy? Okay. What do you... I don't know, Mr. Davies. I actually couldn't tell between those two.
I was actually a clear
Incels.
winner on the decimator. The decimator popped when all
Kick
the
it off.
incels came out in
It
force.
was incels.
We're doing
It was
incels.
incels, yeah.
Hold on one second. Go to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Know Your List. You supplement. They show up the hyena. The rest. Right now, get a free bottle of fire.
It's disturbing. I think that a lot of guys, you know, feel alone or they're angry. And then this whole red pill podcast came through to tell them where to put their anger, blame women, and can't get laid. But in reality, I think you should be blaming more like the dating apps, this and that, because we're not out in the wild. We're at a bar right now with like 70 people. You can find a match here instead of online where you have 7,000 and everyone's just playing the game.
Bud123 says that I went to the gym 6 times in the past week. Chat needs to match his energy. Indeed, Bud123 is the only person without sin in my chat.
I just don't feel like there's enough contact. I mean, as time goes on, according to the CDC,
I did do chest and tries, by the way, yesterday. Felt very good.
we're having less sex. Excuse me, you're having less sex as time goes on. I think incels need to get a gay friend and a girlfriend to glow you up and show you the way. There is somebody for everybody. Yeah. Have you ever seen the show My Strange Addiction? They're all married. So if you're an incel in the room, you will find yours. Trust.
So hold on, Ceci, I want to see if I can narrow. I thought you were going to go after the incels, but that was like a pep talk. That was very inspiring.
But that's the thing, like for the incel movement, like I don't want to tear you down. Like I want you to be built up so that you're good men for us women.
Wow. Okay. Very
True. Lift weights. Go for a walk. Get a job.
Want to help you get laid. Not me, like
Are you pro-incel?
No. But other women, I could help you with your style. I could totally help you.
Wow.
That's it.
If the bachelor party could get any more excited, I think they would be out of the room. Okay, yes?
Can I just give a bit of a boring answer as a young dude who's grown up in this culture? No,
yes.
I'm not an incel, but I just mean I've grown up and I've seen this. And
Are you a volcel?
What's that?
An incel is an involuntarily celibate, and a volcel, I've learned, is a voluntary.
What's the name for a normal person? That's me.
That's out the window.
Okay. I think that a lot of this was exacerbated by social media, and then when the COVID pandemic hit, a lot of people put up bubbles around themselves. The COVID pandemic kind of feels like a lot of people were isolating. And I had to intentionally tear down that bubble and make sure I'm socializing after. So I think we see the downstream effects of social media and COVID kind of up the brains of young men en masse. And a lot of this stuff happens online. But just from what I've seen firsthand, it's a lot of social stuff that has been caused by the environment we've grown up in. But if that's fair.
I can't believe it's kind of weird, but I agree. Actually, if you look, isn't that odd that we agree on something? Because I was looking, it's the Global Male Loneliness Index or whatever it is, says that COVID was the spike in 30% of male loneliness. The numbers are awful. 80% of suicides are men. Men report, having been extremely lonely the day before at a much higher rate than women. So they're really in a bad spot. And my only thought on it is, well, actually, Adam, it's to your point, which is instead of like the incel, it's like, are you an incel, trad, hip, cool, whatever? If you're just normal, if you just be normal and you live a normal life and you do normal things, which weirdly includes a bunch of dudes like every so often wearing weird wigs and going out to a bar, that is normal. Like going to a bachelor party is a normal thing. I'm going to one tomorrow, actually. If you just do that behavior, you're here. It worked for your parents. It worked for your grandparents.
Exactly. You guys need to get out into the wild, man.
Do we have a question?
I got a question. I'll clarify. Not an incel. Got a girlfriend. Volcel, practicing Catholic, for now. Okay. But I think there is an issue. There is an issue. And the issue I'm finding is that my friends, at least, don't want to meet a girlfriend or wife at a bar necessarily. They want to meet her in church or a church event or something like that. In my generation, for the first time in history, there are more men attending church regularly than women. So I'm wondering, I don't want this trend to kind of keep going in opposite directions where you end up with all these church-going, stand-up, men without options for partners.
When they're at church, are they flirting? Are they doing the appropriate things?
The women are.
For church, okay? I think I talked about this with somebody else. Just go get coffee after service, okay? I get it. Most of you probably aren't believers. Like I said, I'm not a literalist Christian. I go to church with the wife and the family sometimes, basically just to get like a good moral message for the week and socialize with other people. And what I would say is go to church, get some coffee, look for another guy who's looking around, looking like he's looking for somebody to talk to. Go talk to him, introduce yourself, hang out, get your weekly hangout crew. And then once you get your weekly hangout crew, then if you see a girl who's looking around and it looks like she's looking for somebody to talk to, invite her into your friend circle. And then just talk like a normal person and don't be desperate and don't walk up to, every girl you see who's looking like they're looking for somebody else and be like, hey, what's up? Want to go get coffee? My name's John. Like, no. Like slow your roll, make a friend first, chat with your friend, have normal conversations with your friend. And then if you invite like, let's say that there's a girl who's looking around like she's looking for someone and you say, hey, this is my friend John, we're hanging out or whatever. You want to come join us? If she says, yeah, then she's probably looking for other people to socialize with. If she says, no, that's okay, I'm actually looking for a friend, then you go, okay, cheers. And then that's it. That's the end of the conversation. And if she wants to come in and have the conversation after that, that's totally fine. If she doesn't want to have the conversation, she'll go find her friend. And guess what? I think women are so used to having dudes always creeping on them all the time that if you get like a little bit of an upturned lip or a little bit of a sideways glance where it's like, I'm okay, I'm actually looking for my friend. Number one, that chick's kind of an asshole. I'm putting that politely. I'm not using a gendered insult. But you dodge a red flag, okay? Because if she's going to be rude to random people who are trying to socialize with her, then she wasn't the one. So even if she's pretty, but she gives you like the sideways, like cocked eyebrow, like snooty, like, actually, I'm waiting for my friend Sarah, and no, thank you. Like, if she gives you that one, she wasn't the one, right?
What's your prescription, Michael? What's your prescription for that problem?
The women aren't there anymore. That's the problem.
Well, that's because a lot of religion holds women back, so we don't want to be there.
Oh yeah, religion's what's holding women back. Religion's the problem. Religion's saving women. Religion's saving women from the idols that are everywhere right now.
Maybe not yet. It's never too late, you know.
Actually, let me say this. My grandmother is a Christian pastor. Like, I grew up in the church.
Oh, that's not real either. No,
they don't.
That's the idol right there. Come on.
Yes, she's a Methodist Christian Cuban pastor.
The reason they're booing. It's very nice that your grandma's Christian. That's like a good thing. But it's because women can.
Pastor,
the idea is that
she was the first one in her church to be a pastor. This is true. I'm not lying.
In deference to your grandmother, I won't make the broader theological point.
Don't do that.
But you go to a Catholic mass, I take it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So there we don't have priestesses in the Catholic mass, no. And but you make a great point, which is that in the new atheism, men led the way out of religion. Men led the way to atheism. And then now that everyone realizes atheism is dumb and totally, indefensible, now it's the men leading the way back. But you have this problem, especially if you go to the traditional masses, where if you want to date, the odds are good, but the goods are odd. I mean, these are real particular people, and it's a lot of guys. So in that case, I would just say you have to do what is incumbent upon a man, and you gotta lead, and you have to kind of lead by example. And maybe that means that tonight, when you're leaving this wonderful bar, you see a girl who's relatively wholesome. Well, you're Volcel dating, but some of your friends.
Odds are good, but the goods are odd is an interesting thing, interesting phrase. I've heard that if it's good from afar, it's likely far from good. The odds are good, but the goods are odd. That's kind of like, I'm okay with that. The odds are good. So if you're trying to pick up somebody in a bar, then if you have a high shot of picking them up on a solo, hey, what's up? My name's John. Let's go back to my place. If that is going to be statistically favorable, the goods are probably odd, meaning that there's probably something off. If a chick's willing to go home with a random dude that she just met that night and had like a 10-minute conversation, she's either wasted, at which point you need to be super duper legalistically careful, because if you take somebody home who's blackout and you have relations, that can be a problem, like a legal problem. And then voluntary consent, right? Like, she should want to be there. She should want to be enthusiastic about it, right? And then number 3, like, you should have more rapport than, hey, what's up, right? You should probably know somebody about that person, right? I would think you should have some rapport. You should have a friendship first. You should have at least a decent conversation. There should be some voluntary back and forth. I would think so. So while you might think that's like a cringe boomer conservative take, I'm okay with it.
You see a girl who's relatively wholesome for Lower Broadway in Nashville, and you invite her to the traditional Latin Mass tomorrow.
I think you guys just need to shoot your shot when you want to. It's a numbers game at the end of the day. So, I mean,
Grassroots gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Let me go ahead and thank everybody who's donated. It's Just Abby kicked us off with the first super chat of the day. Gen X Sapient Green kicked us off with the next second super chats. What the F Over renewed their membership and gifted 5 memberships. Boondoxian Citizen super chatted. AKA Batasui super chatted. Christian Valeris gave an insane $100 super chat. That promotion is treating him extra well. Thank you for spreading the wealth, King. AKA Batasui gifted a Valor Media Network. Barabbas Dontiak, the Loyalist Iron Warrior, gave us $5. O Phoenix super chatted, Paul super chatted, Henry Wilkins did a membership, and then Grassroots Hegemon just gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. And then AK Batasui for 5 says, anyway, we could have font size like 30 for those of us blind people for the painter points. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. Alrighty, back to it. And then I actually have a question for chat. I might fast forward a little bit. Do you guys want to check out the Erudite dog pile? I kind of want to check it out. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes, but I feel like we've gotten a healthy chunk of content out of this segment. So I don't mind. Trump's tariffs is kind of dry. USA, USA. I assume that's drunk people yelling at stuff. And then at some point, Adam Mockler calls Donald Trump an R-slur, which is based, which I'm assuming is going to happen in the tariff section. But I kind of want to check out the Erudite stuff. So you guys tell me in chat if you would want to check out Erudite. Apparently, Hobbit follower, who is somebody that I know, who's a big member of Steven's community. And then also Steven himself jumps in order to chastise Erudite. So I would be curious to find that content and view that content if you guys would be equally curious.
No, legit, it is. All right, it's a numbers game. So shoot your shot. See something, say something. When I see someone's cute, I say it. I ask guys out all the time.
But that might mean that if the odds are good, then the goods might be odd.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, listen. I understand what you're saying, that it's self-inflicted, because I think if a man sees a problem, he shouldn't blame anybody else for it. He should do whatever he has to do to fix the problem. But what do you think? What do you think about the fact that an estimated 1.4 million women in America are on OnlyFans, and most of them aren't making any money from it? So if you're in college and you're trying to meet the person you're going to be with the rest of your life, what are you supposed to do when like 25% of the chicks around there are showing their tits online for free?
Free market,
Well,
baby.
then that's not.
Be like, hey, baby, you're making $10 a month. Let's go ahead and shut down your OnlyFans. I'll pay for dinner. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so then, well, since they're out there and you know they're on OnlyFans, and that you already can write them off as the chick you don't want. So I guess they're exposing themselves so that you know that's not for me.
I'm just saying it's like harder to catch a fish when you dump toxic waste in the pond, is all I'm saying.
Right, you know, hold on. His other problem.
Vorpal says, I thought the normies numbers include the 10%, the top 10%. Doesn't that skew median wealth upwards? Could have sworn ignoring the top 10% was under 100K, so even more normies for 1 billionaire. Oh, yeah, 100%. So I used average, but there's something like with median. I forget if median is higher or lower, but there's something with median where I think median is like, it's the middle number, right? In a distribution. Median income. Yeah, the median income in the US is 40,000. So yeah, you could actually increase the amount of people that I said, 185,000. If you went for median instead of average, you could increase that by like another 33%, right? Logically, 1.3333. So it would take 250,000 normies to replace one billionaire whose annual revenue was approximately $3 billion. 250,000 people. It would take 5 Madison Square Gardens to replace the taxed revenue of a billionaire.
Your problem with it, right when you said the question was not that they're on OnlyFans, but that they're not making any money from it.
There's an argument if she's making $1 million a month.
I mean, if they're doing it for no money, that's just stupid. But also, there can't be a seller without a buyer. So maybe if men
a lot of
stop
lonely
going
men
on
too.
OnlyFans,
I think it's gross.
we wouldn't do it.
The reason why OnlyFans is popular is because a lot of lonely young men buy OnlyFans.
Yes, there can't be a seller without a buyer.
But aren't those lonely young men?
But if there's nothing to buy, you can't buy it.
If there's nothing to buy.
So Grasser says, it's hard to impress how shit a jobs report is minus 32K in America. A gain of 70K is abysmal. Yeah, minus 32,000 jobs with a 3.8% increase in GDP is shocking to me. I'm actually like terrified by whatever that is. But if you lose 32,000 jobs, but you increase the size of the economy by 4%, how is that not a bubble? That's actually like, it's kind of scary to me. It is scary to me.
You can't buy.
I thought we liked free market capitalism in here. I thought if there was demand for
not
something,
unrestrained by a moral order.
if there is demand, wait.
There you go. Thank you, Michael Knowles, for saying something that makes sense. I do love capitalism, but I also think that we should have some level of morality that guides our behavior.
So
It's
you're
your
okay?
model.
I don't worship mammon.
Are you
I'm
okay
not-
with the government stepping in if there's a immoral?
For sure.
Wait, so is the government in your eyes? Sorry, I don't really know much about your ideology. Is the government in your eyes the ultimate arbiter of what's moral and what's not?
No, there's an
He would say God is.
objective moral order that we can intuit because we're creatures
Wait,
of
so
reason.
OnlyFans is objectively bad in your eyes?
Yeah, for sure.
Not in my eyes, so it's not objective.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, just because you're wrong about something doesn't mean it's not.
That's convenient. That's convenient for you.
No. Listen, 2 + 2 = 4. You talk to a 3-year-old kid, he might think 2 + 2 = 5. That doesn't mean that we just throw our hands in the air and
Okay,
can't come to a
there's
conclusion.
a creator economy in OnlyFans with not only millions or 1.4 million girls participating, but even more.
Nice. Well, QC John says, I too am without sin. I am waiting for a deer to give the ultimate sacrifice to lay upon my open flame for grill hottest communion. I think, well, QC John is hunting. That's got to be crazy to be listening to incel debates in Nashville, Tennessee between liberals and conservatives while your conservatarian, Burkean conservative, center-right, commentator, and you're just like waiting for a deer to walk by so you can tag him. That's bananas.
Millions of men. So all of these people in your eyes are just complete moral.
Flirt with the priest. Works best if you're on the younger side.
Degenerates who.
Conservative liberalism says coffee is before service, heathen. Not at my church.
Are wrong.
So yeah, basically. Yeah, but,
Okay,
but
then
we all
what's-
sin. All
What's
people
your
sin.
governmental prescription to stop that?
Like, you can go get coffee and donuts like 15 minutes, 30 minutes prior to service. You can get coffee and donuts before the service. That's true. But then most people aren't really like socializing too much before the service. They're like hanging out, finding their seats. They might talk to their neighbors, but they're not like hanging out talking. I'm talking about after service where people are congregating in like the foyer as they're walking out. There are other people who will congregate and yap.
That from happening? What's your prescription? Does the government step in and regulate OnlyFans, stop men from buying that? That's
Okay, wait.
basically.
that's not small government. That's more government. So you want more government to step in?
Yeah, I want a proper limited government
Real
that
conservatives in
pursues
here.
the common good.
I wanna ask
I'm not
the
a
audience.
libertarian, but I'm a conservative.
But I want to
yeah.
ask the audience a quick question. For the guys in here, clap if you would want to see OnlyFans completely go away. Okay,
Yes.
okay, wait.
All right.
All right, that was like 7.
Okay, wait. Now,
Hold on, Adam, you're not
wait.
clapping.
Now clap
care.
if you
You don't
wouldn't
care.
want it to go away. I don't get it. You don't have to watch
Hold on,
it.
I don't want to embarrass you, Adam.
Wordsmith Andy says, if the argument is that religion largely subjugates women, so what incentive is there for women to go there? I don't think conservative women view it that way at all. And I think that also, if you look at the history of Islam and Christianity, so for Islam, prior to the coming about of Muhammad, female infanticide was common. That was one of the social practices that he prohibited, was female infanticide. And then while I think the burqa and niqab are dumb, the incentive behind the burqa and the niqab is that men are lustful, basically like lustful rapists who are on the verge of sexually assaulting women. Now, is that true in the modern era? Do we have better culture? Do we have better impulse control? Absolutely. That's why I think the burqa and the niqab are kind of, vestigial cultural traditions from the Islamic tradition. But is the intent of the burqa and the niqab trying to like make sure that female sexual honor and dignity is maintained and that males are not, predatory rapists towards women? That's the intent behind it. You can say it's anti-feminist, but it's still an attempt to protect women. Then when it comes to Christianity, Colossians, I think, is one of the ones that is cited most often. But Paul talks about, what the dynamics of marriage should be. And he talks about like how it shouldn't be jealous. It shouldn't be envious. It should be forgiving. It should be the way that, God loved the church is the way that you should love your wife. Two people give up themselves and become one flesh. And anybody who would, attack their wife, it would be the same as attacking your own flesh. And so while you can still say that it's a patriarchal perspective, like a male-dominated perspective on sex relations, the point of it is, though, that compared to the pagan era where might makes right and women are just the slaves of men because they're physically and culturally weaker, this was actually probably quite an improvement in sex and sex relations where women were to be treated as an extension of your own body. You wouldn't beat your own body. You wouldn't cut your own body. You wouldn't destroy your own body. And so, yeah, I mean, in that way, it could be viewed as quite progressive, both Islam and Christianity compared to the pre-Christian and pre-Islamic pagan world.
But notice here, she said, do you want to see this like disgusting pornography site go away? And clap if you want to do it. And you didn't clap. That makes you look like a weirdo. You should have clapped. You should have clapped.
Okay.
Like a weirdo.
Can I just explain?
Yes.
I'm just rather agnostic. I think if there's supply and demand, I think there's
You've got
demand
women
for an
being
economy.
exploited, selling their bodies for sex. They're going to be washed out of it. They're going to have trouble getting jobs. No man's going to want them.
That's their
Like Nick
personal
said.
decision, though. That's their personal
But it's a bad decision.
I
We
think it's
protect
valid
people
work.
Uku says, why are we watching this slop? This is Adam Mockler. He's a big debater from Midas Touch. This chick, I don't know. This is Michael Knowles. He's a conservative commentary guy. And then they're in a bar, I think they said Tennessee? In Nashville? They're in a bar in Nashville debating.
So are you their boss or their dad? Like,
No, I'm a citizen in a self-governing
who
republic that
doesn't
makes
need
laws
to go to their
protect the common
OnlyFans
good.
page? You have to go to their page to see it.
You know what my question is?
Yeah.
If you want the government to be able to step in and regulate something like OnlyFans,
Which it currently does on the books, by the way.
Can I
'cause we
just
have
point out the
obscenity laws.
problem? When the government is arbitrating what's moral like that, then what happens when the next administration comes in and they say, any dude with a mic who is spewing stuff like Michael Knowles is, I think that that's immoral. I think that that is objectively immoral, and I want to regulate dudes with microphones.
Because it'd be a violation of the First Amendment. I mean, you can argue that pornography is a First Amendment like artistic expression, but that's why.
Slippery slope.
You have just described how government works. Yes, that's true.
There's a no. I am describing what happens when one government overreaches and tries to impose their morals, and you have a slippery slope. Wait, so if you're saying this is how government works, why doesn't the Trump administration regulate and ban OnlyFans like everyone in this room wants? Because they're not going to do that.
Well, because the Supreme Court weakened the obscenity laws, which have been on the books since the founding of the country, and they did that in the middle of the 20th century, which was
so
terrible.
It's not how administrations work, because the Supreme Court is not allowing the administration.
All right. Looks like we got some votes for the erudite dog pile. So I'm going to let Adam finish this thought, and we're going to move into that.
Administration to do it.
No, but,
so
George W. Bush prosecuted a pornographer for obscenity in 2008.
One pornographer is different than banning an industry.
At the federal level.
You want the government to ban an industry. When's the last time the government's banned an industry that has demand?
So what was the answer out there? Someone prostitute? Well, it depends. In certain places.
I was going to say it's still
When's
legal
the
in
last
some
time
places.
they have banned federally some sort of demand market?
Alcohol is what he's pointing at.
Narcotics.
Not.
Well,
I guess
marijuana, for that matter, at the federal level, not at the state level.
I guess that works, but I just don't think that's comparable to OnlyFans.
Adam,
I don't
wouldn't
think
you
that
say?
narcotics-
Adam, wouldn't you say that all laws, to some degree, have recourse to morality? Because we say this is good and this is bad, and we need to be good to the asylum seekers, and we need to be good to the trans children or whatever. You're always making recourse to moral arguments. You just don't like it when we do it.
No, it's the thing about you, though, is that all of your positions are personal decisions and morals for you that you want to impose on me.
No, well, I think actually that statement that you just made, that's your personal opinion about how government should work, but I don't want you to impose that personal opinion about what I can do with my government on me.
And I don't want you to decide, oh, all these women and men can't do OnlyFans.
Well,
anymore.
I don't want you to decide that I can't decide that all those women and men can do OnlyFans.
You can have that opinion, but you can't actually
and you
enforce
can
that
have
on
that
people.
opinion too, but you can't make me listen to you when you say that
That's
I
like
can't
two
make the
kids.
government
That's
ban
not what I'm trying
OnlyFans.
to do. The difference between you and I is I don't want to put anything into legislation that stops
And the
people
difference between
from
you and
doing
I is I don't
something
want
they
women to be trafficked for pornography.
Who the heck is being trafficked when they decide to do it themselves? You
Huge
have to
swaths of the
go
pornography
to the
industry.
page.
The fact these people are pushing porn knowing that a massive chunks of consumers are actually children is pretty fucked. Well, you had a more socially conservative take than I would. You were saying that earlier comment said that you would want most pornography to be banned or heavily restricted. I think that's interesting. I actually live in Florida, and Florida passed the law where you have to verify your ID in order to get onto porn sites that are like registered in the US. They actually passed that law. And then I think people are using you know, the anonymous search. I think they're using the anonymous search in order to do that. The whatever you call it, where you do private browsing on your phone. I think they're doing that, or they're using VPNs. But for that, that's like a lot of effort. So I think that those laws probably have reduced porn consumption, which probably has some pro-social benefit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like porn is so big, if it's an industry that's too big to fail. I don't know if the First Amendment overwhelms the decision making of adults. I'd probably have to think about it. Like, what do I care about more? The free expression of pornographic creators under an interpretation of the First Amendment of the United States, or do I think that since the United States has obscenity laws where, you know, you can't like create things that are like offensive to the good nature of the public? I don't know. I'd have to think about the balance of freedom in reference to that topic. I don't know.
Do the prostitutes on the street decide for themselves?
I mean, depending on the chick, right? I don't know. I'm not on
maybe,
the street.
yeah, maybe. Let's
Ask
talk to their
them.
pimps. Let's see if they decide for themselves. I don't know.
I agree.
You agree?
I agree.
That the prostitutes decide for themselves?
Yes.
Or, okay, all right, all done. The bachelor party took a bad turn. Okay, listen. Who was the VIP? Who was the VIP? I would say me.
All right. Let's go ahead and wrap up there. Anyways, I think that I'm happy to see Adam Mockler. I feel like the liberal debaters stepped on each other's toes, but that's just the nature of having two opponents versus the host. And then Michael Knowles is also hosting and debating, and I felt like he danced away a whole bunch. So I really don't think that, you know, it wasn't decisive. I just saw a few clips of Adam Mockler doing pretty good and getting a little spicy. Ironically enough, he probably gets spicy in the Trump tariffs segment and the USA segment. So ironically, we're actually going to miss probably some of his best clips that are going to be here. But I would just invite you to go watch that content when you have the opportunity to do so. We've had between 100 and 130 people live today. You guys have been incredibly generous, so I parasocially love you. I'm just going to shout out the people who have helped out. It's just Avi, Gen X, Sapient Green, What the F Over, Boondoxian Citizen, aka Badasui, Christian Valeris with an insane $100 super chat, aka Badasui, gifting a membership, Barabbas Dantiok, the Loyalist Iron Warrior. It's an honor to have you in my chat. Phoenix and Paul with the super chats. Henry Wilkins became a member. Grassroots Hegemon donated 10 memberships, and then aka Badasui with another super chat. So I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's go ahead and move into the erudite dog pile. Not so erudite. Somebody was saying that it was a 6-hour stream, which is kind of crazy. But somebody said that Hobbit follower and Destiny jumped in order to chastise Kyla for being too critical of liberals in our current political moment. And I wanted to take a look at it. The struggle session, am I leaving the left? Is this it? Members only? I can become a member for this. Is this it? The struggle session? I'm going to move over here. Let's go full screen. That way you guys can't see my financial information. That probably wouldn't be good. Probably shouldn't be showing you my bank accounts. But overall, come on, stop screwing with me. Let's do that. Let's transfer a few dollary dues into my main checking account. Let's become a member and let's do that. But I would be curious. I would actually be really curious about Erudite having quote unquote leaving the left, because I've argued with her in the past because she has more. She actually, her and I share a healthy chunk of conservative instincts when it comes to, I don't know, like morality and Christianity and forgiveness and all that kind of stuff. We share a healthy chunk of morality. But then what ends up happening is we start talking about sex. And I think because she was in such a stereotypical conservative upbringing, and she also had her own struggles as a teenager, that what ends up happening is she doesn't feel like she can judge anybody about their sexual morality ever. And so when she's talking about like OnlyFans girls, or she's talking about any of that kind of stuff, she's just like, oh, well, I can't judge. I can't judge. God can judge. God can judge. And I'm like, no, like there is some actual, you know, pretty normal shit that like you can make judgments about. And so as a result, like you can say like, hey, I don't want law enforcement to come fuck your shit up. Like I don't want cops to come fuck your shit up, but I do want you to you know, live a more sexually moral life over time. I don't feel like that's a problem. I don't feel like it's a problem to be culturally judgy. All right, so hold on. Let me catch up with super chats real quick. Looks like we got another one. Uku for £5 or €5, excuse me. Symbolic donation from my first paycheck. Well, thank you, Uku. I appreciate you. Parasocial love. I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom. So if there is something that you said that I missed, then go ahead and hit it up in the chat again. Keycode says, oh my God, so fix how it's put out into society. Banning shit because, well, kids watch it is arslerd. They see violence, drugs, and hear about sex and music and all the other media. Regulate, not ban. Gotcha. Doobie says, yeah, I don't think the benefits outweigh the negatives with porn. There's a ton of research on this. It leads to a lot of negative consequences for young and women and men exposed. Well, maybe, yeah, so change the state laws first before trying the whole country. Yeah, trust me, gooning is like the one thing that my chat and I fight about all the time. So I am definitively more anti-gooner than a lot of my chat. All right. Connor, is restreaming members only against terms of service? Is that against terms of service to restream terms? No. Why? How is that against terms of service if I'm doing a reaction and a breakdown? I'm not stealing the content. I'm reacting to it. So I think that would be odd. If you're trying to steal the content, I think that's different from doing a reaction. So anyways, Kyla is more than welcome to even DM me right now, I guess. So I'm going to fast forward. Does anybody know what Hobbit follower looks like? I don't know what Hobbit follower looks like.
Negative, so they jump in and they use that person's frustration as like a pet launch off for their pet topic.
Okay, so I'm going to fast forward to when this wizard comes into chat and introduces themselves. And then I'll see if that's Hobbit follower. I don't think it is, though.
Well,
does anybody have timestamps?
Let's be clear about that. Amazing.
Okay.
What a genius way to keep your privacy, but still cam up. They can't hear you in second.
I would. Oh.
I got you. I just had my desktop muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured in the spirit of everything, I would stay to what you wanted, but also stick to what I wanted. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let me. I feel like your little dude is getting.
I wouldn't call you not an ally. That's like ridiculous.
Okay.
In my opinion, I guess I'd argue on either prompt 2 or 3. I think so. I'd say there's the question of like criticism and disagreeing in strategy, like being or not being infighting.
I think it was after the Charlie Kirk jokes, or it was like the one where you.
It was the Pierce panel. That's what started the new
panel.
Criticism. Yeah, I really didn't like the Pierce panel.
Okay, here we go. Even if this isn't Hobbit follower, we can at least get the commentary going. So that's fine. All right.
So I think you got a lot.
Let me go ahead and do a little intro. That way we can make it into a nice little segment. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican or classical Republican, meaning that I actually believe in Republican values. Whether or not the Republican Party believes in any of that is up for debate. What I'm going to be checking out right now is apparently there was a little bit of a dog pile against my friend, Not So Erudite, where she was called out by members of DGG and even Destiny himself for her criticisms of his rhetoric in reference to the Charlie Kirk's thing. This was kind of a call-in show dogpile. So we're going to check out some of that content now, and we'll take it from there.
Like heat from that. I don't know if there was any of your examples in your Reddit, but like I think that was the perfect place to hang. And I kind of agree with Steven, but I also don't mind the edgy stuff, but I thought that was great. I think the reason I personally took the big issue is I don't think I would have done it in such a MAGA heavy thing for an unfucking American soldier. If it was one that was a little more liberal friendly or a little more leftist, I think I'm fine with that.
I could probably just concede to that. Yeah.
Oh, they're saying Hobbit follower was the first guy. Okay. So let's rewind a little bit and get into his criticism past the intro.
Okay. And I want to get into examples. So just let me, I'm just trying to frame my idea that you are painting us out to be like the villain. So these are all just quotes from that same video of you having the same conversation with somebody, and conservative censorship kept coming up and up and up. And you said, well, we have a lot of issues in the way that we massively fumbled the bag. We had the culture in 2016 to like 2022. We fucked it. We were so fucking stupid. It was so utterly embarrassing when you look back, right? Because we thought we won the culture war. But mostly what we did was banned people who disagreed with us and then thought that we had won, when in reality, it just turned a lot of people away.
I agree with that. Guys. As somebody who's been in the culture war for the past decade, I agree with that exact sentiment. So what happened, is just true. From 2016 to 2022, if I went onto a panel and I said, hey, like I'm pretty moderate, but I have a few conservative takes, and whenever I'm in Twitch or YouTube politics and I talk about my perspectives, I'm effectively treated like a far-right lunatic. And I know people who are infinitely further right than me, and I know people who are catching suspensions in reference to race realism, in reference to religion, in reference to abortion, in reference to a whole host of topics like mass immigration. There are a whole host of people who are being banned or catching community guideline strikes on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook as a result of sharing their earnestly held opinions. And so while my opinions might be within terms of service, there are hundreds of thousands or millions of people who have opinions that are outside of terms of service. And this isn't in line with the First Amendment of the United States, because the First Amendment of the United States effectively says that you can say whatever you want to say as long as you're not doing direct calls for violence, or as long as you're not participating in XYZ ABC behavior. And so what I predicted accurately was that there was going to be a conservative backlash. And I don't understand how you can be in the current political moment and not understand that we are in the political backlash. The creation of Rumble was political backlash for overly censorious YouTube. The creation of Kick was backlash for the overly censorious nature of Twitch. The Rumble and Kick are almost direct responses to that. The purchase of Twitter by Elon Musk was because of the overly censorious nature of Twitter. And by the way, if you want to say liberal Twitter was better than Elon Musk Twitter, I agree with you. Elon Musk Twitter is a hell site. But that doesn't mean that like the conservative backlash wasn't predictable. Descriptively, like the quote that Hobbit just read to Erudite is descriptively true, even if you think it was good.
So you believe that for the most part, we won the culture war based on the fact that we just banned anybody that disagreed with us?
We banned people who disagreed with us, and we like made a deal with progressives, and particularly like pretty far left progressives, because they were kind of inundated in pop culture spaces.
What kind of deal do you think we made with those people?
They would say like,
can you say that?
They would like start saying all these words, like retard is a really bad word and you should be canceled.
Yeah, dude, I stopped using the R slur for a year. I want that year back, dude. Because you know what happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened. The R slur, I have, and I know we're on Valor, so even right now we're not supposed to use ableist slurs. Okay. What happened was I got onto Twitch and YouTube in 2019, late 2019, early 2020, and I was just posting stuff. Then I got into the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene, And I was using the ableist slur, and Twitch people said, oh, you can't use the ableist slur. And I was like, okay, I'll do my best. And then I had a few progressive people who were like, hey, man, I'm actually disabled. I stay at home. You know, I try to work jobs, but I can't because I have this psychological issue or I have this physical issue. And whenever somebody uses the R slur, I feel like I'm being personally attacked. And I kind of told them in the DMs, it's like, I'm not attacking you because you have a disability. What I'm trying to say is that this idea is so stupid, it's beneath consideration. That's what I'm trying to communicate whenever I use the R slur, is your idea is so dumb that I should not even consider your idea. And what ended up happening was a combination of pressure from Twitch and a combination of pressure of disabled people in my chat. Eventually, I was like, you know what? I'll just try to drop it. You know, I'll just try to drop it from my vocabulary. I disagree, but clearly I'm not in the right now. And so as a result, you know, I'll just go ahead and drop it. So I dropped it for like a year. But what ended up happening was Elon Musk purchased Twitter. The entire cultural zeitgeist yanked back in the right-wing direction. And as a result, an ableist slur became the least of the left wing's concerns when it came to political discourse. And now it's renormalized. And truth be told, I'm happy. I'm happy that the R slur is back. I love the R slur. It's one of my favorite slurs from school. I loved it. I miss it. I'm not trying to say that disabled people are deserving of your contempt. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to say the idea that you are positing is so stupid, it's beneath consideration. Listen, man, I'm happy about the R slur, all right?
Canceled, you should potentially get a ban, right? But you definitely, nobody should ever listen to you if you ever dare say the word retard. I think that dominantly came not really from the liberal space. I think that came from the much further left space. And I think
and Jazz86, don't forget, Parler was an initial response to Twitter. Yep.
That we kind of accepted that type of framing of morality that I think was really, really bad.
Okay, let me just make a note of that real quick, because I want to come back to that.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Another quote. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that there was a period like before 2016 when speech was more free and open and there was less censorship online? Pre-Gamergate.
I mean, yeah, obviously, because for the most part, like terms of service and things like that really.
Wordsmith Andy says the cultural war was lost because of the word R slur. No, it's also because we weren't able to talk about mass immigration in an honest way. We weren't able to talk about race realism in an honest way. We weren't able, and by the way, there's like bad propagandists who absolutely were lying through their teeth in order to spread these ideas. So don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, like, what ended up happening is those people got banned and moved to other platforms. So because race realism, because the rise of neo-Nazism, because the rise of the far right was the ideas that they were talking about, like demographic replacement, like demographic collapse, like mass immigration, like Islamophobic ideas about Muslims, like I'm trying to think of what else, but you know, gun stuff is still heavily regulated on YouTube. And I'm trying to think of what other stuff, but you know, conservative perspectives on homosexuality, conservative perspectives on abortion, all these things were kind of put outside of the Overton window. But that doesn't mean just because it was pushed outside of the Overton window online doesn't mean that there weren't vast swaths of the American population who believed in that stuff and felt alienated by the social media regulations that they had to participate in because they wanted to participate in the public square. And so that's part of the I just think it's descriptively true that that's part of the motivating animus for the right-wing whiplash that we've gone through over the past decade is just exactly what's being talked about right now.
And they existed, but the monitoring of it was so difficult to do. Like I'm in my 30s, right? So like I remember like AOL chat rooms and things like that as kind of like the first way that you really got to have like live interaction with people.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously there was like forums and stuff, but like when you're talking about like real-time interaction with people, that was kind of like one of the first places that you could do that. And that's where like, you know, all of the like the
Seraph says I don't use the F slur. I find it disgusting. Listen, guys, I'm not gonna lie. If there were no restrictions on my on my behavior, I would probably use the N-word with an A, like as a term of endearment for people that I loved, and I would use it in appropriate context. I would never use it derogatorily, but I would use it in a fraternal way. And then with the F slur, same thing, man. Like I would use that against Rob Noor. And I would use that against people like Rob Noor. I would use it against Gibbs. I would use it against all sorts of people. Basically, like the people who have such Trump devotion syndrome that they might as well be gay for Donald Trump. I wish I could use the F slur against, because I don't care if you're homosexual. Be homosexual. Love a dude. Love a chick. Do what you do. Right. I don't care about that. That's not why I'm calling them the F slur. I think that with the F slur, I wonder if I could Google the F slur, like F slur definition meaning, and then maybe it would come up with something flamboyant gay man. So I understand that like some gay people might be offended if you use the F slur to describe like a flamboyant gay man. I understand that. But I think that the level of visceral disgust that's expressed through the F slur could actually be used in the way that I have visceral disgust for not gay people, but for Trump sycophants. I actually think that they simp for terrible things. So I'm not going to do it because, obviously homosexual people don't like some homosexual people don't care about the F slur at all. Some homosexual people take great offense to it. So I'll treat it the same way that I treat the N-word and the R slur. I might use it in private context where I know it's appropriate, but I probably won't be spamming it in my live stream career. So anyways,
scare of like, oh my God, your kids are talking to like a 75-year-old pedophile online, and they don't even know it because they're in this chat room, and like that's where like all of that.
Good Grief Griff says, took the Republic to be on the brink of collapse for you to get your precious slur back. I hope you're happy. Listen, I'm not happy about the Republic being on the brink. I am happy about getting my slur back.
That kind of stuff started, and it really was like the Wild West. Like you could do just about anything.
Decode says, if you love the R slur so much, why do you censor me when you read my comments? Because I'm employed and my employer doesn't like me using ableist, homophobic, racist slurs. Oh, you guys are brutal.
In those, because there was no like media that could be shared. It was all text.
Yeah, see, sorry. I know I keep pausing every 3 seconds, so we're not having a productive reaction. But AF Racing says the F slur in my vocabulary is reserved for Stephen Miller. There you go.
And things like that. And there was really no like monitoring of that or
sure. So when
like,
the apparatus,
I believe that, but not. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess say post 2016, you're kind of saying like, well, we didn't really have the apparatus to maybe do the cancellation, but also you might even grant me the culture was a little bit different, is a little bit more niche as well, right? It was not as much mainstream, and so in general, it was the Wild West. People were doing all sorts of crazy shit. A lot of it, you and I would agree, is probably better left not on mainstream internet. So my question to you would be, okay, if you agree that it was pre 2016, it was a lot freer, and then after 2016, it was a lot more censored.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. So Doobie says, just do what I do and make your own slurs to get around the moderation filters. I should be creative with my slurs. Like the truth is that there's a there was one that I used. I forget what it was, but it was a word. It was a word that sounded just like the other word. I mean, obviously you got like grape and PDF file and all that kind of stuff. You got those ones. But I think for the F slur, there was one. But whenever somebody says regard, REGARD, I'm like, I know what you want to say. And so it doesn't have the same punch. You know what I'm saying? It's just the substitutes just don't have the same punch. And so I don't have it doesn't have the same feel to me.
My question to you is, did that censoring disproportionately target the right?
I would say probably. Well, actually,
Yes, it did. It did, because the right wing is the side that wanted to talk about demographic collapse, race realism, mass immigration, COVID, election interference. And by the way, like 70% of what they presented in that stuff is bullshit. But lying, I think, unless you're actually incurring material harm, I think that lying is still protected by the First Amendment. And then I also think that being dumb is protected by the First Amendment.
No, I actually won't say that. I would say that almost entirely this idea that you have is built on not things that have to do with anything that are like conservative viewpoints or anything like that. That's like my whole basis of this, is that you've kind of fallen into this framework that people were censored or banned or whatever it might be based on the fact that they were a conservative, when that's really just not the case.
Okay, so why do you think that they were censored
So
or
like
banned?
even your example of like retard, right? Like, is it conservative to say retard?
Yeah, Good Griff says, bro, the F slur was the only word we would use in 7th and 8th grade. It was the catch-all term for aggression, term of endearment, term for your siblings, friends, enemies, dog, video games, life. Yeah, the F slur was the white person's N-word in 2004.
No, that's more like edgy culture, but definitely we had made in the culture on the left, particularly with the SJW rise up, that being more politically correct and politically inclusive with their language was certainly more of a culturally left thing than a culturally right thing.
Yeah, nice.
It wasn't.
Dude, I do love frack. I do love frack from Battlestar Galactica, because the first time that you hear it, you're kind of like, oh, they replaced the F word. That's kind of funny. But then you actually hear them use it, and they use it so often throughout Battlestar Galactica and also the Gaunt's Goats books that you actually just like in your mind, you replace the science fiction F-bomb in your brain. So frack might sound like dumb to you, but to me, because I've seen so much Battlestar Galactica, it actually, yeah, it works.
Conservatives weren't saying like, guys, don't say retard. That's so offensive.
I think I would grant that if we're talking about like 2016, 2017, but I think that we've gone like full horseshoe on it to where now you can't even like say anything bad about, like, one of the quotes, and I didn't rip it off here, but you know that you said it, was like that Erica Kirk basically gets to do whatever she wants because she's a widow.
She gets, well, no, that's not at all what I said. I said she gets carte blanche benefit of the doubt.
I can pull the quote. That's not what you said. If you want me to, I can pull the quote real quick.
Sure. So I can clarify. If I said something slightly different, I don't think Erica Kirk can do literally anything she wants. I don't think anyone.
Doobie says, you're a grown adult. Why are you talking like a second grade child to avoid mommy and daddy issues? Because I need money, Doobie. I need money. You're flexing nuts, okay? I got Grassroots Hegemon who gifted 10 memberships. I got Christian Valeris who got a promotion and he's just making it rain. I got It's Just Avi, Gen X, Sapient Green, What the F Over, gifting memberships or super chats. Boondoxian Citizen, aka Batasui, Barabbas Dontiak, O Phoenix, Paul, Henry Wilkins, aka Batasui, and Uku. They have all pushed for the Connor Slur Emancipation Fund. Okay. They have all said, Connor, we love your content so much. We want to hang out with you every single day and we want to support you financially. That way you become big enough of a streamer that you are no longer reliant on anyone for your income. Therefore, you can start saying all the horrible slurs that you want on live stream. So they have put their money where their mouth is, Doobie. Will you? That's how you do it. All right. Anyways, trying to bait Doobie into super chatting so I have more financial independence so I can say more slurs online. You know, based.
Would take that conclusion. If Erica Kirk goes on a killing spree, nobody's going to think that that's fine, right? If she comes out and she's abusing her children.
Obviously that.
Okay, Well, yeah, obviously that, right? What I'm saying is that when widows do weird shit, like utilizing their grief for political gain, I am willing to give them carte blanche maximal benefit of the doubt. That's what I mean there, right?
So you did say widows, unfortunately, of assassination kind of get maximal social benefit of the doubt, but then later on,
Yeah, that's true. So benefit of the doubt means that if somebody seems to be being dishonest or disingenuous or uncharitable with the way that they're communicating their message and they're being propagandists, you have to approach the situation with kids' gloves because they are somebody who has had a recent traumatic event in their life. So if you go at them with both barrels, you know, calling them this, that, the other, evil, lying, disingenuous, devilish, demonic, evil, arsler, then what's going to happen is because people are naturally sympathetic to widows, they're going to view you as the bad guy instead of the person you're criticizing, obviously.
in that sense, you said, yeah, but they.
Clanker as an anti-robot insult is awesome. I love that. The more that robots become a part of our society and the more that we have like anti-robot slurs, I am ecstatic.
You might be like, yeah, but they're using.
I'm going to be nice to the robots because I don't want to get killed when Skynet takes over. But I'll still be making anti-robot slur jokes in the background.
Using it for political aims, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's kind of true. You can say that privately and publicly. Unfortunately, she gets to do whatever the fuck she wants with her grief, including weaponizing it to do for political ends so that her husband's dream doesn't die. She's allowed to do that.
Yeah, I would say that like if your
It kind of makes sense.
gets assassinated.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that essentially if your husband gets assassinated, right, we might be I think we should still criticize TPU. I don't think mocking Erica Kirk is super tactical at all right now. I'm going back to the
so you're
censoring
saying
though.
that tactically.
Yes, Doobie has supported the COG community in the past. I was just baiting him. That's all I was doing.
Okay, and so I believe that conservatives are trying to censor people or use the things that they're saying. Okay, so
it's been completely flipped. It's completely flipped. But the issue is that if we're even going to grant that it's been flipped, then we have to kind of grant that it was going right wing, right? There are studies that showed that it was more right wing speech getting sequestered, right? There was people like Sargon of Akkad or Steven Crowder or Teal Deer who had to massively clam up.
Jesus, Doobie. Come on, man. Come on, man. Good God. Well, now I feel like I have to say it. Tomorrow's a Tuesday stream. I'll be on Counterpoints Politics. I will say the R slur as many times as Doobie wants now. Doobie for the $500. Jesus Christ. Yes, but have you considered Destiny is bad? Yeah. Listen, man. Listen. That's greatly appreciated. Like insanely appreciated. And I do have there's in the cold depths of my heart, okay? There's like an area for my wife. There's an area for my kids. There's an area for my dog who passed away. There's an area for my dogs who are still living. There's an area for my parents. But I'm going to admit that me being rude to Doobie and saying that I need money to emancipate myself so I am able to say ableist slurs with reckless abandon, he could have given $10 and made the same point. The fact that he gave me like a middle finger by donating $500, in my heart there is now a small sliver of affection for Doobie giving me a middle finger by also doing a $500 super chat. That's insane. Okay, I have to thank everybody because that was nuts. It's just Avi. Thank you for your super chat. Gen X, Sapient Green, thank you for your super chats. What the F over? Thank you for renewing your membership and donating 5 memberships. Boondoxian Citizen, thank you for your super chat. AKA Badasui, thank you. Christian Valeris with $100. Thank you, King. Thank you for putting your promotional money towards the channel. I do appreciate it. AKA Badasui donated a Valor Media membership. Barabbas Dantiak, O Phoenix, Paul, thank you for your donations. Henry Wilkins became a member. Grassroots Hegemon donated 10 Valor Media Networks, which is a huge donation. Thank you, King. AKA Badasui and Uku also did super chats. Thank you, King. And then Doobie with the $500 middle finger is our most recent donor. Thank you, Doobie, for the $500 middle finger. Absolutely insane. In the future, feel free to do that with $20. I won't complain, but thank you.
And change what they were saying and be way more careful, or move on to their own personal platforms, because main platforms wouldn't allow them to be there, right? This is just true.
I don't think I only have a couple more quotes, and then we can kind of get into a more open thing to where I can like really try to hammer my point and get you to kind of realize. So just let me get through. Just like I literally have 3 more things. You said, but right now we're increasingly seeing the left starting to double down on the destiny policy, which is that actually maybe we should be super nasty towards people. And it's like, bro, we've been nasty to Republicans at least since 2016. Like, we were fucking awful to them. So like, we literally nuked them off of platforms. Then you said, but we also have to win the media culture, and we are just taking big, fat, stinking L's. Our media is dog shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said all of that. So in what all the quotes that I've just read, are you saying, including that last one, you just said that we're taking fat L's in the media culture? How long do you think we've been taking fat L's in the media culture?
I don't know if I could put a specific date. When I say media culture, I think there's 2 prongs to analyze here. One of the things that I talk about when we're saying we're taking fat L's in the media culture is specifically the complete and utter inability for the DNC to coordinate, organize, and work together to create effective media outputs, right? This was very, very, very evident through like the last election. We were really far behind. We were super, super struggling. So I don't know when exactly that started, because I only started working with the DNC last year, right? But it's definitely been an issue. The reason that I suspect why it's flipping is because of a couple of things. One, the right has gotten the institutional power, and now they're willing to wield the exact same systems that they felt were wielded against them, right? Whether you agree whether they were or not, they at least for sure feel that they were being weaponized against.
I think that's the main problem right there. Just doing an actual little bit of commentary instead of laughing at the super chats. Jesus Christ, I'm still kind of blown away by that. Seriously. Thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Thank you to everybody else who donated. Seriously. Yeah, sure. Doobie says, wait, I have a request for Valor Media Network. You can keep the slurs, but at some point this week, I'd like you to play a song for chat. It won't get DMCA'd. Okay. I'll DM the options to you. Okay, perfect. Tomorrow. So, Ved Sunil says, fuck it. I need a longer break. Peace out. I'll be back in a month. I think Ved Sunil took too much psychic damage, and also Doobie just psychic damaged the shit out of him with that dono. So, but the point is, in reference to what we're talking about, is I think that we didn't actually do that bad of stuff to you. Like we said that you couldn't talk about COVID during the COVID lockdowns. We said that you couldn't talk about Trump stealing or other people stealing the election from Trump when it was most pertinent. We banned Donald Trump after January 6, 2021. We did all this stuff. And by the way, I think like 70% of that is justified. I think that the COVID misinformation was going to get people killed. And so social media platforms had to balance their responsibility to the government and to their clients to see like what responsibility do we have to make sure that people don't get injured or killed based off of misinformation. That was a real consideration for social media platforms at the time. And then considering Donald Trump has not proven outcome determinative election fraud in reference to 2020, I think they were also right to clamp down on election misinformation. However, I think the real way to do that would have kept the social discourse open would have been the community notes system, that Twitter has, where effectively what you can do is rather than banning the content outright, you can tag the content for being hit with community notes. And then right at, like, you could do it as a part of the intro. You could do it as like a giant asterisk label like YouTube does now with like Wikipedia articles, where you say, you know, this topic is contentious for XYZ ABC reason. Here's all the evidence related to this topic. And I think Doobie says, okay, got a meeting. I'll be back later. Okay, Ved Sunil, you can come back. Doobie's gone. See you, buddy. And thank you for the insane super chat. But the point is that I think you could accomplish the same thing while keeping social discourse open with the community notes system. I understand it would not have been perfect, but I feel like the sense of vengeance and grievance that the right wing has right now, while inflated, was only possible because of what was happening in social media from 2016 to 2021. And I think the smug, elitist condescension that was common at the time, where you just said, oh, make your own social media platform. Well, now the right wingers are like, yeah, we did make our own social media platforms. We are in our own information silos. We are spreading our own versions of misinformation and disinformation unchecked. And not only that, but your social media platforms have to accommodate us because we're big enough of an economic and social powerhouse that you have to consider our ideas, no matter how dog shit you think they are. So, yeah. Matter of fact, I think somebody keeps saying it. I think it's Key Code. Key Code keeps saying like, oh, you wanted to spread misinformation and disinformation on the internet? Boo-hoo, you got banned. That's the exact attitude that's created this dynamic.
Right. And the people who clap down.
I don't care about your feelings.
Sure. Well, we can get into the facts too, right? But I'm just granting they obviously feel that they were, which is why they're justifying using the systems now against left-wing speech, right? But it's the same people clapping down on left-wing speech, like Mark Zuckerberg, right, who runs Twitter and YouTube.
Uncle Fatty says Nixon should have been drawn and quartered in the middle of the Super Bowl halftime show. Everything we're facing now is due to being limp on holding traitors accountable. I find that interesting. Wasn't he effectively accused of just participating in the cover-up of a burglary? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Watergate was several White House operatives being hired by somebody, I believe, without Nixon's knowledge, in order to burglarize the DNC in order to get some kind of intel. I don't even know what they were looking for. They got caught, they got arrested, they got tied to White House staff. And so Nixon tried to cover up the burglary, and that's what he was accused of, like lying about the burglary. So what is, you know, you might be being hyperbolic with drawn and quartered, but what do you think the appropriate correlated punishment would be? Because I would say impeachment, maybe removal from office, maybe some level of criminal sanction. But even with the criminal sanctions, like committing to covering up a burglary is kind of low on the totem pole. So what do you think would actually be appropriate?
Like the people who run YouTube and Google, they're now
and that's addressed to Uncle Fatty, but if anybody else in chat wants to address it, that would be fine as well.
Capitulating to Trump, whereas before they were capitulating to left-wing cultural zeitgeist. I wouldn't actually say it was Biden. I would actually more say it was the culture within left. Maybe Biden too a little bit, but I think it's for the left, a really big issue is a lot of our culture, not just our politicians, because our politicians have always been a lot more moderate than our culture is.
Okay. I do.
Mad Money Max says, I can't believe it was Forrest Gump who called the cops on the Watergate Hotel. Dude, I went to the Watergate Hotel. My most recent trip in DC. I got to go have beers in the Watergate lobby and also participate in a seminar in the Watergate room. It was fun. Cool spot.
Have disagreements, but I just want to get through these last two things that I have, and then we'll be ready to go to those disagreements.
Yeah, Grassroots Hegemon says, wouldn't have happened if they were in prison. I mean, that universal prison idea is becoming more attractive by the day.
Got a super chat while you were talking to this person that said, can you name a left-leaning influencer or podcast?
Wait, hold on. Key Code says, if I put you in the corner and you eventually come out a fascist, you were always a fascist. Hold on, but that like parallels to the logic I had the other day. I did a debate about women in the military, and this guy wanted to cut 80% of females in the military. He wanted to cut like a full 200,000 females out of the military. And I was like, well, similar to prison, if you cut out all the females, then you're going to increase like homosexual acts. And then we got into like a 40-minute fight about whether or not decreasing females around heterosexual people will increase homosexual acts, and whether or not those people were naturally homosexual in the first place. Now, he didn't think that like bisexual people were different from homosexual. He just said that if you engage in homosexual acts, you're permanently a homosexual. So, you know, basically all I'm saying is your logic is the same as this guy, and this guy is one of the dumbest people I've ever debated. So I would rethink your logic, Key Code. Fascists aren't born, they're made. So I would rethink your logic.
Caster that had the ear of the Democratic politicians like the right have with Trump. Your response to them was, I don't need to. I never for once said Republicans are better. Like what? I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this performance where I'm equating these two things because I'm not equating these two things. And then shortly after that, you said the average American is people that we can hopefully believe in a little.
Okay, but Key Code, you had the ideology in you. Most fascists don't even know that they're fascist, bro. Like most fascists, it's like you didn't even pay attention to my drawing. Okay, it's like you don't even care, Key Code. It's like you don't even care. Okay, half of fascism is political corporatism, which, by the way, I'm a political corporatist, so I'm 50% fascist. All right, so I think that the nation state can be conceptualized as like a human body, and that there are different things that we can try to optimize. So the economy is the heart of the body, and the government is the brain, and the skin is the military, and the bones are the culture, and the white blood cell is law enforcement. And you can analogize this. You can analogize the organs of the state to function in that. I know you wouldn't put me in the fascist category, but let me explain, because this is half of the idea, and then the other half is probably the more important part of the idea. And so you can analogize the nation state, the body of people, and the government that leads it as a body. And so since it's a body, it shouldn't work against itself. So if the white blood cells start attacking healthy cells, then the fascism is stored in the balls. True. But if the white blood cells start attacking cells, that would be analogous to an autoimmune disorder. And weirdly enough, that's how we treat it, right? We, white blood cells, in this case, analogized to cops like attack black citizens disproportionately, and therefore black people don't feel like they're a part of the corporative American body, because we have an autoimmune disorder where white blood cells, in reference to law enforcement, they treat healthy cells like civilian citizens that are different skin colors as if they're a foreign entity, right? Yeah, money is blood. Yeah, keep going. You could come up with a billion things for how society can be analogized into a corporate body. But anyways, that's not the main point. The other main point, most people agree with, we should try to work together to have an optimized function of the nation state. Most people agree with that, except for libertarians, because libertarians are fucking idiots, right? Anarcho-capitalists, I should say. Some libertarians aren't idiots. Anarcho-capitalists are idiots. Libertarians or conservatarians can be insightful. But anyways, flexible authoritarianism is believing that in order to seize power of the system, you need to do whatever you need to do in order to seize power over the system. And then what you do after that is you advocate for the general well-being of the corporate body, but you don't let institutions stay in your way. If you need to modify culture in order to advocate for the political corporate health, you do so. If you need to modify the economy in order to do it, you do so. If you need to do it, change law enforcement, you do so. If you need to change the intestines, you do so. If you need to change your dick and balls, then you need to do so. So that's where the flexible authoritarianism becomes a problem. But the problem is that fascists, because they oftentimes use populism, in order to seize power. A lot of populists don't care about the whether or not the economy, how the economy is structured. They just care that it works. And so that's how flexible authoritarians do what they do. Anyways.
little bit that is maybe being propagandized to because the right has a much more effective
Sorry for going on a 10-minute yap that I felt like was like 70% accurate, but I fucked it up there towards the tail end. What I would say is that most fascists don't know they're fascists. Okay. They just think that they're advocating for the general health of the political corporative group, and they do not understand flexible authoritarianism because politics is complicated. And it's easier to just say, my guy get into power, my guy do good thing. That's infinitely easier.
media machine, right? They're being propagandized to. So we're clearly losing in the rhetoric and propaganda machine, essentially. So I think that you hold two positions that are contradictory. And I think that you hold.
Sorry. Sapien Green says if someone says that doing something is homosexual, you give that person a kiss. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, Hobbit follower, to be skipping out halfway through your debate, but apparently Steven joins at some point. Is that Steven? No, although I do recognize that. I feel like that's Vince. That I might have talked to Vince recently. Where's Steven? Does he go on camera or no? Steven. Where's Steven? Wait, where's Steven? I thought you guys said that he was here. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. Okay. All right, let's check out. Erudite's getting dogpiled by DGG / her critics. So Steven jumps in order to criticize her. Let's see what's going on.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, that's good. Because I was like, this got booked. I went through Hobbit Follower. I feel like I was definitely not doing that Max Carson.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay. Two quick things to bring up, I think, that are worth keeping in mind. Do you remember when conservatives like canceled Bud Light?
Yeah, with Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah. Do you think there was any like huge pushback against this from progressives?
Not enough. There was a fair bit of like people being like, this is transphobes, but I don't think it got much like political traction. From what I remember, I could be wrong, but that's what I remember.
Okay, that's what I remember. Do you remember how many people talk about like when conservatives they talk about like go woke, go broke, and they're gonna like boycott like Disney movies?
Yeah,
like
they're doing it right now with
that?
Netflix.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's a lot of like pushback from the liberal side or from the progressive side even about that kind of stuff?
Keycode says yes, but did the black person do something wrong by existing? No, but Keycode, unironically, the argument from ethno-nationalists is that black folk and Hispanic folk and Asian folk, they're a part of a different political corporative body. And so their argument, and by the way, this is where fascism goes awry. This is where it can get really evil really fast. You have to be cognizant of this. So what ethno-nationalists argue is that the nation state in its optimal form would only have people of a single race or culture within its political corporative body. And so as a result, Jewish people or black people or Hispanic people are not actually part of the corporative body. They are cancer. Yeah, Uku. Exactly. They're cancer or they're parasites or they're some kind of infectious disease. And then since they analogize them to infectious disease, parasites, or cancer, then what do you do with those things? You get rid of them, right? And so that's what fascism, like German fascism, effectively did, is it said that Jewish people were effectively a parasite that had seized control of the power structure of Europe, and therefore Europeans were no longer advocating in their own self-benefit. They were advocating for the benefit of the host, like the parasite. And so that's the analogies that they used. I mean, you'll hear fascists use these kinds of terms all the time. Parasite. I think one of the ones that they used was like useless eater when they were talking about disabled people. They'll call them vermin. They'll call them rats. Anything in order to otherize the other person so they're in such a moral category that you can get rid of them. And not only can you get rid of them, it's a moral good to get rid of them. A lot of people use this kind of language. So you can't hear like an us versus them, good versus evil analogy and then just assume that they're fascist. But if you hear it enough, and it's tied with political corporatism, and it's tied with flexible authoritarianism to seize power, then yeah, you could comfortably say that they're a fascist. Like I've said that I think Donald Trump is a fascist, but I just think he's too stupid to actually know what fascism is. He still practices it every single day. He just doesn't understand the philosophy. And if you tried to explain it to him, he would get bored.
Again, I think that they whinge about it, but I don't think they're particularly effective about it. No.
Okay, I don't disagree. I think one thing that's worth keeping in mind is when we talk about like the first thing is like we know this is true, but it's good to remind ourselves sometimes like not all canceling is bad, right? Like if somebody like murders 100 children or whatever, like it's probably okay that this guy's like doesn't have a YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Like there's obviously a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like COVID misinfo being blocked on YouTube, which I granted a Hobbit follower before, is like totally reasonable because I think it was like super dangerous and stupid.
Right. But we can acknowledge that blocking COVID misinfo might have been the morally correct thing to do, but it created a cultural backlash. I don't think that Stephen or Erudite would disagree with that descriptively, even if they disagreed with it morally.
Yeah, although I think you should be careful with that because I listened to the Hobbit. I think most of that conversation, I think most of what conservatives were mad when it came to cancel culture actually was about COVID stuff. Because that's when like the huge crackdown on YouTube and Facebook started with like vaccine and COVID misinformation. That was like the mass banning that everybody got super ass banned.
The leftist strategy isn't to fix the dick and balls of the political body. It's just to add more dick and balls.
About
sort of.
There were people that were like,
sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely, I promise. Well,
They
there were
were-
people that
they
got like
were.
banned on YouTube before. But like people don't know about these people. Like you guys were looking for names earlier of like right wingers that were like super banned. Do you know people like remember Stefan Molyneux?
Yeah.
Oh, Zip. That's who I've seen before. True.
Yeah, or like Arch Warhammer is somebody I'm thinking of. Like when I say
Yeah,
super
like, I think
banned,
JF
that's the
carried-
most
yeah.
extreme. But I do think that there is a pressure of like stifling speech that happened for people, even if they weren't outright banned, like demonetizing them, going to their workplace to try to get them like fired or any sort of things. Like just the broadband cancellation. I think it goes all the way up to banning, and I think it begins at like areas of like
Dude, as soon as you guys get into committed relationships or even have roommates, Sen Patty says, my wife, I feel weird. Me, have you had water yet? My wife, no. Dude, women, but I also think people in general, they love to drink their morning caffeine. They love to drink their coffee, their Diet Coke. They love to drink their tea, whatever. And then they just forget to hydrate for the rest of the day. And so like, dude, like force your loved ones to chug water, please. That's like more important than anything else that you have learned from the Counterpoints channel. Please chug water all the time. Hydration and chow is continuous.
pressuring platforms to shadow ban or demonetize or any of these sorts of things.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Okay. So I pointed out the Disney thing earlier, the Bud Light thing earlier, and then like liberals, and then there are like liberals that like cancel people, right? But like earlier, I think we all agreed that like these weren't generally led or cheerled by, Democrat leadership or like huge like parts of the Democratic establishment. Usually it was kind of like cultural stuff
It's
like
not
on
politicians.
Twitter and
It's
Facebook and all
exclusively
that. Yeah.
culture of the left, right? Like this is what I've said as well, is we have this issue where our Democratic politicians are actually not at all that much like the like culture, particularly the culture that we created between 2016 and 2020, because our culture was a lot more crazy. It was like getting into
Ooh, conservative liberalism says useless eater or bed blob. So I actually love bed blob. The first time that I heard bed blob was from Chud Logic, and it was like an anti-leftist slur because he was talking about how there's all these useless left-wing Discord, Twitter bed blobs who don't do anything but complain on social media all day. And so I love bed blob because bed blob, it just implies like the 600-pound life people, right? That's who it implies. And I think that's perfect because even if you don't look like that, let's say that you look attractive, but you're still a useless bed blob, then I think it still has like some moral, indictment. And it also a call to action of you can get off the bed. Whereas I think useless eater kind of implies that you should be eliminated because you're useless. So Hans Mayer says, why do women have such small hands? So your hands can look cool by comparison. Zenith says, like when Trump said immigrants were poisoning the blood of the country. Zenith, I unironically think that Donald Trump uttered a political corporative phrase without understanding political corporatism. I genuinely think that just under the bubble of his bullshit brain, that just came out, right?
Like the neo-gender stuff. Now that was particularly terminally online, but there was a massive push in like a certain direction that actually our politicians weren't there, which I agree with.
Mm-hmm. And something I used to make fun of the right wing for a lot on this was that, like, in a way, I feel like this is.
Lost Coyote says, "Did I miss Adam versus Michael Knowles?" Yeah, that was about an hour ago. You can just rewind the VOD.
Kind of like capitalism. It's like if people want to, have a cultural movement and they want to not support something, they kind of have the.
Yeah, Xena saying he wouldn't, or Sitch saying that he wouldn't call someone a fascist until they successfully repealed free speech. Yeah, that's cringe. I don't. That must be a take. I don't know what the context of that is. I would want to hear the full context of what was being said before I made a judgment. But I would have to assume that he kind of got like pinned down into a corner in like a rhetorical thing, and then as a result, he just kind of said that out. I would not. What do we only call communists once they've successfully, or do we only call socialists once they've successfully decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production? Do we only call communists once they've eliminated commodities and we live in a moneyless, stateless, classless society? Is that the only time we call people that kind of shit? Or do we call Maoist revolutionaries communists? Or do we call Pol Pot a communist? Or do we call the Soviets communist or socialist, depending on the context? Like, yeah, you don't call jihadists just because they just did a suicide bombing. You can call them a jihadist before they actually commit terrorism. That's a silly thing. Silly sentence if you're representing it accurately.
Right to do that. Now, I know you're not really talking about do we have the right to do it. You're saying like, should we do it? But I would say that like this is like a form of like free speech. Like I don't want to support this platform because they're doing this. And then, we can argue over, well, what are those things that we should or shouldn't support? But the reason why I bring that up is because I think there's a huge distinction between that, because when you compare that to what happens on the right, like the Bud Light stuff or like the go woke, go broke Disney stuff, I don't think people on the left really cared that much about that. Like if people want to boycott companies, fine. It was the fact that like the president of the United States is like cheerleading or is behind a lot of these movements. And I think that's like a different type of thing. Like we use words like cancel and censor, like.
Well, Zenith, I like the simple definition of ultranationalist, far-right authoritarian. Yeah, but then we get into like arguments about, well, what do you mean by ultranationalist? Because I'm a civic nationalist, so I actually like brown, black people and Hispanic people and Muslims who agree with my political ideology. Or you get into far-right and you're like, well, I'm not far-right, I'm left. I'm a Bolshevik or something like that. Like there's some like red-brown alliance. There's some cringe 1970s Soviet philosophy that said that in order to properly instantiate socialism, you effectively need to use fascism to get there. I forget what it's called, but it's popular amongst the MAGA communist movement, like Jackson Hinkle and Infra Haas or whatever, which again, it's like a cringe small segment. But I'm saying they're going to say like, oh, I'm not far right, I'm actually far left, even though they incorporate right-wing arguments about governance. And then authoritarian, they're going to be like, well, I'm not authoritarian. I just want an ordered, clean society. That's not authoritarian. And, ordered liberty is a concept even within the founding fathers of the United States of America. So that's where I don't necessarily like that definition. I think that you could use it and probably use it to decent effect. Like if you were talking to somebody and you're like, oh, I think you're fascist. And they're like, why? And it's like, I think you're an ultranationalist, far-right authoritarian. You're probably going to get into a definitional fight. But I think the political corporatism, flexible authoritarianism is just undeniable. That if somebody is like that, then they are fascist because they believe in Giovanni Gentile's political prescriptions. They believe in what Hitler did. They believe in what Frisco Melt, the guy who took over Spain, whatever that guy's name is. And then same thing with Mussolini. And the reason why those movements look so different is because of flexible authoritarianism. Because flexible authoritarianism through its nature says that you need to be flexible to the environment in order to achieve power. Dr. Zai says, I'm so pissed the Stefan Molyneux Destiny debate never happened. Would have been such a shit show. True.
kind of interchangeably.
Yes.
Like on the left, and then for the Bud Light stuff or whatever, that was like quote unquote cancel culture. But like when it's led by the president, that's like censorship.
I
think
agree.
it's like a meaningfully different thing. Yeah.
I agree. I'm just going to pause you. I'm just letting my Twitch viewers know I have to stop right now. I just thought about it. I'll probably
Oh,
get
shit.
moved.
Okay. I will leave in like 1 minute. So
No,
or
no,
2
you're
minutes,
good. I'll
that's
just
fine.
restart Twitch in like 3 seconds. So that it's not double my face. I definitely agree, right? And so like if the argument is oh fuck, I did it again. Oh, that's how I solve this. If the argument is Republicans are so much worse, yeah, I think the censorship, like pressuring the FCC, is more extreme than anything that we saw Biden, which is one of my frustrations with Mulaney.
True.
Or Maloney or whatever that Ryan guy's last name is, right? Which is that just is
Mullally, but sure. Ryan Mullally.
objectively worse. The problem that I have is when on the left, it feels like when I listen to a lot of people, we just rewrite what happened after Gamergate, not just on the internet, although the internet.
Ooh, Thraxy Moondar says, damn, I missed live on Admiral Gibbs. As a rancher, I hated how that guy wears his job as a sword and shield during that entire talk, like it was a PhD in ranching or some crap. Thraxy Moondar. So we had somebody here earlier today. I think it was Shaved Dog Butt. And he was saying that he suspected that Admiral Gibbs was a property owner, but not a rancher himself. And the way that he articulated that was that Gibbs might own the land and lease it to ranchers, but the ranchers themselves are the people who are driving the cattle, taking care of livestock, cleaning the stalls, putting out the feed, fixing the fences, doing all that kind of stuff. And so in that regard, he did not think that he looked like he had done any of that kind of work in a really, 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 really long time. And so as a result, he was kind of questioning, he was kind of stolen valoring him on that topic. So if you're actually a rancher or work on a ranch, I would be curious for your feedback as well. Do you think he's like a paperwork guy? Do you think he's an owner? What were your vibes based off of that conversation if you saw it already? And then if you haven't seen it yet, check it out and then come back and chat and tell me about it. I would be super curious to hear about people who work in the industry, what their general perceptions are. Sabin Green says, next time you have a conversation with NSE, you should start the discussion by asking her if she's had water. True. Women in water, they're allergic to it.
Internet has trickled into life very heavily, where COVID was banned, and there was a lot of that, but COVID was banning, to be honest, like, remember when Dylan Burns got nuked over COVID because he just like talked about it? Like COVID was starting.
I mean, I had multiple strikes on COVID.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. So it seemed more bipartisan. So when like Republicans bring that up, I'm like, I know multiple left-leaning people that were pro-COVID vaccine that were getting like strikes.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, so like it wasn't bipartisan. It was definitely like it was towards a certain direction. Like when I got hit, it was an accident because I was talking about the vaccines and I was able to appeal it. But if I was doing actual like anti-vaxxer stuff, I probably wouldn't have been able to appeal it.
Sure, which was more right-wing.
One of the challenges, one of the challenges for some stuff is like, let's say that you have, like 2 kids in a classroom and one genuinely misbehaves more than the other, well, what are you going to do? One is probably going to get in trouble with the others. I mean,
Well, AF Racing says we need to call jingoism. We can take a look, but this is what's interesting about what we're saying. Jingoism definition. So jingoism definition, extreme patriotism expressed, especially in the form of aggressive or warlike foreign policy. Yeah, but see, I'm an American. Maybe I'm not into warlike foreign policy, but I'm definitely not a dove. And then I would say that I'm an American patriot. I genuinely believe and love the United States of America on a deep level. Uncle Sam and I are huge fans of each other. I mean, here's Teddy Roosevelt walking around, speaking softly and carrying a big stick in the Caribbean. And I think that's perfectly fine policy. Maybe I'm a jingoist. But with political corporatism, the reason why I brought up those racial examples is because what's interesting about Italy is like Italy has a dozen ethnic groups, like ethnic groups in Italy. And so we got the Sardinians, the Lardins, the Occitans, the Sicilians, the Fenulians, the Greco, the Walsers, the Lombards, Greeks, Ratian, Uruguayans, Dalmatians. So the whole point, the reason why I'm bringing up a dozen ethnicities in Italy is because I think Mussolini looked at the political corporatism of Germany where it was racial, where Adolf Hitler identified the Aryans as a separate, supreme European category. And he said, well, that's not going to work in Italy. And the reason why it's not going to work in Italy is because look at this map. We got Celts, Vernati, Etruscans, Umbrians, Romans, Sansibes, Lapigians, Greeks, Carthaginians. So the whole point is he was like, well, we all trace our ethno-religious history differently, but I still need a united Italy. So as a result, I'm not going to appeal to the racial category of Carthaginians or Italians or, well, not even Italians. Italians doesn't work. But I'm not going to appeal to the ethno-religious background of Lombards or Celts or whatever. I'm going to appeal to the national identity of Italy. And so that's where his fascism was different than Aryan fascism.
Hate them? I don't know. I mean, for conservatives, do you send the police equally to all parts of the city, or do you send it more to the parts with more crime? Well, if you send it to the parts with more crime, don't conservatives always say, now liberals are going to call us racist and prejudiced? Well, maybe black people are these poor parts just commit more crime. Sure. When it comes to censoring like misinformation or hateful speech, I mean, like conservatives kind of do it more, and it's hard to get around that, I think, sometimes, especially when it like if you go online and now.
Yeah, but dude, he's treating this like it's a flat timeline. The left wing was more censorious 4 years ago. The right wing is more censorious now. We're on the pendulum. So just saying, oh, the right wing is worse. These are not things that are flat at the same time. The left wing was not the left wing is now less censorious because they don't have as much institutional power. They were more censorious 5 years ago, whereas the right wing is more censorious now, but that's because they have institutional power. So I don't like that Stephen is treating this like, 2016 and 2025 are the same political moment. That doesn't make sense to me.
Especially like 2020 onwards, you're seeing like flat earth stuff, misinformation about moon landing, COVID, vaccines. Like if you hit somebody on these things, like 95% of them are going to be conservatives. Like, what do you do about that?
Sure. So the issue is that my argument isn't about the justifiability of it, right? I think that there is a conversation to have there. And I actually don't know where I fall perfectly because I think it's really complicated. Like who is justified to basically have their speech suppressed because they are harming the town square essentially, and who isn't?
Well, Sapien Green says, honestly, 10 years ago, I'd have wagered more that the U.S. was heading towards a corporatocracy rather than a fascist government. Honestly, these things are not mutually exclusive. So I think that the way that Trump is currently courting corporations where you see previous political enemies like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos bending the knee to the Trump admin, if that becomes the norm, I don't think it should be the norm. I think that we should have some level of private-public separation where private entities almost have a antagonistic relationship with the central government. But if that becomes the norm, where presidents are just constantly throwing parties with the heads of corporations and giving them preferential legalistic treatment or enforcement treatment based off of their personal relationships, we could have elements of fascism and corporatocracy, 100%.
I don't know actually where I fall in the justifiability. The issue that I am pointing out is that there was a change where certain speech was fine, like pre-2016, and then it wasn't. And I would I need to go look for more like conservative examples. But even before the COVID stuff, it seemed like there was a large amount of conservative channels getting nuked for conservative positions. Now, some of the conservative positions that got nuked for were really bad. And some of the conservative positions were like edgy jokes that, to be frank,
he's a ram rancher. Does that mean that you're raising rams, or does that mean that you sit inside your Dodge Ram in the air conditioning while everybody else works?
a lot of left-leaning content creators weren't getting nuked for nearly as much. They weren't getting completely nuked off of platforms or having people going to their Patreon to try to destroy them.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But if we think about the big nukes, what was happening, yeah, that's all kind of a cod joke, which
Rob with a B says, Gibbs is a rancher the same way I am. I put that shit on wings, pizza, fries. I love that ranch.
you brought up, or Hobbit brought up, and then you kind of corrected him. It was a joke. I don't think he was sincerely going to rape that woman or whatever.
Yeah, of course not. It was a super edgy joke that I don't like. But that got him demonetized.
But he was also like, yeah, but I think he said this while he was like, wasn't he trying to run for like a UKIP seat in 20?
Okay, Crayon says, Valley Media Network, it'd be great to watch Pisco versus PF Young. Paul mentioned Giovanni Gentile a lot in that convo. I'm curious what you think he's doing. Yeah, no, I'd love to take a look. I'll add that to the next content.
20 when he was doing this, I think he was running for government when he made this comment, I think.
No,
like
he got nuked.
Wild...
He got demonetized in 2019 is like what me and Hobbit, I believe. I think it was Hobbit that sent it or somebody in chat said
that.
Yeah,
it might have been. Yeah.
I think it was 2019. So he did start running later. And I do think he's radicalized over time. But when I listen to like Sargon of Akkad in your debate with him and like what 2016 to 18, right? I don't see this extreme radical right winger, but he was
I don't
already.
really think he was an extreme radical right winger in 2016, 2018, but he also wasn't demonetized then either, right?
He was getting a large amount of pressure though, because people like Arch Warhammer will talk about this, right? Because Arch Warhammer was somebody that went through no demonetization, but a complete abject cancelization of his channel, right? Like he just never really.
Wait, how could he get canceled? What do you mean by not?
I mean.
Didn't Arch Warhammer get canceled because he was effectively like a kind of edgy right winger, but not like crazy right wing? But then Games Workshop, because his name was Arch Warhammer, they used some kind of European copyright law to actually get him to remove Warhammer from his name. And I think he was originally like a Warhammer, lore tuber. I think I remember listening to some of his old shit. Now, I seriously think that Arch Warhammer just bitches about Warhammer.
Culturally canceled, right? So like everyone turned on him, said that he was a horrible person, and misconstrued him in ways that like genuinely were not fair.
So I understand. And I understand sometimes we're going to talk about the general principle of a thing, but I think it's really important, like before we talk about how we've ceded the moral high ground or how we have no right to talk about a thing, to get like the factual stuff straight too. Like if you walk in and you see like some 40-year-old dude just like punch this like 60-year-old guy like right in the face, and he's like on the ground, and you're like, whoa, that was wrong. And they're like, well, hold on, ask him first. Why did you do it? It's like, okay, why'd you punch that guy? And the guy's like, well, he hit me first. It's like, well, okay, sure, maybe that's fair then. But then you find out when I said he hit me first, that's actually my dad, and he spanked me when I was a kid. It's like, well, hold on. That's not really the same thing, right? I feel like it's important to get into the minutia, not super minutia, but like, why are people getting canceled? Like, what does it mean when we say canceled? And like, is it really the same thing as, like the FCC? I know you're not saying it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Well, Casey John says, I remember yourself being on the receiving end of leftist censorship campaign. The new girl hottest have a lot to learn, lore to learn. I don't know if I ever got like really censored. What happened was I lost Twitch a couple of times just for using, slurs randomly because people would get me super passionate and then I would use ableist slurs. So that's how I got banned off of Twitch a couple of times. And then I also called Rob Noor, but this was within the past year. I called Rob Noor the F slur several times, and then that got my Twitch taken down for a little bit. But I think the main thing though was the vibe, that because I was one of the few right-wingers who wasn't getting banned off of Twitch, that there were a bunch of lefties who wanted to talk to me because, I was one of the few right-wingers who was capable of having a debate on Twitch. But then there were a bunch of lefties who were effectively treating me like I was like a neo-Nazi who was trying to invade their space. And, like Ico Rules, for instance, she gave me a bunch of shit for being like Lauren Southern's friend. So I don't know if that was like formal cancel culture, but yeah, there was definitely left-wing hostility to my presence online.
I think there are meaningful differences here, and it's good to explore. Sometimes it's okay for a person to get banned. Yeah.
I think that if we had these meaningful conversations, because to be frank, of all the people that I've talked to, you're the only one that's agreed that it seems like, the right wing was in large part getting disproportionately nuked. Some of it maybe was justified. And
all right, so I have to go pick up my children, so I need to leave. But today was absolutely fudging hilarious. I'm going to go full screen. I'm going to scroll down. Connor doesn't know Ram Ranch, 18 Naked Cowboys. Was it a gay thing? Look up Ram Ranch. I'll look it up on my phone in a minute because I actually have to walk out the board. Is that homophobic? Is that a homophobic joke? The GGGer sounds a lot like StarCraft streamer I used to watch. True. So hold on. Let's break that down real quick. So Steven and Kyla, I parasocially love both of them. I consider them online friends, maybe IRL friends. I've hung out with Kyla once or twice, IRL at events, and also my wife and I went over to her place, and I got to ride a horse, which was awesome. It was very fun. Horses are very cool. Now, Stephen and I have obviously hung out, and I think we still have a friendly relationship. In reference to this conversation, debate, whatever, I don't think Kyla necessarily needs to be catching shit. I think I probably agree with 80 to 90% of what she said. And I think that liberals and progressives would be wise to listen to her. They don't have to change all of their behavior to, oh, the right wing has their feelings hurt, therefore we need to change everything we do and everything we believe. No, but I think you need to separate out the bad faith, authoritarian, MAGA dipshits who cannot change their minds about anything and will endlessly sweep versus the conservatarians that I have in my chat. I have beautiful, intelligent, 3,000 IQ Chads and Chadettes, Chads and Stacys in my chat who are, they might be libertarian, they might be conservatarian, they might be conservative, they might be Christian, they might be this, they might be that. And what they're really looking for is they're looking for a fair shake. And they also, if they don't change their beliefs after you yell at them, they don't want to be treated like shit afterwards because you didn't instantaneously change their mind about everything that they believe. So yeah, I think that's fair. And so I don't know. Maybe I'm just siding with Erudite more than Steven because I really hope that there's hearts and minds that we can change in the United States political landscape. Wow, man says the DGGer sounds like he has a Warriors username, a woman's username, to be fair. True. All right. Watch it with Mrs. Points. True. It is not homophobic at all. Okay, good. All right. Now, I'm going to have to thank everybody before I leave, even though I'm completely out of time because today was insane. It's just Avi. Thank you again for kicking us off with the super chats. Gen X and Sapient Green, thank you for your super chats. What the F over? Thank you for becoming or renewing your membership and gifting 5 memberships. Boondoxian Citizen and AKA Badasui, thank you for your super chats. Christian Blaris, I'm very happy you got promoted because you have been very generous with your super chats. Thank you for the $100. Deeply appreciated. AKA Badasui gifted another membership. Barabbas Dantiak, I must mention again for the 5th time that he is the loyalist Iron Warrior based super chat. Phoenix and Paul gave super chats. Henry Wilkins membership, Grassroots 10 memberships, aka Badasui and Uku with super chats, and then finally Doobie gave me a middle finger, but he gave me a middle finger by doing a $500 super chat. If you ever want to break my heart and give me a middle finger, feel free to do so via super chat. So anyways, I parasocially love you guys. I got to run. I got to go pick up the kids, but I hope you guys have a beautiful day. I will see you live tomorrow on Counterpoints Politics. And I'll say as many ableist and sexist slurs as I want tomorrow because Doobie paid for it. So that's fine. All right. AK Badasui says, I like the mall cop tactic they try to use on you. Yep. Although they got me, you know, who was it? Straighteraid and Sherry called me a mall cop and I called them the C word. So whoops. All right. Bye. Mwah.